Green Machine, Nightmare, is now up into the 4th spot. So she had a big pole change set, and she's got a nice clean run in the water, and the boat speed between those 3 boats chasing, Millie, Spitfire, Timu, there's nothing between them. It's going to come down to the lines they pick. So we've got a battle within a battle here. Out in front now, Epic has the pace now, needs to get 3 boat lengths of front to come over and shut the line. The officials will be watching intently. Mind you, 3 boat lengths of a Formula Future is not that long. But clean water in front now, and a beautiful job by Dylan sitting into the crosswash in Extreme. Watch them go through here now. Now this is the toughest corner on the track. Turn number 1, you see the big hit in the middle of the corner there. That's from the bounce back waves from lap number 1. It's always the roughest part of the course, and that's where it can come unstuck. But they're all through clean, top 3. Here comes Nightmare. Yeah, Millie pedaling this Green Machine. She runs past a little bit wide on the corner, needs to wind the wheel in. That's going to give a couple of boat lengths to those chasing. Spitfire's got the inside run, needs to wheel it around nicely. Beautiful throttle control from both these two. That's a great turn, so Spitfire picks up a spot on Timu. Ran a little bit hot, a little bit wide, couldn't get the boat turned in. So it's cost them a little bit of time, and that is the beauty of Formula Future development racing. Is racecraft is king. Oh, a couple of big hits now from Epic. This boat is super light. Just looking at the way it's skipping across the surface of the water, you can see there getting a bit of air. A lot of trim wound into this boat. Now, Formula Future, there is no active trim control for the driver, and what that means is that the angle of the engine is fixed. So the crews can change the angle of the engine depending on weather conditions, depending on water conditions, but once it's set, you can't change it. So if you've over trimmed the boat, so the nose of the boat is too high, there's nothing you can do about it until you get back in to make your change for the next race. If conversely, you've got the nose of the boat trimmed too low for rougher conditions, too much boat in the water, you cost yourself some boat speed. All right, turn number 1, let's watch this Green Machine of Nightmare. Rolls through, yellow flag flying for all these competitors. Next time through, there goes Spitfire. Here comes Timu Force around the corner. Oh, much better turn from those two. Look at that, they learned. That's what I love about Formula Future. They saw the error in the last corner. They both tightened it up. But put your hands together, checkered flag flying high. This is epic. So put your hands together for Young Will. That's 2 out of 2. The great boat speed out of this beautiful machine. Cracking drive and a step up on the podium for Extreme. So Jacob brings it home in second. Third place is going to be Dylan in double trouble. So good bag of points from here. And then we look further back for this second battle pack. And here comes the next one down into the front straight. This is the Green Machine of Nightmare. So Millie had a great run in this second race. Now, remember, this is handicap, so I'll tell you what, she might cost herself a couple of points, but she is pushing hard to bring this boat home, and that's a beautiful drive. She had a little bit of a drama in the first one where the boat slowed, but she's home safe and sound. A much improved run as well from Spitfire. So Flynn, the red deck machine with the flames across the top, and Timu Force, driver unknown, and my apologies to the crew and family of that crew. I'm going to get them up here on the microphone a little bit later on, so I'll make up for it. But well done to Group 2 of our J3s. Black flag now flying. That signifies the end of the heat. So what that means for the drivers is that they slow off a little bit and get back to pit lane. Attention all AFPGP competitors, including Troy Hood. If you are in Group 1, we need your boats to the ramp now. We have 2 junior races and then you are on the water. So AFPGP Group 1, we need your boats to the boat ramp area. Marshalling, you are next up. We have 2 junior races and then you are on for your first race. So please make some moves. Thank you, Team Bricker. All right, so back out on the water now. Now this is a different category of drivers, a different crew. So this is our J1 and J2 drivers. Now J1 category, wait for it, has a 6 horsepower outboard motor. That's right, 6 whole horsepower, double the average lawnmower. And this is the entry level category for these kids. So ages from 8 to 10 is our J1 category with the big 6 horsepower power plants. The J2 category is 10 to 12 and they're running the big fat 9.9 horsepower boats. So this is a combined one. And for me up in the commentary box, I have no information at all. So this is going to be fun. So we've got a whole lot of boats out in the water, and I actually don't have the boat names or the driver names up here in the commentary box. So if you're a parent and you want me to talk about your child, I'd probably race right up here to the commentary box right now and point them out, because that would help me a lot. Mate, hey, welcome to Dargle and the Winter Spectacular. This is unbelievable. The weather gods have turned it on for us after several years of tragedy. The river has never looked this good for a boat race. It's going to be an incredible weekend, and down here in Pit Lane we have got some of the biggest, baddest, meanest, fastest boats you could possibly imagine coming your way over the next 2 days. So we are waiting now for the start up here, but okay, we've got some people out on the water, right? So Hunter is running a little white boat called the Huntsman. So good luck to Hunter, is out there. Now we've got Junior Hood, which is Harley. Now she's running the Lightning McQueen gear. I'm pretty sure about that one. Right, Jacob King, here's another King in Top Gun. The boat was previously called Cool Runnings. It has been renamed Top Gun. The Knuckles is out there, so Sam in the little blue machine, keep an eye on Sam. Georgia is in Hella. So as Flame Girl, and Phantom is out there with Tatum, and that's the purple rig. So here we go. Gee, this is a big start. Now this has got to be a J2, because that thing is flying. 9.9 horsepower, slightly modified truck assembly, standard. This is Jacob. Wow, so this is Top Gun, one of the King stable. It's probably running on methanol if I know Andrew King. He's highly... No, I'm just kidding. Look at that, but what a beautiful turn there. Let's watch the craft of these drivers. Some beautiful corners in turn number 1 as the gaps close up. So that's our J2 group out in front. Look at the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Here come our J1s. 8 and 10 years old. There's a bit of a wave, so there's confidence out there in the crew. I think that was young Hood. It was. There's Harley Hood waving to a massive fan base. She's probably got a following on Instagram. I don't know. I'm too old for that stuff. But beautiful turns from these two as they head out and down this big, long back straight. 600 metres of power. The 6 horsepower's neck and neck. Right, top of the course. This is Top Gun. This is Jacob in the Top Gun. So Jacob King, the blue flames speckling the deck as he comes roaring through. This boat is flying. So he's going to put a couple of these J3s out to show. Now let's watch him see those big hits. You've got to watch that. Here we go. Oh, he's nice. Yeah, good smooth corner on the way through. So the all white machine. Drew Butler. Let's watch him now through turn number 1. Done it well. The hands working hard on the wheel. There's a battle all the way through the field right now of these J2s. Trying to pick up who that is. The look at the flames on this boat glinting in the sun. So I think that's Georgia in Hella. And done it beautifully. Running a nice tight line there, just sitting on the inside wash of the boat in front. That's good race car. Gee, there's some good acceleration out of this boat. Look at the way it's just taken off into the back chute. So found the foot pedal, nicely trimmed, and great run out of there. Now remember, this is handicap racing, so handicap times are all important. You got to be smooth, you got to be consistent. The lap's ticking down, the yellow flag in the starter's hands now. One more lap to run. But out in front, Young King in Top Gun. The flames on the deck glinting in the Hawkesbury River sunshine this morning. One more corner, conditions flattening off. He's made a big break on the way through. Chasing him in the all-white machine. This is Hunter in the Huntsman. I beg your pardon? That's Nightmare. Boat number 42, so sorry Drew, but he's beautifully through. Work out, here comes Lightning McQueen. Here's another one of our J1s getting back over the line. So there's Harley Hood in Hood Racing. Yes, she's going to leave a little bit of a gap. That's great situational awareness. Her dad should be taking some notes of that one, because he would have shut the door and ended up with a boat in his left-hand windscreen. But beautiful run there. There was. So Hunter is around nicely as well. So great driving from these J1s. But the checkered flag flying. This is a super quick, lightning fast J2 machine. Top Gun. Jacob King brings it home for a checkered flag and what will be a very, very big handicap time. Second place. This is Nightmare. Put your hands together for Drew. So a very, very nice drive. Under control all the way through. So that's a very, very good run out of this J2. Third of our J2's home. Trying to pick up who that's going to be. Look at that little wing boat just dancing across that little wind chop. This is about perfect conditions for racing these things. Anything more than this and it starts to get pretty serious. This is Phantom. Put your hands together for Tatum. I have to check how old he is. So between the age of 8 and 10 to run these boats. Oh, there's a battle there too. And there's only 2 or 3 boats in it in the line. Well done. So welcome home to the Nightmare crew. Phantom's home. Hella's home. So that's Georgia. The big flames speckled across the deck. And Sam in Knuckles in that blue machine. So apologies to mums and dads and kids. I'll get the hang of these boats by the end of the day. But they're small and fast. So the field will form up again for the next race, but go wild for them. Look at the big Hood Racing crew. Here comes Lightning McQueen. Who doesn't love Lightning McQueen, kids? Because here it comes in the boat version. Junior Hood Racing. It's Harley Hood with a big race win in the J1 category. Taking the first checkered flag for her class here this weekend. And here comes the Huntsman. Has not put a foot wrong all the way around this big, long track. So go wild for him. This is young Hunter as he comes across for the checkered flag finish. And a very, very nice drive. Hey, so Formula Future Racing, as I say, if you actually want to know how the rules of powerboat racing work in Australia, you actually watch the Formula Futures, because they are the kids that keep their eye on the tower. They watch the flags. They know the rule book. If the big drivers behave the way the little drivers do, then life would be much, much easier up here in race control, I can assure you. But it is all part of the development. You've got to understand some of these drivers are between the ages of 8 and 9 out there, so pretty young kids out there on the water. And they are 100% responsible for all of their own decisions. So it's up to them. It's not as though mum or dad standing on their shoulder saying to you, okay, now that's a red flag, what are you going to do, son or daughter? So yeah, it's incredible to see. There's a lot of pressure on these kids. They get told at a briefing this morning exactly what's going to happen. Right, we're going to let you go from the bank. You've got to go to the top of the course. You've got to mill around there and wait until the white flag is shown and line up, and they do it absolutely perfectly. So it's a real credit to them, and it is the development program for the sport of powerboat racing in Australia. You can see some more boats hitting the water if you're down here in front of us in the pit area, and these are pretty serious outboard boats. This is the Australian Formula Powerboat Championship Series round, and I can tell you that pretty much all of the drivers in this category, bar maybe a couple of the geriatrics, came up through the Formula Future Series. As I look across the course right now, I can tell you, yep, Ewan Bricker, TBR Racing, absolutely Formula Future. I watched him as a junior. Reece Coles as well, Simon Troy. All of these drivers that are now competing at a world-class standard started right here in Formula Future. And mums and dads and boys and girls, if you really like the idea of what you're seeing here and you're looking for something to do as a family pastime, just jump onto the APBA website, so apba.com.au. and that'll give you a list of all of the clubs in your local area, or you can jump onto the New South Wales APBA and just send a message to your local club, because there's every chance that there are boats available that you don't even have to buy, that someone can put your child into a boat and they can go and experience this firsthand. All right, here we go, race number 2 for the J1, J2, and that's a beautiful start out in front. There's boat pace there, but this is a mixed grid once again. Let's watch them through turn number 1. Yeah, beautiful cornering. Absolutely perfect from all three. Watch the hands on the wheel. There's a lot of work going on in the cockpit of these little J2s and J3s to get them around the corner smoothly. Here come our J1, so there goes Hunter. There goes the Hood race crew as well, so they are through. But there's a great race developing here for second spot. Keep your eyes peeled on that one. I think is Hunter. I'll pick that up in a second, but just watching her right now, that's a beautiful corner from her. Just really well controlled. Now remember, she's only dealing with 9.9 horsepower here. You can't waste a lot of it by just slamming the boat hard into a corner. If it comes off the plane or slows down too much, you just don't build the boat speed up quickly enough. So Nightmare on the outside, so it's boat number 42. So young Drew, he's at a wide pole. Now he's got enough room now to come across. And he does, he closes the door a little bit, so that's great racecraft. But I can hear people shouting on the bank for Hella, egging her on as she rolls around now. That's another great corner. Look at the battle right behind her. Oh, there's some big hits, a big, oh, got a half a hook there on the inside. Grabs it back under control. That was a beautiful bit of wheel work. So that was young Sammy Knuckles, and I tell you what, he would have had white knuckles then. Hit a couple of those crotch washers that grabbed the nose of the boat and tried to turn it inside the buoys. If you hit a turn buoy, you are disqualified. So had a bit of a moment there, but gee, that's a great race between those two out the back. And our J1s continue the assault on these big Dargle Supercourse. So the Lightning McQueen machine of Harley Hood. A lap getting put on her by our lead boat right now, but they are not in the same race, so that is not important whatsoever. But let's watch the lead boat. Picks up the yellow flag, one more to fly. So this is young King in Top Gun. So Jacob King, and he's done it well. Up the inside there, Harley, the Lightning McQueen machine, doing it beautiful. Outside, gee, Drew's driving the wheels off Nightmare this time through. Really nicely done. Here comes Helen. I can hear a massive fan base screaming for her on the bank down there. Sister, brother, cousin, not 100% sure, but she's around nicely as well. Oh, a couple of big hits again. So there's a bit of a change in that spot back there. Who's got the? Is that Georgia? No, who's got the purple? Phantom. So Tatum. I haven't spoken about him enough of that one, but he's worked his way up on another spot. So he was in the outside pole and has managed to find a place up there, and he's starting to push forward. So the Phantom is on a bit of a charge in the last part of this race. So he's now ranging up onto the outside of Hella. Teofilovic, the checkered flag is out and shown once more. It's a cracking run and a big handicap time for Top Gun. So that's Jacob King through. Second place, put your hands together, go wild for Nightmare. This is young Drew, and this is a good solid drive in that second race. did not put a foot wrong and had a lot of dirty water to deal with. But look at the battle back here. Don't look away. It's the best thing about class racing. I think it's Heller on the inside. I think it might be. So, yeah, it's Georgie on the inside in Heller. She's got maybe a boat length to Phantom, but Phantom's coming back on the outside. Who's it going to be? Georgia versus Tatum. I think it's Georgia by a boat length. Oh, Phantom to the outside. And back as well with another ripping time. His Knuckles with Sam in the crosswash. So well done. Wow, Phantom charging hard at the end. Almost picked up a spot. The timekeepers are well onto that though. And your J1 race 2 finisher. Here she goes. Go wild for her. It's the Junior Hood Race Camp. Harley Hood at the wheels of Lightning McQueen. And one more to come. This is Young Hunter in the Huntsman. Driven faultlessly all through this one. The 6 horsepower Merc on the back of this machine. One of our youngest competitors here this weekend. Well, between him and young Harley, I'll actually have to get a birthday check and see who it is, but it's one of these two. But put your hands together and welcome him home. So he's 2 from 2 for the Huntsman. Congratulations to young Hunter. Attention AFPGP competitors, all you guys in the water, you are a 2-lap warm-up for this heat. AFPGP competitors, you are a 2-lap warm-up for this heat.
She did well in that second race. Oh yeah, she did really well. She's got the confidence coming out.
Not even sure if they heard me down there, but hey, let's see what happens. There's nothing like a little update at the end while you're already in the water and you just go, I know what's going on. All of a sudden they go, you know what? We're going to make it 5 laps. Hey, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for our Formula Future competitors. Give them a screaming round of applause. This is the future of powerboat racing in Australia. And I can tell you one thing, based on what we just saw, the future looks very, very bright. We're going to take a very short break while we get these superstars of the future off the water. I mean, up here in the commentary box, of course, because next up we are going to some action-packed excitement with the Australia Formula Powerboat Grand Prix Championship Series. This is tough, fast and loose racing. These are some of the best pilots of these things anywhere in the world. And this is the final round of the Australian Championship Series. It is sheep stations. The race that you'll see this morning is the reverse grid race. So yesterday's race winner will start last today in the outside pole. It's designed to level the playing field. At the end of this one, points will accumulate, and then later on this afternoon they go into the all-in final. As of right now, that final will have 16 boats in it. This is a heat, ladies and gents. This is only half of the field. We had a bit of attrition yesterday. Unfortunately, we saw a pretty spectacular blowover at about 100 miles an hour down the back straight from one of our competitors. We've had some engines break. We've had some boats break. One thing that hasn't broken is the will of the drivers to take home the Australian title here this weekend. Coming into this round, the first and second spots were separated by only 49 race points. So any one of 4 drivers can take home the Australian Championship, and you are going to see it decided here with us later on today. AFPGP Cruise, it is a 2-lap warm-up. You have a 2-lap warm-up when the flag is displayed.
Well, good morning, everybody. Following our Formula Future program this morning was expertly called by my comrade here, Mr. Murphy. We've just got a quick test lap for young Dylan Greentree in the tunnel vision boat. I believe it got a crack or a small hole in it yesterday, Murph, and they've done a little bit of work on it overnight, and just going for a quick test before we start our reverse grid in round one of the GP boats this morning.
We certainly have. Johnny Duvall, good morning, mate. And you snuck into the commentary box while I was down there playing with the kids on the bank. Legend of powerboat racing here in New South Wales. Welcome to Dargle, and thanks for turning on the sunshine, mate. How are you?
Gone very well, thank you, mate. Yeah, it's been hopefully the weather will hold out. It's been a little bit dodgy all week. I've been down here helping do the setup. It wasn't looking good earlier in the week, but look what the day we've got today. Absolutely beautiful. Hopefully the racing will turn it on as well, which I'm sure it will. Yeah,
it's certainly only. I said we've got a big field of boats, a big field of competitors. The Butler Vehicles machine that you mentioned this morning is trying to start right now and making a very difficult job of it. It's probably a little bit cold as well. I think he's half running now, so big shout out to a couple of the boys, Ricky Howard and a couple of the others that worked on this last night till very late in the very cold, still air of Dargle Valley to repair a hole in the bottom of this boat. But he's fired up, so Dylan Greentree. So this is just a testing lap that the officials have let him run, and hopefully it's going to fire and run.
Yeah, well, obviously had the right people work on it with Ricky Howard. He does a fantastic job helping people out over race weekends with the little issues that we have, but Dylan not having the time he's probably looking for this morning. Boat ran faultlessly yesterday, I thought. Very, very fast.
Yeah, they weren't worried about the engine, they were worried about the hole in the bottom of it. But now, I tell you, that's powerboat racing. A big shout out. It's so good to see so many of you here with us on the bank this morning. And, mate, the magnificent food vendors are doing a roaring trade up and down the bank. Now, if you've just if you've just arrived on site and you're here in the caravan park, don't forget you can walk all the way down across the bridge behind the pits and have a look at the viewing area that's right down here in turn number 1. Before we kick off today, obviously we're going to talk about them all day, but I want to give a massive shout out to our event partners here, Dargle Turf and Soils, Garden Mixers and Mulches for their support of this event. Bricker Pipelines for what they've done to help us out, Constable Brothers Concreting, Flexi Strut and Coldies, mate, but we've got a few others as well.
Yeah, Arcadia Automotive, long-time sponsor of Dargle events, Smiley's Photos, young Trent Duval, Tom Butler Trucking, as say Constable Brothers Concrete, Butler Air Conditioning, good long-time sponsors and supporters of Dargle Valley.
Yeah, have to. And of course the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club as well for their support of this event, but that sounds a bit better from young Dylan.
Looking, sitting absolutely beautifully there. If you were the father, I would have said it's a bit high, but he's been driving this boat for a fair while and does a really good job. So, boat's looking good and sounding good, thankfully.
All right, so this boat's what we call a KT hull. So it's a tunnel boat hull, but fitted with an inboard engine coupled to a leg stern drive. So it's a bit of a combination, a type of boat. We don't see a lot of those nowadays in the sport, but it was a real development series. So that bridge between big inboard power and the flexibility of the trim of an outboard boat, the KTs.
Well, the advantage being, Murph, they're air assisted like our tunnel boats down here in front of us. You don't probably need quite as much engine to run well over 100 mile an hour. Much of the Greentrees probably discussed, they had to fit an LS Chev motor. They're a very forward orientated family. They needed to get the lighter engine and lower in the boat. It had a tendency to roll over this boat on corners, but since they've fitted the Chev and got it lower in the boat, handles absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, it's great to see. Now, I want to talk about the AFP GP Series before we get underway, because when we do the action, we'll be fast and furious. So these boats, and we refer to the drivers, or we refer to them as pilots most of the time, because they are what you say, air-assisted. It's an international category of hull, essentially, and what it is, it's a catamaran hull. And the two sponsons, so the hulls that are split left and right, the tunnel underneath the boat, as it moves back towards the rear of the boat, it narrows. What that does is forces air underneath the boat, which lifts the boat up into the water, and you'll see these boats. Essentially, these drivers or pilots are actually flying these boats across the surface of the water. Less contact with the water, John, the faster the boat goes. So it's pretty exciting. As it was said, unfortunately, it went wrong for one of our crews here yesterday. And the little rotunda on the opposite side of the bank, the wind was coming down off the valley, and just that little bit of wind change, and we saw the boat spectacularly take off probably 30, 40, 50 feet in the air, do a complete backflip and come back down into the water. So it's pretty exciting racing. The drivers experience massive G-forces. These are the hardest turning boats there are anywhere in the world. So these boats will actually outturn a Formula One race car. Drivers can get up to 4 or 5 Gs in the cockpit of these things in a hard corner.
Yeah, well, you can get gauges in part of your telemetry. It will tell you what Gs you're pulling, and it's not uncommon to come back with 5 or 6. And if the boat bites on the corner, up around to 7 or 8 Gs, which that's 7 or 8 times your body weight trying to exit the boat on the right-hand side. You know?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about how much that is for you or me, because it's something like 4.5 tonne if it's a combined fighting weight. But yeah, it's an intense experience in the cockpit of these boats. The driver is the cockpit is made from, it's a carbon fibre cell, if you like. So basically, if you imagine an egg made out of carbon fibre, so impact resistance of about 8,500 Newton metres of force. So essentially a great big bulletproof cell that has a windscreen in front of it. The driver's strapped into a 5-point harness across the shoulders and across their hips. They wear a Hans device to protect their neck from these big G-forces in case there's an incident. They also actually have a breathing system, mate, an underwater breathing apparatus in these sailboats, so that if they do end up upside down looking at the bottom of the river instead of the top of the river, they're more than capable of sitting quietly and waiting for the rescue crews or getting themselves out safely. So it's an incredibly safe form of the sport, but it's also spectacular. Now, these guys will be within inches of each other, and that's just racing in this category. It's it's one of those things. It's incredibly tight.
Oh, absolutely. Saw a couple of the races yesterday afternoon. The first couple of heats were some neck-and-neck racing. I was surprised, though. Well, not surprised, but Simon and Simon and Troy in the mainline boat was able to pull away from Reece Coles, which doesn't happen very often. No. They actually got about probably 10 boat lengths on him, I'd say, at least. So it was an emphatic win for the Troys in the mainline dyno machine, and it's something that the points that Simon needs, being well in the hunt to take out this year's championship. Reece, that'd have to be a mathematical scenario for him to actually to win it this year, but he's well in the points to come second or third. So Hadley Deegan, I think we know, is coming, I think, second or third in the series.
Second on the way into this series. So this is that boat number 66 down there, Deegan Marine. So he was all the way from Tasmania.
He was going very, very well. And our ski racing converts, we've got young Mr. Hood down here in the Marine Tech Services boat, was looking very fast. Young Mr. Cropper in the 2.6 boat. He's just getting better and better. But I believe that's young Kev Parker, who's made a comeback down the back there.
Right down the back. Yeah, so let's talk through the field. So remember, this is a reverse grid race. Now, the unicorn out there, or the dark horse out there, is the boat with the stars and stripes on it, but I'll come back to that. So out of pole 1 this time round, the pink machine. So this is Hood Racing. You mentioned it, Troy Hood, so a big cast of sponsors. Now, he's one of several of competitors here that have come across from ski racing, and they are really enjoying this new format. Boats race number 411, Troy Hood 34. The pink Mulgard crew, the boat was owned by Aaron Sheath, but wanted a big shout out to his crew, Danny, the wife, the divers family, Justin on the cans, and Matt. He was pretty exciting to watch yesterday. Said still learning, but they're very competitive, these guys. So I won't say pushing outside their means, but it was pretty action-packed, getting pretty loose when the challenges came on from Brandon sitting to his outside.
He's hit the ground running. Really, really going well, as Brady Cropper. They're going really well now for the amount of time they've been. I think it's Troy's second meeting in the boat. Yeah, but he's going very, very well. As we discussed yesterday, Brady was a fantastic driver in ski racing in the F2 class, many titles and that sort of stuff. So famous Cropper family. His dad Danny, who'd won everything several times in ski racing. Nothing he hasn't done. So they're born and bred on the river. So no surprises that they're very fast.
Yeah, so keep your eye on him. So that's the orange boat with the black canopy boat, Team 2-6, 32-year-old from the Dargle Valley Boat Club. Big shout out to Cusco Plumbing, KMC Performance, Coldy's Bull Bars and Tow Bars, and a cast of others that we'll talk about. And he's got Jake Hinterhosel here as part of a crew. So if anything, that's a bit of a handicap. But hey, it is what it is. Hey, the third boat down there, the boat's name is Rogue. It looks absolutely beautiful down there. So we're talking about number 707. This is Brad Hammond. The boat is a Seabold hull, so a boat built in the United States, and a major sponsor of that boat is Contrast Printing, which happens to be Brad's business. And Brad's responsible for about half of the visuals of the boat of the fleet you're going to see here this weekend.
Yeah, he is, and does absolutely fantastic work. Now, the actual boat is a work of art. The attention is in the detail here, Murph. Go up and have a closer look at the red in the boat, and you'll see the deep pictures in that sort of blend into that thing. It's an absolute work of art. He's very, very clever.
Now, in the qualifying series, so yesterday these guys had a practice. So they had a practice session, then they had qualifying, and from qualifying they went into race number 1. I can tell you, Brad Hammond, at the start of his qualifying to the end of his qualifying, he found 4 seconds of pace. So he's out there with the best in the business. Now, these guys, this is the Australian Championship Series, right? It's been run over 4 or 5 rounds all around Australia, and what he's doing is he's out there with the best in the business, and by default it naturally brings you up. He had a smile like a Cheshire cat last night when he got out of the boat, and he drove it absolutely beautifully, I should say. To his right, keep your eye on this guy. The boat is number 88. Mainline Dynalog is the major sponsor, with Pro Hub Material Solutions and a host of others. Simon the Iceman Troy, the white boat with the red canopy. We call him the Iceman, mate, because under pressure he just does not make a mistake, and yesterday he was phenomenal.
Oh, great start. Absolutely banded out of the start. Reese was with him, probably half a boat length behind, but Reese generally has a little bit of mid-straight speed. It just gets it down. But Simon had the inside run into the turn 1 and then increased his speed from there. He like I said, he just didn't put a foot wrong yesterday, and absolutely fantastic under pressure. He's been racing Reese for on and off for probably 25 years or something like that. They know each other and they're not afraid to have a go, that's for sure.
Yeah, pretty much locals. They're born and bred and live on this river. Now, that's the guy you're talking about, Reese. If you don't know Reese Coles, it's the boat number 1, the blue machine out there, the peacock blue of Reese Coles Racing. He wears the number 1. Why? Because he's the reigning Australian champion, and he wears it for 2 reasons. 1, because he's the guy, and 2, it just puts a little bit of niggle in everyone else that's out to get his number. He can technically do it again this year, but I'll tell you what, a few things have got to go his way. But he is ruthless. Between those 2 guys, they're good friends, but on the race course, forget about it. If there's a millimetre window that they think they can fit a boat in on the inside of a turn buoy, you can guarantee that Reese Cole, Simon Troy, and nowadays half this other field are going to drive straight into it. So keep your eye on the battle between those 2. Just to his outside, Hadley Deegan, boat number 66, second in the championship, all the way from Ulverston in Tasmania, him and his crew. And they have, since they came to this series, they would probably be 5 or 6 seconds a lap slower. They have built and built and built throughout this campaign, and they are now a top runner, qualified in the top 5 outright. And as I said, they were getting lapped at the start of the season when they sort of first joined the series last year. They've put the big effort in. It's been a huge commitment to travel from Tasmania for every round of the series, and I can't wait to see what Hadley's going to put down this weekend.
Yeah, I had a talk to Deegan, to Hadley, earlier in the year, and sort of said, look, I've watched you progress over the last couple of years, and your race pace is very good. It's just your qualifying's letting you down.
Yeah.
He was in the bottom 10,
Yep.
And I said it's really hard to come back from there, even with a reverse grid and all that. So he's been, I'm not saying he's taking my advice, but he's been working on that. His qualifying is getting better, and look at him. He's it's a perfect example of consistency.
100%.
Keeping your nose clean, and he's in a great position.
All right, to his outside, the Stars and Stripes of TBR. This is a young bloke by the name of Ewan Bricker, so 24 years of age from Langwarrin in Victoria, racing under the AFPGP banner. The Stars and Stripes, well, this boat is what's called a DAC hull, so a DAC hull, and it was actually built, the DAC, it's an American team, it was actually a factory DAC race-built boat, so it's about as good as they get. You know, they build boats for customers, but when they build one for themselves, mate, it's a bit like Red Bull, let's be honest. They are built specially. The young guy behind the wheel, Ewan Bricker, I've watched him come up through the junior ranks. When he first came to the series, Crash Bandicoot. Right, incredibly fast, but just could not keep the boat on the water. He was upside down, barrel rolling over. He was into other people. He has refined his driving and lost none of his aggression, but he has just developed into one of the, as a young guy, an incredibly well-rounded, competitive race driver. Now, they've had a horror weekend. The reason that he is so far out in the qualifying, they've just had these mechanical gremlins, which is absolutely unlike Team Bricker Racing. They run an incredibly well-organised ship, but they've just had these things you just can't account for. Like, you know, a diode in an electrical motherboard component that controls the power steering failed. You know, things that just don't go wrong have gone wrong. So right now I can tell you that they are 50-50 on whether Ewan's got power steering for this race. But I can tell you, even without it, he's going to go out there and charge hard. He needs a bag of points, and they do not want to let any more go.
I was told many years ago when I talking about Crash Bandicoot that by the great Alan Smith, he said all the fast kids crash. It just depends how long you want to keep paying the bills for.
Yeah, 100%
if they show ability, you keep paying.
Yeah. And
Ewan's got it in truckloads. I've seen him race toe-to-toe with the likes of Reece Coles and Simon Troy.
Yep.
And he can hold it with the best of them. He's won the series, I think, 2 years ago.
Yep.
Well backed by the big Bricker Pipelines, and great team. There's no expense spared in getting the boat in the expense getting in the boats prepared for these weekends. But yeah, they've had an absolute shocker. I spoke to Ewan briefly last night at the Wiseman's pub. We were having dinner there, and I said, what's gone wrong? And he said, basically everything. You name it.
Everything can go wrong will go wrong.
He's
keep your eye on him.
Electrical problems, he's had engine problems, he had fuel issues, and worst of all, the power steering. And it is possible to drive them without power steering, but it's hard work. It's hard work.
I'll get excited. My heart rate will hit 200 when these guys hit the water all day. But I can tell you, in this cockpit, you know, it's if you're into V8 supercars, you're similar kind of things. These guys will have a heart rate 160, 170 beats per minute. The adrenaline pumping. They are making split-second decisions. Their qualifying is separated by the tenths and the hundredths of the second. This is a high-pressure environment for these guys, and Ewan Bricker handles it well. Now, the yellow and blue machine, boat number 101. This is Kevin Parker, mate, of Wasp Racing. He is the elder statesman, and he loves and hates being called it. He's been out of the sport for probably, 5, 6, 7 years, and has decided that this weekend he wanted to get the job done. So he bought the boat from the Smith family. This is a beautiful Pew, so the boat is a slightly older technology but still hyper competitive. And he had his first race back in the boat for who knows how long yesterday. And apart from being mildly exhausted, he came out with a huge grin on his face. And it's great to see Kevin Parker out there. All right, so 2-lap warm-up for these guys. As you can see, there's a little bit of pace in these things. It's a slight step up. Top speed of a Formula GP boat is around 115, 118 miles an hour as they head into these corners. They are not as fast as the big blown displacement, but one thing that they will do is they will turn the corner at full noise. So they can come into the corner at 100% throttle, drop the nose of the boat down and just turn the wheel. And that is where those monster G-forces come into play. Now, they didn't get the memo about the 2-lap warm-up, obviously, and I did say to you when you watch the junior kids, if you want to see how the rules are supposed to work, watch them, because you tell these guys they get 2-lap warm-up, the first driver says, I'm only doing one, the whole field stops behind them.
correct. That would be Reece Coles. But,
may not have got the memo, but I think it was a bit of a last-minute update because we were well ahead of the program. Now, so this format for the starts, John, let's talk about that. So this is the only dock start that we have in Australia, anywhere.
It is, and this is where it gets very, very interesting. It's a reverse grid, I believe, so it's a reverse grid of the finishing yesterday. Simon Troy will take off from 8th position with Reece Coles on the inside, and so on and so on. So a good learning curve for young Brad Hammond, who will be taking out a pole, I think.
Yeah.
I think he'll be out a pole, which, it'll get interesting down to the first corner.
Yeah, and I'll try and work that out because there's a couple of rules that come into play here. If you are a provisional driver, which means you haven't competed in more than a certain amount of events, I think it's 3 events, then you automatically have to go to pole because, as I said, this is the Australian Championship. You can't just park your boat in the middle of a field that's driving a lot harder than you. So we'll have a look at the lineup unofficially up in the commentary box, so don't take any notice of this. Teams I've got out of pole number 8 is Brad Hammond. So he was unbelievable yesterday in the row. As I said, made huge gains, but as provisional, doesn't matter what he did yesterday, he's going to run to the outside of the grid. Pole 7, Kev Parker in the Wasp. We love it, that yellow and blue pew. So he's going to come out of 7, but I'm just trying to pick up now. Yep, we got it in the right order. Out of pole number 6, Ewan Bricker did not put a race down in anger yesterday, so he's coming out of 6. Simon Troy, who won the race yesterday, is going to run out of pole number 5. Pole number 4.
Reece Coles Racing out of 4.
Pick up who pole number 4 is. So, Reece Coles Racing will run out of 4. Out of 3 is Hadley Deegan. Out of 2 is the Pink Machine of Troy Hood. And out of 1 is going to be Team 2-6. So Brandon Cropper, the 32-year-old, is going to lead this field into the turn number 1. Bit of pressure for the young gun.
Yeah, I think he'll handle it well, mate. It's
pressure for breakfast.
Yeah. He's... It just depends on that boat speed heading down to that first corner and his start, I suppose. Like, the starts, as you know, are quite difficult. The motor trim has got a fire on that first tap. You've got to have a lot of things going for you. It's very easy to get a lot of cavitation off the start, and the boats just leave you. So the start... But he's done a few now, so I think he'll be going okay. But has he got the boat speed to get there?
Right, so to explain the start for you in detail, you'll see down to the far right-hand bank, so the downstream end of the course at turn number 1. The boats are lining up on this near bank in their start grid order. On the opposite side, you'll see the yellow rescue boat, Rescue 1. When we go into starters' hands, the 2 flags will be raised on Rescue 1. The drivers are looking across the river at those 2 flags. The first flag will lower slowly. So the drivers will then, their ignitions will be on, the fuel pump systems on, everything is ready to go. The second flag drops, they smash the start button, and these boats will launch straight across the course all the way down on the long run to the big yellow buoy at the top end of the course, at the Windsor end of the track. This is a spectacular starting format, and it is the only series in Australia that runs this dock start. The boats are positioned about a metre apart. So even a slight movement of the wheel, any sort of prop torque, any walk, and they are within touching distance of each other. The stagger of the bank obviously separates the boats slightly, but this is action-packed. Remembering, this is engine class racing, so no one's got a bigger engine. It's all about your setup, your tune-up, as to your maximum boat speed, what your propeller selection is. But off the starting dock, these guys will all pretty much just leap at the same time. So it's going to be hot, and Brandon Cropper is the man that gets a chance to lead them away from the start.
I'm not sure whether they, I wasn't at the briefing this morning, whether half the boats have to go the one side of the checkered buoy or not, or is it straight down to the...
All the way down to the big yellow. So, so the most likely opportunity for these guys to come together is going to come at that big yellow buoy down at turn number 1. If one of the boats that's in 3rd or 4th, remember, in this race, our fastest boats are in the widest poles. So technically, they should all arrive at that big yellow buoy at a very similar time. And then you've got to go try and get all 7 boats around the corner. Here we go, mate.
Away.
We're on the clock. Great start. Brandon Cropper, Troy Hood got left behind. But look at Reece Coles and Simon Troy out wide. Brandon Cropper is not going to give this up. He's got pole number 1. Hadley Deegan's up there with them as well. But Cropper now, he's got pole number 1. Reese Coles has got to give him room. Deegan's going to go blind in the spray. Cropper's around clean. Hadley Deegan's had to lift off a little bit. It's going to be Brandon Cropper. Team 2-6 leads the field all the way down this front straight to his outside. Reese Coles and Simon Troy, the white boat with the red deck, is wide. But here we go into turn number 2.
They head down. Reese with a slight lead over Brandon Cropper, but in they go. Great corner by Brandon coming out the outside. Pulls the boat length back on Reese. Simon dropping back a little bit, 2 or 3 boat lengths. Reese seemed to have the speed down the back straight.
Unbelievable drive. So the top 3, the top 4. Hadley Deegan's right up there with him. Troy Hood is doing it very tough. And Ewan Bricker has a problem. Team Bricker Racing. He is on a go slow at the rear of the field, but keep your eyes peeled at the front right now, because Brandon Cropper's had a moment mid-corner and Reese Coles takes the lead.
Simon Troy making up some time into second place. I think the big loser in the first corner was poor Hadley Deegan. I think he got squeezed a little bit there, but you see now Simon's going around. Brandon doing a great job. Just watch. And out they come with a small...
Have a look at Hadley Deegan. He has got the bit between the teeth right now. This is the blue boat sitting in 4th. Deegan making up big ground on Cropper, but he couldn't get it done in the corner. Watch the aggression in the closing now. So this is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We're talking about the blue machine coming on strong, trying to find a position to move forward. Look at the different lines being run right now. Reese Coles running tight and fast. Simon Troy running a much wider floating line. And Brandon Cropper is under pressure from Hadley Deegan on his inside mirrors.
Brandon taking a good line there, holding make Hadley cross his wash, which he has. That'll give him a slight advantage as they come out of turn 2.
Yeah,
but at the moment, it's all Reese Coles out the front.
So Simon Troy, the white boat with the red canopy, the mainline Dynalog machine, he is on the hunt. Now, yesterday there was a boat speed advantage Simon Troy's way. He was faster than Reese Coles, but I tell you what, out of that starting dock, I reckon Reese Coles, they found a little bit of something. Maybe it's propeller change, maybe it's engine height, but they found a couple of mile an hour that's going to put him in front. Now, Simon's argument for the championship series, he's not with Reese Coles. He's in front of him in the point standings. All right, his argument is with the guys that are chasing him. He needs to keep Hadley Deegan behind him. But this is some quality racing. Hadley Deegan, oh, have a look at Brandon Cropper, the orange and black boat. He is pushing very, very hard. A little bit too much trim in the boat on the exit of that corner.
This could be a best result for Brandon coming up. I'm not sure on that, but excuse me. But now Reese has got sort of the lead over Simon that Simon had over Reese yesterday. That all come down to that pole position.
Now we might try and pick up the action here on this orange and black machine coming into turn number 1 now with our camera crew. This is Team 2-6, so Brandon Cropper now, and chasing him hard is the Tasmanian Hadley Deegan in the blue machine. He's sitting to the inside of his wash right now. But Cropper, very, very controlled that time through, got a great exit to the corner and has made maybe a couple of boat lengths as the lap ticks down. Now, 7 minutes plus a lap are these races. Right now, Reese Coles in the blue machine, boat number 1, looking very, very strong. Starting to come up on some lap traffic in Kevin Parker.
Well, I was going to say that Simon could probably stay where he is comfortably, and this Reese not in the points at this stage. But he's got to be careful. He's got to get as far as he can in front of Hadley Deegan as well, because Hadley's actually in front of him in the points.
Yeah, he is coming into this series. So after yesterday, actually, I didn't get an update after yesterday, to be honest, so he may well have closed that gap back down. But let's have a little bit of a look at Troy Hood, which is the Hood racing machine, boat number 411, the bright pink machine in the back straight now, going up into turn at number 2. Now, he was really fast yesterday, but he had Brandon Cropper behind. Oh, Hadley Deegan has nearly gone over. Hadley Deegan has hooked up hard and picked up the turn buoy in the mid part of that corner, and it nearly sent the Deegan racing machine over. So that was a huge moment, an uncharacteristic error from Hadley Deegan, and now that's pushed him back and it's put him right in the clutches of the Hood family race machine. So have a look at this. But Hadley Deegan, that was a huge moment. You can see the turn buoy at the top of the course laying over. He rode that on the inside of the spots and nearly ended up in the drink. So uncharacteristic error from Hadley Deegan.
Well, the pressure's on, I suppose, mate. He needs those points to maintain his position in the series. If these things happen under pressure. But no such problems yet for the front runners, Reece Coles and Simon Troy.
Now, I can't actually see the flags from here. So coming up to almost a minute to go, but our race leader at this point, Reece Coles, boat number 1, the Blue Machine, heading into turn number 1. He's only got a couple of laps to go. Simon Troy chasing him hard, and Brandon Cropper is going to be, he's up in the podium spots right now. So Brandon Cropper, Team 2-6, a bit of lap traffic there with Rogue and Kevin Parker in Wasp. But Team 2-6, Brandon Cropper, mate, up on the podium position. So that's a big, big run from Brandon out of pole 1.
I'll actually be very happy with that. We're a nice corner there. Negotiated well.
Hadley Deegan's got a problem. Hadley Deegan has got a problem, so he's got drama after that incident.
He slowed right up.
He's come off the pace, so that's a big blow for the Tasmanian. Troy Hood drives past him now. And I tell you what, Simon Troy and Reece Coles, they'll be looking at that, thinking about the championship series, and they'll want to get themselves in front of him before this race finishes. I can't actually see the checkered flag from where I'm standing, but it can't be too far away. So Hadley Deegan has a drama. Now, as I said, he came into contact with that turn buoy, and although the turn buoys themselves are soft, they're inflatable. Underneath the turn buoy is a hanging weight that holds the buoy upright. So I've got half an idea that he's potentially, that weight has hit the bottom of the boat because it launched him. He was up right up on a sponsor, nearly went over.
I wouldn't be surprised if the boat's okay. He might have a very sore wrist, as you know, when you hit something like that. It wants to rip the steering wheel when you hook the boat. It wants to rip the steering wheel straight out of your arm. So
yeah, no, it could well be fatigue setting in, but as I said, he's a fit, strong guy. So there's a problem there. But anyway, back to the race at hand. I tell you what, Team Rogue, Brad Hammond is driving beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. Right, so checkered flag out this time round. There it is, Reece Coles, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, only just saw the checkered. Yep. Simon Troy in second spot. And a third place. I tell you what, he's got a huge support base here. This is Brandon Cropper, Team 2-6. Up on the podium. Coast Coast Plumbing, KMC Performance, Colders, MTD Building, Inside Plumbing. His first season, Jack Batty, Haley Gibson, Jake Hinoz will be going wild. Podium position for Brandon Cropper in Team 2-6.
That'll place him well for the final too. Great job by Kev Parker finishing. A hard charging Troy Hood comes over the finish line.
So Troy Hood in for a fourth spot out of that one, so that'll be some good points there. And yeah, unfortunately he got bundled out the back a little bit from the starting dock, so got left behind. But after that, drove really, really strongly. Bit of news, we'll have to find out what's happening from the Hadley Deegan camp, because big hit, big moment up there. You can see that top turn buoy now is moved. It's going to need to be relocated, I think, for this next race. So the turn buoy is adrift, no doubt damage on the Deegan Marine race machine. But hey, congratulations to race winner Reece Coles. Now, I did have a yak with him last night without giving too much away, but they're running unlimited later this afternoon, so there's some fundamental setup changes in the boat that are different to a normal AFPGP round, because later on they'll take this engine off and put the bigger engine on for the unlimited. I'm not going to tell you what was changed, but that is actually what resulted in yesterday, that little bit of a speed differential, because they weren't able to use their full adjustment, if I can say that much without giving the game away. But yeah, they've managed to find something this morning, no doubt about it. That boat was fast.
Oh, absolutely. It's not the first rodeo for Reece and Simon. They'll do an engine change. A lot more power bolting the S3000s on. The top teams run methanol. Both the boys run methanol, which is a real trick to get right. You hurt a lot of engines before you actually get it right. But
you do. Now, Hadley Deegan is back in the dock, and I can see that front left pickle fork is gone. Yes. So he's smashed the end off the... And when I say the pickle fork, if you're looking at one of the boats on the water, although those left and right sponsons, they look very, very sharp, that lead point is actually a very light-duty hollow fiberglass section. It's designed to crush in case of an incident. So if you were to hit something, it works like a crumple zone in a modern car. And underneath that is the structure, which is a big rounded bulb. So it's so that if you hit another boat, you don't pierce through the cockpit of the other boat. But yeah, he has smashed that turn buoy in the top corner, and that's torn that front left off. And mate, there'll be a new race suit needed down there. I'm good friends with Hadley Deegan, and that was as close as you can go to going swimming. That boat launched up onto its starboard or right-hand side and probably rode for 10 or 15 metres. It was just on that tipping point, and somehow he managed to keep it together. He's got a big grin on his face. I'm not sure if you can hear me down there, but I can see the hand signals. He's explaining exactly what just happened out there, but he won't be that excited about the points though, so that cost him dearly.
It did, but I think he had a reasonable lead over Simon. But look, as we say, he's one of the nicest blokes in the sport. He really is. And
right, until you put a race helmet on and all of a sudden he grows horns and wants to run into a movable object.
But if someone as organised as Hadley, he'll probably have a spare pickle fork in the transporter. If not, someone will lend him one. That's a disposable item, as we've seen. But,
around the front here.
More.
Race 9, I think. I've just got an issue going on at the moment, so.
So down here on the boat ramp, and I can see him laughing right now. He's not going to laugh for much longer because I'm going to go and stick a microphone in his mouth. And I'm going to try and grab Hadley Deegan and just get a bit of a read on what exactly happened out there. But weren't expecting to see me on the... Were you? Hadley Deegan, mate, the Tasmanian from Ulverston. You out there, mate. That was a big moment. I managed to be watching you because you were coming on pretty strong. Tell me what happened.
Oh, mate, I was just trying really hard to stay in tight and catch him. So, mate, obviously just tried a little hard, and it bit a bit tight on me. And I've tried to get that buoy earlier in the weekend, and I finally got it, second time lucky, but nearly put me upside down.
Yeah, I did see that actually, and I'm not sure what it felt like in the boat, but yeah, I was surprised. Like normally, that you'd pierce the buoy and you drive pretty much straight through it, but it didn't. It threw you up. It was as close as I've seen anyone going over. It mustn't have felt great from the cockpit.
No, I thought I was going to get wet. I thought I was getting wet.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, mate, come off the pace in the last part of that race. Is it related? I was worried maybe the weights of the turn buoy maybe hit the bottom of the hull. What was it?
Yeah, I wasn't too sure, and I'd lost water pressure, so I was just keeping an eye on engine temperature. So something has dropped out, so I just wanted to back it off and not do any further damage and finish. Yeah, well, that's it, mate. Consistency is king. Second. Good luck for the rest of the weekend, mate. Hey, the only bit of news out of that one is the international rules of the APBA. If you pop a turn buoy, you buy it, and that turn buoy hasn't popped yet, still floating. So you might just have to buy a beer at the bar. Hadley Deegan from Deegan Marine Racing. Uncharacteristic error from the big man. He's clinical in what he does out there on the water, and as I said, it's as close as you could ever want to see to someone going swimming in the Hawkesbury River unintentionally. But let's talk about heat number 2.
So, reverse grid heat number 2. So the way this system works, as I said, the fastest qualifier goes into Group 1, the second fastest goes into Group 2, the third fastest back in Group 1, the fourth fastest in Group 2. So we spread the field. The fastest guy out there on the water yesterday was the boat in the back straight right now. The white hull with the bright orange and blue flash on it. That was Kane Casson. 4 Tree Lawyers, Bannister Marine sponsored. However, after qualifying, Kano Casson, the boat actually went underweight on the scale, so did not meet the minimum weight, so he lost his fastest lap time. Had to go to the back of the field. So a bit of a tough gig for him, and he had to fight his way back through. This is going to be a big race, this one. Joel Smith is out there, the yellow and black machine of Joel Smith Family Racing. He was up on the podium in a 3rd place yesterday with a cracking run from him. The man rocketing down into turn number 1 right now is none other than Carlin Bailey. So Carlin Bailey, son of Craig Bailey. Craig driving in the unlimited category this afternoon. Carlin in his first series, so a young guy, I think he's 21 years of age. Joining this series full-time for the first time. He was unbelievably fast here yesterday, John. And Carlin Bailey was right up, I think he was 2nd place on the podium yesterday in his first race. But the fastest guy out there yesterday, the fastest qualifier, is the guy to watch in this one as he points over there. It's an all-white boat with a green flash on the back of it. Mark 1 Motorsport, boat number 102, Mr. Will Parker. He was frighteningly quick yesterday, mate. He took it by about 4 tenths into qualifying, and in his race, he was faultless. So Will Parker, unbelievable. But he's going to start from what pole is Will going to run from? Pole number?
7.
Pole 7. So he's got 7 boats to drive around to get back to the head of the field. Now, Corey DeVol, obviously, John DeVol, Corey DeVol, your son, we're seeing him back in a boat for the first time in a long time. And he was lightning fast. His qualifying yesterday was unbelievable. However, they hurt an engine. So in the race, he actually wasn't able to finish the race. So he was flying out there. Now, because of his poor result in qualifying and not finishing that race, he's getting pushed to the outside. So potentially, our 3 fastest boats are in poles 8, 7 and 6, mate. So this is going to be one hell of a turn-up.
Oh, that's correct, mate. Yeah, he had a bit of bad luck. Well, whether it was bad luck or bad engineering or something, the flywheel actually fell off with about a lap to go, so he was a DNF yesterday. But yeah, the boat and him showed a little bit of pace in qualifying, a little bit in the race, although I believe it also had an engine issue where it was losing 1500 RPM at different stages. So everyone's got an excuse, but
now I'm looking down to the starting dock down here. Now our official paperwork puts Problem Child, boat number 2, Problem Child on pole number 2. So pole number 1, yes. So Kane Casson. Now he didn't finish his. He had a bad run because he lost the trim of the engine. He was the fastest qualifier, but as I said, the boat went underweight, so he's disqualified. So in race 2, the reverse grid, he's actually running at a pole number 1, and this kid is lightning quick. The 4 Tree Lawyers, the major event sponsor of the AFPGP, sitting on the back of that boat. Kano Casson, another young guy that did a lot of crashing, made a lot of sort of really aggressive decisions early on in his career, and has matured as a driver. This brand new boat, it's a work of art, to be frank. I had a really good look through it, and he is so proud of what they've done. Mate, out of pole 1, he's going to be very, very hard to even get close to.
Oh, absolutely. You took the words out of my mouth, mate. He should have good acceleration. He's a good polished starter as well. Providing he doesn't do anything wrong off the start, this race is his to lose. So
pole number 2 is going to be Problem Child, my mate Mitch Williams from the 100 Mile an Hour podcast. Big shout out to his sponsors, Tom Button Trucking, Tool Force, AFA, Jolly and Potter Profiling and Webify. His best result ever was a 4th at Taree, but then in the very next race he blew the boat over, went upside down and broke a lot of stuff. He's had a bit of a horror run, to be honest, but yesterday he came home strong, finished the race, gave a big man hug on the boat ramp. He's back in the game, so expect big things out of him. Mitchell, Jack, Simone and Doggy spinning spanners on the engine. So good to see him out of pole number 2. A lot of pressure up there, come away with a clean run.
He's got a great team too. When the boat went over up there, they worked tirelessly and had it ready for the next morning. They unfortunately suffered electrical issues throughout the day, but the team got stuck in, even made a new windscreen for the thing, tidied up all the engines.
Let's keep going. Hey, out of pole number 3, who we got? Darren Hitchcock, the 38-year-old local hero, the new Mulgard. It's just fresh off the docks, all the way from Denmark. He's going to be one to watch. This is a green and black machine. Team Speed is the name of the boat. And yesterday he was out. He was clean. He wasn't trying to take on the world. This is a brand new rig, but he's a competitor. He's one of those ski race lunatics that does everything. And it'll be interesting to see him. So big shout out to his sponsors. But mate, we're racing. Let's have a look at this. Kane Cassin's away nice, but look at it outside. That's Corey Duvall out wide. Boat number 95 that's got a great start. But Kane Cassin, as expected, has left them for dead. I would not want to be in pole 6, 7, 8, 9 right now. Watch them through turn number 1. Look at it out wide. There is spray everywhere. Can they thread the needle? Will they get through clean? Cassin's around clean. Problem child. Mitchie Williams around clean. Out wide. I think that's Carlin Bailey. That's out. He's through clean as well. Beautiful run from Carlin Bailey. In the middle is Darren Hitchcock, Team Speed. And mate, Troy Hood, Corey Duvall's there, the whole lot. All through clean. What a beautiful start. The pressure cooker is on, John. Do not look away at the head of this field. There's big heart rates and big decisions being made right now.
Mitchie Williams doing a great job holding down third place. I don't know for how long, with Will Parker slipping up the inside there mid-season as they go in. And a beautiful job by Will coming around buoy to buoy and taking that position off young Mitch Williams. But out the front, it's unexpected. Kane Cassin doing a great job with Carlin Bailey chasing very, very hard and making some inroads.
Mate, that was a super aggressive move by Mark 1 Motorsport. Will Parker. Oh, we got a boat nearly around. That was Will Parker. So Will Parker, I was just saying, he's hyper aggressive. This is the boat in third right now in the back straight, the white boat with the green flash on it, boat number 102. Keep your eyes on him. He is absolutely charging for the head of the field. He wants to get in front of Kane Cassin, and he nearly lost it all. He nearly put it away. He was super aggressive on Problem Child, so his experience up against the inexperience of Mitch Williams, he just forced his hand, put the boat up the inside, mate.
Great corner by the top 3, but Darren Hitchcock doing a great job going around the outside. I think he'll have the speed over Mitch Williams. He might get him down this back straight away. But Mitch getting a good acceleration out of the corner. Corey Duvall chasing hard.
I tell you what, look at the head of the field here right now. This is the white, orange and blue boat. Kane Cassin leading. Carlin Bailey is trying to put a move on your race leader and fastest qualifier. This young kid, 21 years old, in the white machine, boat number 20. He's got pace on him. Bailey to his outside. Watch it into turn number 1 now. Cassin goes around. Bailey with a beautiful hole on the outside. I think he's got it done. They are gunnel to gunnel into the back seat. Carlin Bailey, what a corner. He's going to come across and take the line. Don't look away because Kane Cassin will not yield. Carlin Bailey now comes across, and Will Parker now ranging up in the battle at the head of the field.
Darren Hitchcock having a huge moment coming out, crossing over the watch of Mitch Williams, which has left Corey Duvall on the outside, another few boat lengths closer. But out the front, it is all Carlin Bailey. He's pulled about 7 or 8 boat lengths over Will Parker and young Kane Cassin. Oh, Kane's slowing.
Yeah, Kane's slowing. Got a problem. Cassin is out. Kane Cassin is out of the race at the top of the field. That'll be a caution flag. So heartbreak for 4-3 Lawyers, Bannister Marine, Kane Cassin. But I tell you what, that's just catapulted Darren Hitchcock, Team Speed, up onto the podium. So at a pole 1 right now, leading this race is Carlin Bailey. In second place is Mach 1 Motorsport, and we've got another retirement down the bottom. I didn't pick that one up. That's Matt Jordan is out, indecisive. We've got retirements everywhere. That's Will Parker. Will Parker is out. He has pulled to the inside. So Darren Hitchcock now, Team Speed, moves up into second place. Corey Duvall Lambert Family Racing, boat number 85, has hunted his way forward, and Corey DeVol now finds himself from outside pole onto the podium.
Darren Hitchcock doing a great job in the new mole guard, heading down the back straightaway. But they're dropping like flies. Carl and Bailey not putting a foot wrong out front here. Just keep it nice and clean, and he'll walk away with the win.
Now for the championship, this is huge. Will Parker leading the championship is out of this race. He will get 0 points if he cannot complete it in this one. This is massive. Hadley Deegan was only 49 points adrift at the start of this round, and the series leader is out of this race, 0 points.
It's all playing into the hands of Simon Troy at the moment, but we'll see how that pans out.
Unbelievable. Now let's have a look at this green and black machine in the back straight. This is the brand new Mulgard of Darren Hitchcock, Team Speed. The boat looks incredible. They put a massive amount of work into it. The sponsors on board this weekend.
We've had a cowl come off.
So that's Will Parker is up and rolling again. You can see the lid has dropped off the back of the boat.
Fortunate is on the inside of the course, so it should only be a caution flag.
Trying to work out how much longer we've got to go in this one, but Will Parker, he knows he needs to get this finished. Will Parker can't have 0. Just looking at Kane Casson down there. I think he's had an electrical drama down there. It looks like there's smoke coming from the back of that canopy. He's got the cowl off down there, but the clock ticking down. Will Parker, yeah, he needs to get this one done. He has no choice. That engine on the back of that boat is not okay. The engine is moving everywhere now. I don't know, did Will Parker roll over? I'm not sure, we'll have to find out. But watch this white boat with no canopy in the back. Look at the motor. The motor is all over the place. It's moving left and right. He may well have done a ram. There's something wrong with the back of that boat.
The number 95, Corey DeVol, making a little bit of an inroad on Darren Hitchcock, but I think he's going to run out of time before he gets there. Carl and Bailey
certainly is.
Just looking very neat. Comes across the start-finish line.
Now, Carl and Bailey, our race leader. What a result for this young gun. Now, Will Parker's coming on strong, but Bailey, mate, it's one thing to catch me. You've got to get past me. Will Parker, the boat will be very different because he's lost the aero of that rear canopy. So the boat will handle differently. It's okay to be out there and doing what he's doing, but it's very easy right now to get it wrong and turn that boat upside down completely, which is absolutely what he doesn't want to do. He's currently sitting in he's going to get points for the finish. He has to make sure he brings that boat home. Remember, he's 2 or 3 laps down, so it doesn't matter for Carl and Bailey if he goes around him. See the rear cowling on that motor of Will Parker just hanging in there, but not so the dramas for Team Speed, Darren Hitchcock. If you want someone chasing, you do want it to be Corey DeVol. The Lambert family race machine, boat number 95, is on the hunt. I think the checkered flag is being readied, however. Checkered flag now flying from the tower, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for your race winner, Carlin Bailey from the Bailey Racing Team. What a drive from the young gun. Will Parker comes home and gets some points. Second place, the crowd will go nuts for this guy. Team Speed, Darren Hitchcock, boat 97, and third place from a massively wide pole. Welcome back, Corey DeVol on the podium. Unbelievable. Mitzi Williams, didn't talk about him enough. Problem child brings it home, as does Joel Smith. I didn't even talk about Joel. There was too much action up and down the field, but that's another bag of points. Podium yesterday, 5th position that way. It's exactly what they need.
Yeah, well, let's say that during the race there, it's all, at the moment, playing into Simon's hands. Simon gets a good start. I'm not sure what poles they're going to have. Because there's Reese has had a win in a second. Simon's had a win in a second.
Yeah. It's going to come down to fastest qualifying time. I think is how they separate those two for the final. And, but mate, I tell you what, this is no, like, we lost 3 boats or two that didn't finish. I need to find out, if you have a look at Will Parker's boat, that the engine cowl on that boat is completely dislodged as well. The rear canopy's gone. I don't even know. He might have barrel rolled this thing over up there we weren't looking, but the something's gone horribly wrong for the Wasp race machine.
He seemed to have trim, so I'm hoping that it's just a loose mount for the
pan and lid.
Pan and lid, because he had not a lot of trim, but he had trim on it, you know. So
now heartbreak too for Matt Jordan. We didn't talk about him, indecisive. He's under power on the way back in now, but the 25-year-old, he had a cracking run yesterday. He was super fast, really strong, but he's limping back in as well. But I tell you,
I think he's a ski racing convert as well, isn't he?
Yep. One of the he's come across. So big shout out to his crew, Matty Jordan. So. I want to say hello to Pappy, Josh and Amber, Jordo and Janine, Mum and Dad. So thank you for them. But he's brought the boat back. I'm not sure what's wrong, but he's here. But I tell you what, Carlin Bailey, that one, he deserved that win. He went out, he put all the pressure on, and it came his way.
Well, as I said yesterday, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? Yep. But your mentor is your father. It's Craig Bailey. Well, as long as you listen, you can't really go wrong, can you? He's been there and done it all.
Wow, so there's a bit of carnage. We've got a boat that we need to tow back from down the other end of the course. So Kane Casson, mate, Ford Tree Lawyers, and the Bannister Marine entry, really disappointed with him. He was looking solid. He had that one in the bag, I've got to be honest, but then it just, it went wrong. He found that there was a mechanical something. We know that Will Parker is going to press 120% every time he hits the water, and unfortunately, I have no idea what went wrong. The boat stopped. I said he may well have gone over. And we just didn't see it because there's a lot of cues there. Losing the rear canopy, the rear cowling being loose on the engine. I don't know. We'll find out. I might be dramatising there, but he may well have had to jump in and reset a battery switch and not dog down that rear canopy. And then when he took off again, I didn't see him come out of the boat though. But a bit of carnage out there in race number 2, mate, with the reverse grids. But these guys will be working hard. We'll see them back a little bit later on in the big final.
Absolutely. We should go down and have a chat and just see what actually did happen. So.
Well, the remote controls aren't working for up there, right?
So down here in pit lane trying to hunt down Will Parker as he runs away from me. So down here, a little bit of steam going around. Will Parker, mate, series leader. Something went badly against you, that one. What happened?
Yeah, pushing too hard, chasing Carlin. Inside sponson, hooked on the wash, coming out of the turn. Front of the boat went under, engine stopped. The starter motor's definitely not my best friend anymore. I think it took a bit of punishment to get it to go again.
Right, now, did you have losing the canopy unrelated to the two, or just that obviously you had a real sudden stop and it obviously dislodged the canopy clips to the back of the boat?
Yeah, it must have pushed the canopy off. I didn't realise as soon as it fired, we circulated and got what points we could.
Yeah, that was important. I was saying that up the coach. I got pretty dramatic there. He may have barrel rolled. Who knows what's going on? But you had to get the points finished and you got it done. So once you've refired, the thing ran well?
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, as I said, the batteries will be a bit tired. The starter motor's probably pretty hot. It cranked for a little while before it fired.
Big difference in the aero or the feel behind the wheel when you don't have that rear canopy. I'm assuming you get a bit more drag behind the cockpit. It's a little bit of a different boat to drive.
Look, everyone says that. I think that's the third time I've lost the cowling now, and I can't tell that it's gone.
There you go. So there you go. Will Parker, hot tip, racing without a cowling, just a bit lighter, a bit faster. Commiserations, mate. You're in a great position with that one, but I can't see Carlin Bailey down here. I think he's already gone back to pit lane. But I am going to try and grab Kane Casson. Actually, no, I'm not. There's a pretty heated discussion going on down there with Kane Casson right now, so we might leave him for a little bit, but he'll be really disappointed in that. He was in a super strong position, and just couldn't get it there. But I'll see if he wants to have a chat. Mate, Kano Casson, mate, I'm sorry, I've stuck a microphone in here. You just come back to the boat. Mate, you're in a commanding position. You looked awesome, mate. What happened? This is not your weekend.
Nah, never is our weekend. It's ups and downs of the sports, unfortunately, but we'll come back and we'll get there. It was all new to us this weekend, new boat, new adventure, and it was all positive to start with. Boat showing good potential straight out of the box. Carlin was sticking it to me, and we were on fire with him, and then we were literally on fire. So
I actually wondered that. I saw you as you drifted around the corner. The cowl came off and I think used as a bucket of water. So you had an electrical short somewhere that obviously they put you out.
I don't know what's gone wrong, to be honest. It's spat a plug out of it, and then the plug's just set fire to something else and something else. So it's just a catastrophe.
Happy days, mate. Well, it's good to see you got a smile in the eye. We love having you. Super fast, super aggressive, and mate, he probably had that one. That one was going his way, but hey, it's the way the cookie crumbles when you're in the Australian Championship Series. And take nothing away from Carlin Bailey, who bolted out of that one, and as Kano said, was putting all the pressure on him. So he had to drive it hard, as did Will Parker, to try and get in front of the young gun. But big points to the man on the boat ramp right now, Carlin Bailey, with a huge drive for such a young guy. He's taken it to these blokes. They are the best of the best anywhere in Australia and parts of the world, and he's just killing giants right now. We're going to take a quick break, and in a moment we got some hyper fives for you. Kyle Hancock, could you please make your way to the boat ramp immediately, mate? We need you right now. So Kyle Hancock, as quick as you can, mate. We've got the boat here ready for you to get back out on course so we can get underway. So Kyle, or if you can see Kyle, or if you've locked him in a cupboard, can you please release Kyle immediately so we can get this show on the road? Thank you. All right, so Hyper 5, what are we talking about? Well, Hyper 5, they're hyperactive. They started with 5 of them. There's a lot more. These are hydroplane KT, so air-assisted inboard boats. The Hyper 5 is a series that runs across several events. I'm only looking at 2 boats out on the water right now, so I'm not 100% sure where the rest of our field is, but looks to me like we've got, just trying to pick up who that is out there right now. We'll wait and see as they come past. I think we've got Anderson Motorsport out on the water. Brendan Anderson behind the wheel. Or no, we haven't. We've got Team Paradise Racing out there. So the 56-year-old Darren Oz behind the wheel. This is a Howard hydroplane, in fact, powered by a 308 Holden. So all you Holden fans up there on the hill, this is one for you. Big sponsor group, Paradise Cafe Tour Force. They're currently the series leader. Not the fastest boat out there, according to the owner, but most consistent, no doubt. So he actually did the Bradbury, in his own words, last time out there. So came from last and finished first. And this is Bova. Joined back in the commentary box by Johnny Duvall, mate. So some of the Hyper 5s getting out on the water. So this is Bova or Bobber out on the water.
Bobber, Timmy Lyons. Been around the sport a very, very long time and always into these KTs. I was having a chat with him during the week, and it's a like a 5-litre 305 NASCAR type engine.
Yep.
Makes a mile of horsepower. But he said he's struggling to get it out of the corners. You've got to take very wide corners. So you watch this, well, you'll see him sort of keeping the RPM up, because once the RPM falls off a little bit, he's struggling to come out. So he's been around a long time, Timmy, and he'd be one to watch. The boat's very, very fast in a straight line.
Look at that. The major results listed in his driver profile. He's won 6 Ken Woggett trophies as a driver. Won 2 Memorial, so 6. Yeah, and then Tim as a driver has won 2 of those. So this is a very, very competitive 5-litre bloody KT package. Oh,
absolutely. Well, he's Ken Waggett is the pinnacle of, one of the pinnacles of trophies in 5-litre racing. Yep. And so to win at 6, to win it once is an achievement. Back in the day, they used to have like 40-odd entries or something like that.
Yeah,
crazy. Yep. And at Toronto, start them all at once,
Yeah.
Madness.
You guys sort it out. Don't worry about the rules at turn 1, just the first one there wins. Yeah.
I believe Steve Smith's built the engine for it, but when he's been down here, City Moore's been helping him out. The sponsor, I think they've had the engine on the dyno, chasing some torque. A member of Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, and he's up in Hunter around the Woodville area in New South Wales. But Timmy's been around for a long, long time.
Yeah, well, we want the points out of this. So currently sitting second in the series, the Howard Hull. Couple to Bravo, 1 drive on the back of the engine. But here comes our start boat, ladies and gents. So if you're new to the sport, the start boat, white flag flying high. It'll line the drivers up in their dedicated pole positions. And once that flag drops, can drop any time, either before or entering the course. Flag goes down, throttles open wide, and here we go. It's a drag race to the line. KT inside, hydroplane to the outside.
Timmy Lyons comes out in first place, and Darren Osmotherly rounds in P2. Both boats having to take wider corners, but at the moment it's all Timmy Lyons in bother as we head down the back straightaway for the first time.
There's some big pace out of this machine right now. There's Bomber. Howls into turn number 1. Eases the feathers the throttle. So a little bit different to the Formula GPs. The KT feathers the throttle a little bit, but got big horsepower trying to get it to settle. The Hydro just plows straight in there and turns.
Yep. Well, Darren's fairly new to the sport. He bought the boat probably less than 12 months ago from the Sherry boys, which originally was Paul Vella's old Red Impatient boat. They were still on the 253 in. I believe it's got a 253 or 308 in it now with some sort of timed injection on it that the Sherry boys sorted out. But Aussie's just finding his feet at the moment. Had some issues. But Timmy Lyons telling me the other day that boat is nigh on 50 years old.
Oh, really?
50 years old.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And it's pushing on strong, too. The old 308 Holden doesn't sound so strong right now coming past us in the Paradise racing machine. Bit of a wiggle on the rudder, so I don't know, maybe he's got a handling issue and he's back the throttle off if something doesn't feel right under the seat. Well,
I do believe he had some issues. I'm not quite sure what they were during the week during testing. I think Timmy Lyons went down and tried to give him some bit of a hand, but obviously the gremlins are back, unfortunately. But Aussie and his team are very, very hard working. They'll keep their nose to the grindstone until they sort it, and they'll get there. But that's all part of the learning curve of joining powerboat racing. As everybody would know, Aussie was a long time involved in ski racing. Not much he hasn't done either, but one of the two people that actually skied the bridge to bridge backwards, Murph.
Yeah, if it wasn't hard enough, you just may as well ski it backwards. Why not? Yeah, when you say backwards, you don't actually mean went the wrong way. You mean actually standing backwards.
He's standing backwards. They put the fittings on the ski the wrong way, and partner with Danny Cropper, I might add. And it was the slowest that Danny had ever been down the river. But
all right, so black flag shown. So that was, I think, just obviously not all competitors out there. So that was just a bit of a hit out to give these guys a look at the course. Hey, next up, we're going to make a bit of noise, mate. The next race on the program, the Unlimited Displacement Warm-Up, heat number 1. So sitting in front of us right now, there's a bit of a crew hitting the water. I can see the team of Supernova out there, Scott Cleaver, the Bay City Marine entry, this massive, big, twin turbo, forced injection methanol breathing monster with Scotty Cleaver at the wheel. It's a beautiful looking rig, and it's going to be good to see this thing fire up in anger here this weekend.
Absolutely, Scotty. Another devotee from ski racing has come across, bought the very successful boat off Pasala. Rob Pasala has stickered the boat, coming up. They did an absolutely fantastic job. Scott's been finding his way over the last 18 months. Seen some great results in the NDC, the National Drivers' Championship. But yeah, unfortunately, I think Scott's got 2 or 3 unlimited ski racing boats at home, which aren't doing him much good at the moment.
Yeah, no. So he's decided to come out and have a crack at this, mate. Go hard, turn left. Go hard, turn left. Yeah, it's a bit of a drama out there. All right, so who else we got out on the water? Well, the Constable brothers, look at it glinting in the sun. It looks like a shark, this thing. It frightens me just to look at. The boat's name is Odin. You'll see the massive 510 slash down the side. That's 510 cubic inches of blown injected horsepower. Each one of these boats sitting out here on the water right now is capable of producing up to 2,000, maybe even over 2,000 horsepower. That's not the problem. The problem is how the hell you're going to get that into the water. So the boys at Odin have worked overtime. Yesterday, and I don't get, again, too much away, they hurt an engine in the last practice last night. So I'm telling you, when I left here last night about 9:30, they were pulling the second engine out of the transporter and replacing a whole engine in this. So new cams, new systems, and Rob was not happy. He felt like they'd hurt the engine in the last run. And the telemetry was there to prove it, so rather than take a chance on it, fresh engine for these boys, so massive shout to them to put on that kind of effort.
They've taken on a big deal here. These Noonan engines are drag race engines, and they've had to convert it to a circuit racing. And
100%.
The work dedication that Pete and Ryan and especially Rob put into the boat, and the money they've thrown at it is just unbelievable. Their dedication to the sport, the things they've done when they've hurt gear, driven back from Mildura overnight, got the parts they needed and come back down again so they could run the next day. Their dedication is unbelievable. The presentation of the boat is absolutely first class, and a lot of the gear that you can see on the boat is CBR engraved in it, which means that Pete and Robert have actually milled that out of their own mills at home. Rocker covers, intercoolers, turbo covers, you name it, that's all been manufactured in-house. So absolute credit to them. And if you want to see a boat accelerate out of a corner, you've never seen anything like it.
On his own here last night with flat water and no one else around, it was an awe-inspiring demonstration. Hey, twice the Mayhem's out there. Royce McIntyre, mate, 31 years of age from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. Big LS2 in the back of this thing, built by West End Performance. So Motorsport Connections, ARS Refrigeration, Power Marine, Fortis Security are on board to help them. And you'll notice on the deck of this boat, actually, the Black Dog Institute logo, which is obviously an initiative across Australia supporting depression and mental health, and a big part of their program is awareness of mental health, both men and women mental health. But the Black Dog Institute sitting proudly on the deck of this boat. It's an image hull, mate, but I had a chat with the boys this morning, said had any dramas on the way up, said apparently there's talk of a tow vehicle being repossessed at some point later on this afternoon, but I don't think they meant theirs. I think they're planning on upgrading their tow vehicle later on today. So if you can't find your tow vehicle, go and see the boys at Twice the Mayhem.
They're a great father and son team. They've been around a long, long time. I remember, I still think of Royce as a junior, running around in J1s, and all of a sudden these kids show up and they're in their 30s and they've got tattoos all over them and they've got a wife and kids, and I think, well, what happened to my life? But it was all on. I've never heard anything about the story. All of a sudden they showed up with the Mayhem boat with a little blower, and they're creeping up on it, Murph. They're creeping up on it. They hadn't expected to come out and set the world on fire, but whatever Royce and his dad have done in boat racing has been 100%, 110% effort all the time. So they're a story to watch, and they'll be there Sunday afternoon. So.
Mate, another one that's sitting out there in front of us is out of nowhere, Chris Tracy from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club as well. This is a child's play hull. The old boys over the crew, combined age of about 707 years in the crew. Not exactly right, but big thanks to Barbecues Galore Bega for their sponsorship. So this is load alcohol injected, unlimited displacement as you will. The big horsepower boats, the big noise, the big speed, 140, 150, even upwards of that mile an hour on this beautiful Dargle River course here on the Hawkesbury River. And Mayhem having a bit of a twice to Mayhem. Royce McIntyre and fired. Getting a bit shallow in there, Royce. You want to steer it out to the middle. So some very different engine combinations here. We've got obviously the Supernova machine, massive big twin turbo setup, and then you've got the supercharged, what we call the blown, a couple of the supercharged rigs out there as well, and then you've got the Constable Brothers rig. Again, they're totally different, these engine combinations, but old technology, state of the art, everything in between, mate. But again, this battle is not always about how you deliver it into the water to get the boat moving forward.
If you're somewhere up there in the speed bracket, you don't have to be the fastest boat. It's all about a lap time. If you can get around the course quicker than anyone else, that makes you the winner. Yourself with it. Chris Tracy coming past now and out of nowhere. Chris was about 20 years ago a very, very polished driver, and he's I think it was a 17.6 Borussia, the same as my old boat, called It's Coming. Very, very fast boat out of Canberra. A friend of his has built this boat up, and it's one of its first outings.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the only driver to take on the actual sighting lap that time through with those boys as well. So the rest of the field either deciding it not necessary to have a look at this track first time out. And look, I'm a race driver, nowhere near this level, but I find that a bit surprising. Every day conditions change. The angle of the sun, the position of the boys. Obviously, we've only got a two-boy turn at the top of the course this time. I'm a bit surprised at that, John. What's your take on it?
Well, firstly, you don't underrate yourself there. You are a race driver. But I think it's very important, mate. I always wanted to go and have a look. You can't see where that buoy position is, that middle buoy. That could be right up against the two outside buoys. It could be 10 or 20 metres back. So when you get there all of a sudden and you think it's a fairly acute angle, you find out that it's very deep.
Yeah,
and
sure.
You've got to change your...
Yeah, so rather than like a 90 degree that you're right angling it, you actually got to sweep it.
I'd hold the race up to go and have a look myself.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised at that actually, and obviously, this is a huge amount of experience out there on the water. I'm unsure, maybe I missed something at driver's briefing this morning while I was sipping my chai latte, but yeah, I'm really surprised, and surprised too that they're not doing it at pace. Like, there's nothing, it's okay to cruise past it at 60 mile an hour, 80 mile an hour, but when you come in at 130, it looks very, very different. So anyway, hey, we're going to wait and see. Let's see if they all make the corner, if they all shoot past it.
You need to know also where the sun is. Coming down this front straightaway, you can get just past the start-finish buoy here, and it's all the glare on the water. You can't see zip. You're blinded momentarily until you get past the sun line in the river, and it's very dark and green down there. It's hard to see any rollers. It's shadowy. So
it is one of the reasons why, if you're looking at the course, you'll see that the lead-in buoy at both ends is a yellow buoy. So it gets to that point in the afternoon when you've got that much sun around, you can't actually see the colour of the buoy, but you can see it's a different colour. So you're looking for the lighter of the colours as opposed to yellow and red. It's obvious now, but not later on. But hey, flags flying, mate. Let's have a look. We've got Constable Brothers out of 1, out of 2, Supernova out of 3. I'll have to wait and see, but unleash the beast. Look at them go. And it's, wow, it's a drag race. On the outside. Odin goes around, got a hold, pole number 1. He's carried it a little bit wide, but Supernova, Scott Cleaver, this is a warm-up race. Playing a cool hand and gets the power back into the boat. Bit of drama back here in the fourth. Just cannot get the boats to settle. And it's a big run to the outside now.
Two small blocks are battling it out there in the third, fourth position. But out in front, it's all Ryan Constable at the moment. Had a little bit of trouble getting it out of turn 1 before, but the boat looking good now. A little bit of a Popeye here, I hope not. But Scotty Cleaver's dropped back a little bit. Out of nowhere, pulling up on the front straightaway. Royce McIntyre holding out third.
We've got one down on the way through. I can't pick up Elias. We've got one boat stopped in the course. But I tell you what, Odin had a little bit of a misfire that time through. It sounded like it was popping a little bit, and he's backed right out of it now. So have the Constables got another problem? Not so Supernova. Remember, this is a warm-up race, but it is still a race. So Scott Cleaver has now backed off as well. And the guy that's not backing off, who's coming in third, is now right up on the hammer. Now, we've just got a caution flag, so we're still under race conditions, but it looks to me like they're all stopping. Odin is out. The Constable Brothers are out. That is heartbreaking. Right now, Scott Cleaver and Supernova out in front, and another Mayhem are the only two boats running. But tell you what, I told you, this is a fresh engine in Odin, and they've had to shut it down.
Well, let's hope it's nothing too major. But I thought a good example of following the flags. All boats was about to stop in that race until they had another look, and boats have got their heads up from the radio crew. But
this is going to be a checkered flag finish for Scotty Cleaver in a Supernova, the Bay City Marine machine, and bringing home to second place points is another Mayhem. Sorry, twice the Mayhem. So Royce McIntyre. So 4 become 2 in the first of those heat races, and that is not what you want to see with two very, very strong competitors being shut down. So out of nowhere, the old boys, and of course the team of Odin, the Constable Brothers, or Constable family, I should say. So what are your thoughts on Supernova that time through, mate? The boat's obviously got a good pace. As I said, Rob Pasala campaigned this boat for a long time. Scott Cleaver, a lot of experience with these big horsepower machines. Out of the corner, seems to bring the power on nice and steady, but also then tends to choke the boat down a little bit. It's an interesting technique. You see the boat sort of, he lets it fly, but then settles the boat hard again about the third of the way down the track, and then lets it come back up. So interesting pattern. It'll be interesting to watch that develop over the weekend.
Yeah, well, look, he's just another guy that's, as they come over from ski racing, and he's just sneaking up on it. He knows, he's already barrel rolled it once, and found some issues with the hatch release, and good friend Maxie Andrews redesigned that for him. him, and I think he was caught in the boat for a little bit, which gave him a bit of a scare. But look, he's just creeping up on it, and I see him every event I see him at, he's just getting faster and better. Still fairly tentative in the corners, but he's getting the power down, and as you know, getting the power down these things is the hardest thing.
Correct.
You can't get the power down.
The boat out of a
you
corner.
might be 10 boat lengths in front, but you jump, skip, and hop sideways, the opposition's gone, and they're gone by 10 boat lengths, you know.
We take back, obviously, a local legend, hero, part of the family, Chris Pugsley, racing shenanigans 6 litre. You know, I've lost count of the times I saw Chris Pugsley put a much bigger horsepower blown boat behind him in an open race because of his ability as a driver to accelerate cleanly from a corner. You know, he might be down 600, 700, 800 horsepower, but still get the horsepower driving the boat forward, as opposed to someone that stomps on it, rolls the boat over, and doesn't get the drive. Hey, pleasing to see the Constables have driven Odin back in, though, so refired and brought the boat back in. So maybe a precautionary shutdown as opposed to mechanical failure, which is what we can hope for.
A tuning problem, we hope, you know. But look, we know the Constable boys. I know them quite well. They won't stop. No. It'll be going again, I'm sure.
100%. They're you know, and it's funny, as a spectator on the bank of this, you sit there and go, wow, these are boats going fast. This is Formula One stuff. These guys are, you know, they're downloading data in every heat. They're changing engine mapping, fuel ratios, fuel burns, air fuel pressures. It's a dark art making one of these. As you said, drag racing engines that were designed to run for 4, 5, 7 seconds under power. 3 seconds under power, let's face it. To make them do 3-4 minutes, it's a huge step.
Oh, absolutely. And the boys, if the right people bought it, put it that way, you know, they won't stop until they get on top of it. And I think Noonan's even said to them, we're in uncharted territory, Rob, you know. It's sort of up to you to sort it, because we don't know. They've always got blowers sitting on top of them, not so much turbochargers.
Turbos.
We don't know. We help you as much as we can.
The two quickest boats in that heat, both big turbo boats. So it's interesting dynamic, and of course we know the Barra turbo works well. Scott Cleaver, give him a wave as he, he's happy with that. So he gets a bit of a fist bump from the crew. He drove that well, and especially I like his aggression into turn 1 in that first hunt down the straight. Odin on his inside, matched boat speed on the way in, and probably was a little bit later on the calf plate. Obviously Odin had to make pole number 1, so they had to probably blow off a little bit more speed prior to that, but Cleaver's not frightened of that boat. He's pushing it hard.
Look, I might have everyone agree with me, but I think I've probably seen Ryan tip that 21-footer in harder than any other 21-footer I've seen before. He has a go. You know, I saw him help Tate Ramsey in down at Yarrawonga, and Ryan is absolutely not afraid, that's for sure. And they Scotty did a fantastic job of holding him in. As we know how important it is to hold your line around the first corner these days. It's a disqualification. If you don't play the game. So
we've got a few tough boats as we recover the unfortunately the boat of out of nowhere, the bigger Barbecues Galore sponsored machine. The old boys have got a bit of work to do to get that boat back up and running, but a couple on the water, mate. Decision is out there. Brent Lewis from the Image race boat of Brent Lewis, the 415 all-pro headed Chev 671 with a bug hat on it, mate. What do you know about this thing? It's a bit of a rocket ship. It's been around for a long time.
Well, Lewis' name is synonymous with powerboat racing. Their dad, they were both Windsor boys. Their dad, Louis, bit of a legend in the sport, Clyde Lewis. They moved to Queensland when the boys were still teenagers, and they picked up where their dad left off. Their dad, up until his untimely passing, was still building the boys' engines and helping them out. But Craig's been a little bit quiet of late, but his brother certainly hasn't. This is a reasonably new boat, and there is nothing that he hasn't won. He's won it all. He's won the USA Australia Challenge. And it's a small block. It's a large small block. I think it's a 410 cuber or something like that.
415.
But he's up there and makes the bigger boats. It's smaller, nippier around the corners, and he can drive. So
I think we've got Craig out there as well. So both from the Gold Coast Powerboat Club. Craig Lewis out there in Image. So. No, I've got Craig is driving this one. So I've got Decision and Image both in this heat, I think. Yeah, according to what I'm looking at my paperwork here. Could be horribly wrong. I think there's one hiding behind the tower that we can't see there. But
That's Joe. That's Joe.
He's Joe. Okay, so I haven't seen him yet in the water, but we'll wait and see. But mate, Joe, this is blown alcohol. It's an AW Marine hull. AW Marine. Talk to me about it. It's basically a boat that they've engineered.
Well, it is. Andrew had a very, very bad accident down at Melton a few years ago, and
destroyed the boat.
And it was absolutely destroyed the boat. That credit to Malcolm, the boat was built well and the cell held up, and he was able to get himself out.
Yeah, so the cell from the old boat is now the cell that's in this new boat.
They've redesigned the boat and made it into a 19-footer, so it's a foot longer, and that's the first engine placement and fuel tank placement, and so far I've seen it, the boat works absolutely beautifully. It trims very well and it's fast. That's an old motor out of Truly Wicked from Nudo days with Dave Bowen that Andrew bought, and it just keeps going. I mean, I think young Alan Newton's down here in front of us here still builds the engines for it.
Yep.
And very, very quick boat. And that extra foot has made a big difference.
Yeah, it has. So, 20-foot, the new 20-footer. Big shout-out to Dave Scott and Wig Newton. The sponsors this weekend, Bannister Marine, Merriweather Pies and Freeman Excavations. He had a quick run here yesterday afternoon on some flat water, and it looked good, sounded good. But lock and load, mate. Another campaigner, but a 6-litre. Ryan McIntosh.
Very fast boat. The Chris Whalen boat from years ago. One of the first people to use the SB2 Chev motors in it. It was sold to Ryan McIntosh, who's been campaigning for probably 4 or 5, or maybe even longer, 6 years. He hails out of Wingham and Taree. There isn't much he hasn't won either, so won most of the 6-litre races. His major sponsor McGrath's Meats, and he'd only like to thank his crew and his darling wife who let him go back racing after that accident. So,
glutton for punishment.
Sam Macca, Andrew, Larry, Hutch, and Hamish. His crew.
It's funny because, cast your mind back sort of probably pre-COVID days, 7 years ago, when the 6 litres across Australia were just the premier category. I think at one point we had like 14, 15, 16 boats in that category, and these guys are always at the front of the field. Back then you had Shenanigans, you had these guys, so Junior, there was just, Turn It Up boys were running 6-litre back then, and, we talk about the AFPGP, gunnel to gunnel. This was dog eat dog, and these guys were always at the pointy end of the field, drive the wheels off this thing, and said, don't be surprised today if we don't see these guys right up at the pointy end of the unlimited classes, because they are fast.
Oh, absolutely. They just put the bigger boats under a bit of pressure, and as I say, they come out of the corner, the driver gets a bit excited, puts it up in the air 2 or 3 times. The 6-litre's gone. They're 10 or 15, 12 boat lengths in front, and that's hard to get back at any stage, And
I love the one thing that you don't expect until you've experienced a 5, 6, 7, 8, 6-litre race, is that, and you'll hear it in this one, you might get drowned out by the big bass notes of these big blown boats, but the revs that they run out of these 6 litres, all of a sudden he's just mucking around at the minute. He'll come back through here and it'll be off the scale, and they're just such strong builds.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's all sort of, I think a lot of it's NASCAR design these days with Honda Journal cranks and
Dodges
the conrods are like carrots, they're just 7 inches long and tiny pistons, but they're running up around the 9,000 RPM.
9,000 RPM, yeah. And that's the thing, is that they'll handle that rev all day. The issue with powerboat racing is, unlike a NASCAR engine, is that they get it wrong and skip out of a corner at full load and they free rev. If you remember Days of Thunder when Cole Trickle was having his dramas and he just clutched in and hit the tacho up to 10,000 and just torched the engine. Well, these things will try and do it to you every time the prop leaves the water. So as a driver, you just got to be so on it that you don't over rev and launch the boat out of the water, and all of a sudden you go from using all your 700-800 horsepower to 0 load, and then back to 800, back to pushing the boat in the water again. But we're up at the starter's hands now, mate. Starting to mill around up there, and
getting back to Days of Thunder, it's one of my favourite movies, and my boys unceremoniously call me Harry Hogg.
Everyone wants to be Cole Trickle.
That's it.
Drive through the smoke.
I know you can do it, Cole.
Yeah, those matched tyres, I'm sure I need a set of matched propellers from a race boat. All right, enough banter. Here comes the start boat on, so the practice race Number 2 in the Unlimited Open, so we'll see. It looks like we've got Joe on the inside and this new rig. Lock and load out of 2 and out 3's decision. Yeah, so flags down. Let's look at the acceleration first up, John, on the run to the line, and there's nothing between all 3 of them.
They head into turn 1. Brent Lewis, maybe with a small lead, but the long way around. Joe Jr. on the inside, not sure. Oh, there's Lock and Load coming out in the middle. This is what I mean. Joe's had a couple of little jumps. They've put 5 boat lengths on him. Brent Lewis holding his own down the back straight.
It's unbelievable. That's it. At the top end of the straight, because of the bigger horsepower, you can see the prop difference, so they're able to carry a bigger blade of prop, but it's not helping them on the launch. Look at that. That's gunnel to gunnel. Beautiful decision, having to make a little bit of an adjustment on the exit. Lock and Load on the inside. Now that starts to build. The run is over, so Lewis.
Yeah, Brent's showing a bit of a clean set of heels now, but Ryan McIntosh not giving up. As I say, it was crucial with Andrew Walmsley coming out of turn 1 and losing a little bit, just losing more and more time. Out front, it's all Brent Lewis showing a clean set of heels. Lock and Load obviously having an issue out there.
I was going to say that he didn't put the hammer down on the exit to that corner, just sort of eased up on it, and now he's come off the pace to still Sergei. But have a look at this run in front. This is what you want to hear and see. The beautiful image boat glinting in the sun down into turn number 1, sounding strong, looking good, well driven through the corner, stands it up, gets a good launch, bit of a twist in the mid part of the acceleration.
It's all Brent Lewis. They head down the back straight away. Would like to know what's happened to Lock and Load. Sounding a little bit fat down there, but looks like Brent will come away in heat number 1 with a nice win. Boat looking very good. Out of turn 2 is slowing Joe Jr. as well. He's getting back on it now.
It's interesting on that last charge down that last straight with decision on the way to the line is that the boat started to corkscrew a little bit, so it looked almost as though it was hitting a hull speed, so it was starting to get a bit of rotation, still sitting flat, but yeah, an interesting move, but good boat speed, good top end boat speed out of its decision that time through.
Absolutely, but the water is deceptive here, Murph. It gets very quite soupy along this front straight. Having raced here for many years, it's not. It doesn't look bad out there now, but it's not great. You've got to pick your line and be feathering that plate because it will pick the boat up, sort of.
And move it left and right. It's funny, we forget about the term displacement. Literally that's the objective behind this boat. They don't necessarily. They're designed to push the water out of the way with brute horsepower. So it creates these pressure waves. You can see them now. Racing stopped. You can still see all of this. With no boats here, this will be a glass off today. There is zero breeze. So there is those conditions. And parts of the track here, like on the opposite side of the bank as you look, you've got sloping beaches at one end, but then you've got this vertical rock wall and a man-made rock wall at the other end. So you get the bounce back waves. So it can get quite confused. But 3 starters, 3 finishes. Lock and Load coming off the pace, but we'll wait and see on that one. Sounding good, but nice run from all 3 of them.
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head with that rock wall over there. You come out of the corner here, it's got a nice sandy beach along there, out of turn 1 on the opposite side, but the rock wall there can play real havoc, especially with blown boats, about 5, 6, 7 blown boats running out there. It can get very, very soupy, and you've got to really keep your eye on the ball. It's a fine line. If you run too much down plate, the boat will want to track off the nose. If you run not enough plate, the thing's got to sitting up too high and get thrown around by that wave. It's a real balancing act.
Yeah, it certainly is. But obviously, I'm a very average, as I mentioned, outboard driver, and the whole idea of just pushing the nose in while you're still under big power is really quite foreign, and said, you can see how it does settle the boats, but like you said, you go too far, and all of a sudden you got the nose of the boat doing the steering, and the rudder lightens up, and you can very quickly move 2 or 3 poles in either direction. We actually had a moment, I think, a couple of years back here when one of the Ramsey boys that coming into the corner basically flat spun. So kicked the cab plate hard, lost vision in the sun, wasn't sure where everyone was, and just said, okay, well, I just got to hit the brakes, and it actually threw the boat around in a flat spin because it buried the nose that hard, at the top end of the straight. It was a pretty exciting time.
Yeah, well, it's also if you are got the plate down, trimmed down too much, the load it puts on the engine is massive. It's like someone grabbing hold of the prop shaft and holding it up. So there's a lot in it to make the boat look good and keep your speed up as well.
All right, the river rats are out here, mate. We got some mono action, and I love these things. This is probably where my heart is. It's because of the only thing I'm good at doing, to be frank. But some of the very best come out of the Hawkesbury River. These guys have grown up on the river and absolutely love it. And I think we're looking at force out here today. Wait and see. We're just trying to pick up who we've got on the entry list for this one. Right, so the entry list I've got here is Power Marine, The Force Awakens, and No Rules. So, The Force Awakens, none other than Bo Bickerton. Love that name. Don't really know the kid very well, but I love the name. And this is one of the few centre-steered versions of this boat out here. So, he's an Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club member, hometown of Dargle. He's a local bloke, so he's got no excuses. But custom. There's a Force F18X, but it's a customised one, and in fact that it's centre steer, so it gives him a really good balance point in the boat. So traditional ski race boat, driver on one side, observer on the other side. Without an observer, put a few sandbags in there to try and get the boat balanced. Mr. Bickerton has built this boat just to go and do this stuff with, man. It's pretty good at it too.
Oh, absolutely. Again, his dad obviously owns Force Boats, and he's grown up around building boats all his life, and he's got into the mono racing. And for a young bloke, you see how he trims the boat, like he's not afraid.
They make it look easy, all these guys. Who else now? We've got three out there. They're on their way down here already. There's no mucking around. Power Marine is driven by Patrick Bonici, another Force F19X. The guys from Sydney. It's got a Yamaha 200 SHO. There's nothing in it. Oh, there's a bit of time walk, a bit of slop in the water, and away they go. On the outside, who have we got out there? No Rules. So that's Matty Campbell from Sackville. He's an F18 with a 250 Merc XS. These big ski race monos, they were never designed to be circuit race boats, and these boys do an incredible job of wheeling them around on the inside. Who have we got there? So 72. I don't think that's Bo Bickerton. I think Bo Bickerton's in the other boat. So I reckon that's Patrick Bonici, I think. Should have looked at the engine.
Yeah, we'll know on the return trip down the front straight away.
I'm not sure that our entry list is 100% correct, because I can't see a Yamaha out there. I think we've got Mercury here. But anyway, we'll get an update from the Tower crew. But have a look at this for a show of driving standards. These boats just poised perfectly on the plank. No, it is the Yamaha, so the man out in front. Why does it keep doing that?
That's Bo in second place.
Yep, Paddy Bonici.
Matt Campbell in third.
So Bonici had the inside pole. Look at Biggin, it just gets hosed. Absolutely. Right. Oh, big moment. There's the power. The big Yamaha rules the power on, and that's going to give a little bit of an advantage to Biggin on the outside as soon as that visor clears up.
As you know, these things are very, very difficult to drive. It's an art form, and cornering fast is near impossible.
You're absolutely right. Like, if you try and turn one of these boats when they're trimmed up to that level, you just go nowhere. So the driver's working very hard on the wheel. You go from full trim, so the boat gets maximum lift, minimum surface contact, as you're seeing right now. But then you've got to get the nose down so you can use the keel of the boat. Bickerton's coming back at him now. There's only about a boat length in it. But have a look at the rodeo ride further back. And with the No Rules rig, because Matty Campbell in the crosswash of these two boats, he's got the toughest job out of anyone, trying to sit right in the middle of the two wake zones. But mate, this is going to be anyone's race. Bickerton wide. That's a good run that time through though from the big Yamaha powered Force out in front.
Paddy Bonici, obviously no slouch, come through the junior ranks at Upper Hawkesbury as well, and has a very, very unique boat at home, an F4. I think it's a flat 2-cylinder or 4-cylinder boat that does well over 100 mile an hour, but he's got that parked and he's been running a mono for a while. So he's been around the lap a few times and done a few laps, and quite a proficient driver.
Checkered flag out, I think, for Mr. Bonici, mate. Look at the trim. He's got trailer trim to Showboat at the line. Bo Bickerton just to his outside. Good challenging run from those two. And this poor bloke's arms are going to be on fire as he comes through the no rules machine. Yeah, 250 Mercury Optimax, so giving away a little bit of horsepower, but Matty Campbell driven the wheels up. Look at the way it's just sitting there. Bloody beautiful. My son is a 1750 Bullet owner. He's one of those lunatics that's like, that's what he loves, which frightens me every day. But he looks at this kind of driving and goes, that is perfection, Dad. You can do what you want in a blown boat. You can look at hydros, and they're pretty impressive. But that, my friend, is as good as it gets.
I had a 21S Haynes, a social ski boat that had 300 on it.
Yeah.
And I could not get for love nor money. Every time it started to roll, you're supposed to catch the opposite side. Yep. I just couldn't get the rhythm, I'm sorry. But
well, a good friend of both of ours and a commentator extraordinaire, not here this weekend, David Bishop, who raced the Bullets to perfection for many, many years. When he basically started, he taught me how to circuit race. Well, gave me a couple of quick tips, and one of the things that I recall was like, when you have to think about it, it's too late. It just has to happen naturally. And I'm going, it's not the greatest tip in the world, mate. It's not working for me, Dave. I'm going to get ragdolled out of it. He said, it will come. It's like a Yoda kind of deal. A big shout out to Bisho. I think he's pretty busy this weekend with some car stuff that he's got on, but and to everybody else, Sports Film TV streaming live on YouTube this weekend. So we are on the interweb, streaming out all around the world, which will make a lot of people happy. Bit of a surprise, and thanks to the crew of Sports Film and then Tracy Pugsley and all the crew here of Dargle for bringing this event live to the masses that couldn't be here this weekend. When you think of Dargle, you think about being a little bit cold and amazing noise and stories around a campfire. We're in T-shirts. The sun is beaming down. It's absolutely beautiful.
That's a perfect day down here, but the event used to be held in January long weekend, and the crowds you get down there was unbelievable back in the day, but obviously this is a good time. It doesn't upset the river users too much. There is another event with the NDCs coming to town in August, I believe, and we have a special guest will be coming out to drive Mr. Big Stuff, Ty Newton, to mix it with all the Aussies, and I hope he has a bit better run than he did in the Aussie versus USA challenge. But he's a very, very hard charger, Ty Newton. Seen him race in America and over here previous times. Does not give an inch, so something to look forward to. Anthony Nibbs heading out in the 95 mile an hour class. Anthony, an absolute stalwart of Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, been involved in the sport, I would guess 30 plus years. Has recently slipped over to the LS motor from his old Chevs and having the time of his life. So he's absolutely everywhere. Anthony just loves it. Competing is his main game. Winning is a secondary thing, but competing is just what he loves to do. So it's a 17-foot Brucey Everingham, which he bought brand new. For 38 years he's been racing.
It's a long time behind the wheel, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Here's Handful, mate. So we've got 5 boats in this field. Handful going to run out of number 1. Mace running out of 2. Cobra from 3, Eliminator out of 4, and Steptoe out of 5, mate.
The Steptoe boat, I believe, is tied up with the Shenanigans crew. They're all friends, I believe. That boat, I also believe, come out of, was sitting in a shed for 20 odd years, and was finally set up a couple of years ago, and to come back to racing with very good success. The sponsors are Sheds and Homes in Canberra, Pathway Auto, and a Bega Head Service. Placed in every major race meeting since they've come back at first in 105 and 95, and it's a 15'6" Peter Smith Everingham hull with a 366 cubic inch Chev, hailing from Canberra, the home club being Dargle Valley Boat Club. Their crew, Warren, Gay, Bega, Head Solutions, Chris Tracy, and Chris Tracy, engine builder. So,
mate, great field. 95 mile an hour racing is unbelievable. So, obviously, each of these boats is 95 mile an hour capped, and what that means is they're more than capable of doing more than that. The reality is, though, that they carry an APBA certified GPS device. It's in a sealed container. So at the end of the race, they have to hand that container in, and if they're found to have exceeded 95 miles an hour, they are disqualified. So it's a really tough category. You get two kind of mentalities. You get guys that want a boat that will only do 94 flat out, versus guys that'll actually have a boat that'll run 105 all day and want to try and back it down. But you just got to make sure that that you don't break out, that you got to stay under that 95 mile an hour speed cap, or you are DQ'd. You can go from 0 to 0 very, very quickly.
Charles, no way, buddy. Good.
Right, so out of pole 1 should be the handful. 2 is Mace, 3 is Cobra, 4 Eliminator, and 5 is Steptoe. So they're milling out the Windsor end right now. 3 laps of fury. I think for this one it might be 3, maybe it's 4, I don't know. Is it Australian Championship Series? No. So I think we're probably going to see the checkered flag fly after 3 laps. Hadley Deegan Marine making his way back down to the ramp to freewheel that engine, load wheel that engine, just to make sure that after his moment, he's got everything the way he needs it to be for the next round, because he's still in the points. Right, Starpo picking them up now, John, as they come from left to right, from upriver, from the Windsor end.
Watched Darren Greentree out of 1. 351 Cleveland in the boat, Tunaram and twin 4 barrels, and 15 footer have plenty of acceleration. So
it's an important thing. You'll see the flag's gone. It's gone early, so they're all on the gas hard. You can see the boats leaping into action. These beautiful little 16, 18 footers. Gee, it's a good run out wide from Steptoe. Steptoe's going to lead them into turn number 1 out wide. There's nothing between the rest of the field. He's going to be getting pretty tight there. They're around 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice and clean. Beautiful pedalling from the whole field. And what a cracking run on the inside, John.
Absolutely, Darren Greentree doing a great job out of pole 1, but the old fella Alex Wilbo looking good in first position, but Darren come back to the inside. Just the throw a blanket over the whole field.
Hey, Steptoe to the outside. He's now got across, so he's got enough room to come across and pick up a lane. Doesn't have to stay so wide this time. He's got great boat pace out wide, and he's getting there. 95 mile an hour cap, but he's getting there quickly. But it's the inside right now. Handful. He's got the numbers. We've got a boat slowing in the middle. So hand in the air. That's Cobra. Cobra off the pace. So unfortunate for them, but now the battle is Handful on the inside, and to his outside is Steptoe.
Steptoe having the ultimate speed, but Darren having the inside run is totally him up on the corners. Steptoe coming back on him on the outside as they head down the back straight away.
Great racing at the head of the field. So unfortunately the Cobra boys pulling off down the end there, but nice turns from both these two. Little bit of a bobble. Steptoe's got the power down like a shot out of a cannon that time through. They got 5 boat lengths on the way through there. That was a beautiful exit. The slightly wider line paid dividends that time, John.
Yeah, he probably hasn't quite got enough room to move across, and he hasn't. It's Darren around the inside, but a lovely turn for a little 15 foot on the outside, and he's held that bit of a lead over Darren.
Tell you what, Mace came down here banging hard on the limiter. You can just hear the engine fluttering. There's no more left in the tank. So that's to be set at 94.99 miles an hour, there's no doubt about it. We've got the yellow flag, so it's going to be checkered flag this time round. I tell you what, from the wide pole out in P5, providing that GPS comes up trumps, this is a cracking drive from the crew of Steptoe. They've taken the win. Put your hands together for him. In 95 mile an hour, second up line is Handful Racing. And your third boat home is going to be, I think it's Eliminator, is it? Oh, no, it's Mace.
Steptoe just bided his time there, didn't get overexcited in the corner. Our little 15-footers are quite difficult to turn that hard. They're not. They buck, and if you don't get the approach right, they will buck and spin and what have you. But Darren's done a million laps, and it'd be very, very rare to see him spin. But Steptoe did a great job on the outside and eventually wore Darren down and come away with the win.
So we've got a few more minutes before we get the 550cc wild men and women out here on the water. Great time to get up, stretch the legs, grab yourself something to eat from the many food vendors around. If you haven't been to Porky's yet, you need to have a crack at it. The purveyor of fine foods and breakfast is my official title, and I can tell you what, I've pretty much eaten at every food van here this morning, and they are unbelievable. It is great to see so many of you here down here on the bank. It's just phenomenal. What a day. And we're going to have some very serious racing. The pressure continues to build as the day rolls on here at the Dargle Winter Spectacular. Attention 550 crews, just a reminder, you are the same pole on the second race. Same pole, race 2. Trent Duval, could you please come and see John Fowler at the timing station, the AFPGP timing station? Trent Duval, thank you. Okay, attention 550cc competitors. Attention 550cc competitors. Your poles for race 2, you are going back to back. Your poles for race 2 are as follows. The Gambler, 8. Kings Motorsport, 3. Ragged Edge, 1. The Torturer, 2. White Knuckles, 5. Burning Time, 6. Air Hog, 4. Wild Ginger, 7. Marine Tech, 9. That is your second race poles.
Hey, that's my number.
If you didn't catch that 550cc cruise, please come to the tower while the race is on and we will make sure we get it right for you. But those second race poles, your back-to-back race poles, one more time. The Gambler out of 8, Kings Motorsport out of 3, Ragged Edge out of 1, The Torturer out of 2, White Knuckles 5, Burning Time 6, Air Hog is 4, Wild Ginger 7, and Marine Tech is 9. They've made a change to the poles. In race 2, you are 5. And White Knuckles, Burning Time is 6. All right, here we go. 550cc, 550 cubic centimetres. 5.5 cubic inches. No, it's not that. 550cc. We're talking about the metric system here. So 25 horsepower is a 550cc as standard. The 550cc means you can modify it. You can put quick foots on it. You can do all sorts of cool stuff as long as you don't exceed 550cc. So you can actually run some of the 30 horsepower and even some of the 40 horsepower Tohatsu engines will fit into it. These are incredibly fast super light boats. So you're talking about nearly 60 mile an hour out of these little super fast machines. And we've got a pretty big field here, and some of them aren't even on my race program. So this is going to be entertaining for me up here in the box. But the guy that's going to come down in pole number 1, I know this bloke well. The boat is called the Gambler. The driver is Rowdy Burns. Beautifully presented hull. He competes all across the country in this category. There's a silver boat out there. Melissa King's at the wheel of that one. I think it's called King's Motorsport. Boat number 281. Ragged Edge is on the water. No details on that one, but let's see how they roll. Torturer 229 is out there. White Knuckles. That's a black and red machine. Boat number 114. Michaela's peddling the Burning Time machine, boat number 64, and Allison is out there in Wild Ginger. But let's see what happens. Andrew King's out there. 2 types of boat. The second type is the Yamato, the little tunnel boats. The driver's kneeling forward with a hand throttle. The flag's down. This is a drag race. There is nothing in it. I'll tell you what, Rowdy Burns on the inside. He's got some speed. He's keeping up with these Yamatos. So is Melissa King to the outside. So it's going to be Burns on the inside with the inside run. 2 of the Yamatos are right up on it. But they've got to get through the corner. Burns is going to go in hard and hot. Got to get through this corner, stay in poles. This is a big field. Burns rolls it through. The Yamatos hook in. It's pretty clean on the entry in the mid-corner. So Rowdy Burns, the Gambler, leads them through. That's 777 out the back. I don't have any details on it, but Rowdy Burns, the acceleration out of the Gambler out in front. He's got these Yamatos in his wash. Andrew King settles back in boat number 99 into 3rd spot. Further back is the Torturer. Can't see who's outside the blue hole. That's Allison in the Wild Ginger. Beg your pardon, there might be Allison further back in the field, but I can't pick that up. Limited details in the commentary. Burns now, the Gambler. They're going to pick up their start wash here, so it's going to be an interesting one, but no, nice clean turn. One of the little Yamatos has stepped to the inside, so choosing the shorter, tighter line. Obviously doesn't have the boat speed to drive past Burns, so he's going to try and outmaneuver him. But this is a drag race. The Yamato, the driver kneeling forward, hand on the throttle, looks across over his left shoulder. Has he got enough? No. He's got to leave a lane there for Burns, so Rowdy Burns keeps himself in it. If he comes across the tower, he's going to be very, very disappointed in this one. Oh, he's held him absolutely tight on the way into that entry, but Burns gets the job done. The 2 Yamatos, King to the outside, little bit of a bog down in the mid-corner. That's very, very fast and loose. Further back in the 25s, King now moves up a spot. The all-white machine, that wider run, he's actually down on boat speed, but he's driving the corners at a higher average speed, so it's paying him dividends. The silver machine is Melissa King. She's the next of the monos in this field, sitting in 5th spot. Further back, I've got the deck. I'm not... Wild Ginger. Or if it's Burning Time, it might be Michaela in Burning Time. But anyway, we'll see on the next lap through if we can pick that up here at the Dargle Spectacular. So things settling in. The Yamato, these engines were purely built to race. They have no other purpose in life other than to go fast. Rowdy Burns, the highly modified 550cc stock outboard on the Gambler. Quite interesting. If the conditions were a little bit choppier, I'd put this the way of the monos, but these conditions are just about perfect for these little Yamato flying machines. You can see the driver, as I said, kneeling forward. The left hand is on a squeeze throttle, right hand on the steering wheel. The drivers will move their body further forward or backward to try and adjust the trim of the boat. The further back they lean, the more air gets under the front of the boat, gives it a bit more lift. As they come into the corner, they lean forward and over the front left-hand side to try and give the boat the assistance it needs to turn the corner. Well, this is a hell of a race. So the checkered flag now flying high. I don't have the details, but I'll tell you it's boat number 777. The crowd on the bank applauding loudly. They'll know who it is. Hopefully they come to the commentary box and give me a heads up. But that's a well-driven race from a wide pole. Rowdy Burns in the Gambler comes home in second place. In third place, Andrew King, boat number 99, fourth of our Yamato's home now. Can't pick up who that is. Fifth place is the Torturer. The second mono home is Melissa King in the silver rig. And as we welcome the last of our competitors across the line, sincere apologies to the crews, but I do not have the details up here in the commentary box of who's peddling these rigs. So if someone from the class wants to come up and give me the heads up, I'll be happy to sing the song to the best of my ability. We need Trent Duval up here immediately, please. So Trent Duval, can we have you up to race control? We need you up at the AFPGP immediately. Thank you.
Motorsport. Yeah, King's Motorsport. We're allowed to just do it here? I don't know whether I'm going to have enough. Sam's there. Let's get it going, Jason Stella. Let's push up another one. Don't go out too soon, then Andrew's going on the floor.
Hey, Jim. What's 99? What's the name of the boat?
What's your one called? Marine Tech. Marine Tech. This one, Marine Tech.
What do you mean?
King's Motorsport. King's Motorsport.
King's Motorsport.
What's Melissa then?
Ragged Edge.
Which one's Ragged Edge?
Melissa's Ragged Edge.
What number is that boat?
155 is Marine Tech. Take a five. He come right out too. Yeah. Come right. I've left heaps of room. He's just come out here. Yeah, he didn't hold his lane and then it squeezed everyone up. Yeah. What was that? Rowdy just on the start, he's come across. Got it.
straight across the course. Straight across.
Andrew, straight across the course.
All right, so we've got a few more names here back up here in the commentary box, which will hopefully help me a little bit. Out of 31 is still Rowdy Burns in the Gambler, boat number 31. 99 in King's Motorsport. This is the little white Yamato, pedalled this weekend by Andrew King. Ragged Edge, boat number 281, is pedalled by Melissa King. This is a little silver mono. The little red Yamato at the boat ramp right now. Boat number 229, called the Torturer. This is Tim Bollins. White Knuckles. A black and red mono, boat number 114 is out on the water. Burning Time, boat number 64 is Michaela. That's a black and blue mono. Air Hog, 777. Little Yamato by Luke, driven by Luke Birmingham this weekend. Wild Ginger is boat number 284 with Allison. And Marine Tech, boat number 155, driven by Jason King. So hence the confusion. 3 Kings all in the same race. I'm not a smart man, but I do my best. Welcome back, John, to the commentary box. A little bit of chaos reigning supreme with the 550s. There's 1,000 of them, and they all have no names on their boats. So anyway, we've got that sorted now.
You've done well. Now call them in a race.
We'll see how we go with that. Yes, actually it was a great drive from a couple of the boys out there. The winner of that last one, I'm just trying to work back through my notes right now, was I think it was White Knuckles actually, but I don't have the driver's name of that one. But anyway, Rowdy Burns coming home second spot, the first mono home. Melissa King second mono home, but it was a bit of a battle between Yamato and mono.
Yeah, there's some fairly famous names in there. Andrew King and Timmy Bollins, both former F2 Australian champions.
Yeah,
and
they can pedal.
And now they're sort of more concentrating on their kids. And Melissa's been pedalling around in the 550 for a couple of seasons now, and great to see. I don't know whether Andrew will ever make a comeback to Formula racing, but he was a very hard charger back in the day.
Sure was, mate. I think he's having far too much fun. All right, so the polls could be anything. They did give us a new poll sheet, but I'm not sure if it was well communicated to the men and women out there on the water. But here we go. Start Boat has them in a lineup. Let's see who's going to... Flags drop, so we've gone racing. I think we're looking at the same lineup as we had before, but anyway, let's see what happens as we roll through. Hard to pick up this time of the day in the sun, but yeah, we've got mono the inside, Yamato. That gap is closing, so Andrew King, he needs to make sure he leaves a pole. Melissa King's on the inside, so the silver mono, Mel King on the inside, Andrew King to his outside. White Knuckles is up the front, as well as Timmy Bollins as they roll through. Melissa King, she had to turn real hard to make sure she didn't run into the other half, Andrew, and the 2 Yamatos shoot to the front. Rowdy Burns from a wide pole now has come right across. No, he stayed out wide, is Burnsy. Just trying to pick up where Allison is, but the Wild Ginger a little bit further back. So, head of the field. Andrew King now in second. Got the inside line in King's Motorsport. The all-white Yamato, number 99. Leading him, I think, is 777 Luke Birmingham. We'll wait and pick him up this time through. King to the inside. Rowdy Burns, third spot. Melissa King, she's holding outside. Big moment for Melissa King, but she's into fourth on the inside of those 2 Yamatos. So we've got Andrew King on the inside, on the outside, trying to pick up who that is. So it's 777. This is Luke Birmingham versus Andrew King. Birmingham, there's nothing between these 2 boats. Rowdy Burns in third. Tim Bollins in fifth. Melissa King in fourth. Made their fast and loose up the front of the field.
Oh, hitting a couple of waves then coming out of turn 3. Well, third boy, so I say, on turn 1. But Andrew King holding out the Birmingham boat on the outside as they come past. No, Birmingham's with a nose in front. At neck and neck they go down. Rowdy Burns holding down third beautifully. On the outside, I'm not quite sure who that is. I think it might be Andrew King's brother, with his wife Melissa into fourth, Timmy Boland's into fifth. Lots of squeezing and pushing going on in the positions 1 and 2.
Yeah, certainly is, mate. So Andrew King is a hard-nosed charger. Yellow flag flying this time round. Andrew King on the inside. Luke Birmingham on the outside. This is 1 and 2. These little Yamatos absolutely on fire. King's got a good gap this time round. So now he's got a little bit of clean water. You can see there's a couple of pressure waves at the top end of the course. So it's going to have to make sure they feather it through here nicely. Rowdy Burns in strong. And Melissa King, very, very quick, holding down fourth spot.
Andrew increasing his lead over Luke Birmingham by a few boat lengths. That happens on the inside run. Did a beautiful turn in turn 1 to help extend his lead. But Rowdy Burns making no imprint on the two Yamatos out front.
So Alison James goes through in the Wild Ginger, picks up another lap. There's a lot of wild gesticulating out there. The knees will be sore, the lower back will be sore, kneeling forward and holding onto a hand throttle is a very, very tough way to race one of these things. Conditions are just about perfect for these two, but burning time. Michaela out there doing a good job as well. Sorry, Macca, I haven't spoken about you enough. Checkered flag now here on the tower. Andrew King to the inside. I think he's going to have done enough. Put your hands together for him. Welcome to the top step of the podium. King's Motorsport. Andrew King, Rick Birmingham into second in the Air Hog with a nice run out wide. Rowdy Burns up on the podium, third spot in the Gambler. The beautiful mono. Oh, look at this drag race for fourth spot. Mel King on the inside to the outside. There's Marine Tech Jason King. So Jason King just putting the wood on Melissa. Beautiful drive by Michaela in burning time as she brings it home. I don't think that's Michaela that just brought that home. Boat number 64. I think I've got that wrong there.
I think this is Michaela coming across the line.
This is Michaela
now.
here right now. So that was White Knuckles. I didn't get the driver's name of White Knuckles, so apologies. Wow, the 550s.
Tower, go ahead. Can we wait up the other end now that the AFP GP's on? Yeah, copy that.
How long is the final back?
Tower to Towboat 2, you got that stranded boat under control? You want me to sneak it up the inside? Yes, please. Yeah, we're going to have some time. We're still getting the next...
Murph, great to see Hadley Deegan just reversing the boat into the water. I went and had a quick chat with him. He did have a spare sponson cover and was just checking over the gearbox that fixed a little water pressure problem, but he's back to fight for his position in the top 3 for the championship today.
Yeah, great to see you back on the water. So I've just been handed, ladies and gentlemen, the final pole positions for the big AFPGP Grand Final. Race number 10 on today's program. This is the final round of the Australian Championship Series for Formula Powerboats. We have 14 boats, John. 14 of the best, all hitting the water for the big final shootout. This will be a spectacle. If you need to go to the bathroom, you need to do it right now. This race is 14 minutes long, plus 1 lap. 14 minutes plus 1 lap. All right, so 14 minutes is this big grand final. This is the longest circuit race on the Australian calendar. If you think running 3 or 4 laps flat out is hard, you try to do it for 14 minutes. This will be a massive, massive event. So the question is, if you're hearing this morning, you've already seen these guys go out in 2 individual groups. Over the course of the weekend, their qualifying times, their race 1 finishing positions, the reverse grid race 2 have all accumulated points, which sets the starting grid order, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we can't start 14 boats all at once into the beautiful Hawkesbury River. So this is how it works. The first 7 boats will go on the drop of the first flag. They will make their way immediately straight up to the big yellow turn buoy at the Windsor end. The white flag will raise up and hold for 2 seconds. It will then drop again the next 7. They will then race straight to the checkered buoy, turn left and make their way down the straight. So essentially 2 grids of 7 going into the top turn for the first time. They then have to settle the nerves, calm the nerves, and if chaos has not prevailed, they then settle in for 14 minutes plus 1 lap. Your pole positions for the final of the Australian Formula Grand Prix Powerboat Championship are as follows. In pole number 14, provisional driver, put your hands together and welcoming Brad Hammond driving the Rogue. In 13, in the Lambert family race machine, welcome back to the big leads, it's Corey DeVol. Out of 12, in Wasp Racing 101, Mr. Kevin Parker. Out of 11, the boat is called Indecisive. The man behind the wheel is anything but. It's Mr. Matt Jordan. Out of 10, the boat's called Problem Child. The driver can be at times. Please welcome Mitch Campbell. Out of 9, all the way from Ulverston in Tasmania, Hadley Deegan, Deegan Marine, and the pole position of our second group goes to Mr. Brandon Cropper in Team 2-6 out of pole 8, John. There is some hard-nosed men in that back part of the field, mate, but Brandon Cropper will round that far finish buoy and then he will be pole position on the first of the chasing group. In our lead group, out of pole 7, and it's great to see him so far up the order, the Smith family racing pilot, Mr. Joel Smith. Out of 6, the all-pink machine of Hood Racing, it's Troy Hood. out of 5, the brand new Mulgard all the way from Denmark. It's Darren Hitchcock in chasing speed out of 4. He's been the fastest guy all week. He's won races, but he had a horror one in the last one, which has dropped him down the order. Is Will Parker in Mach 1 Motorsport. Out of 3, the all-blue machine of Reese Coles Racing, Mr. Reese Coles. Out of 2, the young upstart driving for Craig Bailey Marine Racing. It's the 21-year-old Carlin Bailey, and your pole position winner for the grand final of the Australian Powerboat Grand Prix here at Dargle is Mr. Simon, the Iceman Troy, 888 Racing.
Now, I've done a little bit of homework here, Murph, and I think that if Mach 1 and Will Parker finishes in 4th place, he will take the championship. I think Reese will have to win. Reese will have to win the race.
He's not on the list. So he goes last. He's on the pole as last. He's not on the list, that's right. So, mate, bit of an update from the officials, because I've just looked down this lineup after I've read all my notes, and I can see the stars and stripes of Ewan Bricker. So the boys have the boat back in the water now. I've just been told by the AFPGP officials that as he's had DNFs all weekend, he will start from last. So he will start outside Brad Hammond. So Ewan Bricker, the young kid from Langwarrin in Victoria for TBR. They've had mechanical gremlins all weekend. We have not seen him put down a lap in anger, essentially. He has got his work cut out for him, John. This is going to be an epic battle all the way through the field.
Oh, absolutely. Let's hope his luck turns around and can get a finish in this the final. Well, it's the final for today, and it's the final race for the AFPGP series. So Bricker was well and truly in the running a couple of weeks ago, but unfortunately with a few bad results over the last couple of rounds, it's pushed him right back. But they're resilient. They'll come back. They never give up.
Absolute credit to Gavin Bricker, the team principal of TBR, to actually get this boat back out on the water. Obviously their championship hopes are dashed, but they are here to compete. Mate, this is a massive mix-up. Simon Troy, one of the most experienced guys, has won this championship series, has been Australian champion, has raced forever. Alongside him, flanking him, is the youngest competitor on the water, Carlin Bailey. Last year he was racing in the F4 category, 60 horsepower. He's now stepped up into the Formula GP, and he's put himself in second spot off pole in the final of a round. It's unbelievable driving from this young guy. The team prepare faultlessly. The boat has been fast. The boat's an ex-Chris Kuznetsov boat, I believe. And Carlin Bailey, spoken to him all weekend, has absolutely, he's split the giants. You know, the guy to his outside is Reese Coles, boat number 1, the reigning Australian champion. You've got this 21-year-old that just wedged himself in between two of the hardest nuts in the sport.
And he'll hold his own. I wouldn't say he's not afraid, but he knows how to drive, and he knows what's legal and what's not. He'll hold his own, and hopefully won't be intimidated by who's inside him and outside him.
Yeah, Reese Coles Racing, this is the all-blue machine out there with the boat number 1 on the side. He's notoriously hard-nosed, lovely guy and that sort of stuff. But he will hold you tight if it's going to benefit. Like, he follows the rules to the letter, but I tell you what, he is ruthless. Now, outside of him is Will Parker, right? Mach 1 Motorsport. Now, he's been fastest. He's won his races. He was the fastest qualifier. He has been absolutely flying all weekend, but because of the result, he dropped 3 laps in the last race. Got it wrong, so he's dropped a lot of points for this one. That's going to put him out of pole 4. So, mate, he's got a bit of work to do to get to the front of the field.
Well, I started to say before, but I have been told that if Simon needs to win the race in 888 Racing, but if Will in Mach 1 comes 4th or higher, he will take out the Australian Championship. So Will doesn't need to make any mistakes, just consolidate his position. If he's 4th, he will win the Australian Championship. That's what I've been told. 4th or above, he'll definitely win. 5th place and below, if Simon wins the race, he will become the next Australian champion. So there's plenty to play for. Deegan Handley, again, he's got it in front of him in the second 6, but I don't think that anyone can catch him. I'm not sure, but let's hope he has a good, clean race and get himself up the field. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're feeling anxious out there in the spectator crowd, you're joining me in the commentary box. This is high intensity at its best. You will not go anywhere else in Australia and see 14 boats in one heat on the water at one time. The AFPGP is unique in this respect. It follows an international format. This is a 14-minute race, John. Fatigue is a massive factor. Your mental, not just your physical fatigue. I said your heart rate's up in the cockpit. It's loud. It's hot. You know, 5-6 G-forces in these corners, but you've got to maintain split-second focus the whole time. Lose concentration for a split second. At best, you lose a boat place. At worst, you are upside down in this beautiful Hawkesbury River. There's a massive amount of pressure on some of our less experienced drivers. You know, they've qualified incredibly well. Chasing speed, Darren Hitchcock out of 5, brand new boat, first ever event. He's up in 5. Like, he's surrounded by some of the best racers in the country. Troy Hood, the Pink Machine, Hood Family Racing, like, unbelievable. 6th spot. Joel Smith, the Babber, he's just come back to the sport, and Joel Smith, top 7, unbelievable. He will go forward.
Absolutely. Talk about fatigue. You know, a lot of the boats, well, most of the boats would have 24 volt up and down. And the reason for that is the 24 volt makes it actuate twice as fast, obviously, instead of a 12 volt system. So fatigue sets in, and you've got to roll your finger on the trim up and down. You've just got to roll it. You can't press it. It's all too late. So, you know, fatigue sets in. You press the button for a millisecond too long, you're over backwards. You know, or you've got the boat running on its nose. There's a lot in it. You need to be physically fit and mentally fit.
And that's it. That's when you get the experience of the likes like Simon Troy, Hadley Deegan, Reece Coles, Will Parker. They've been through the ringer. They've been through this 14 minutes of concentration at this level. It is next level. It's a good time for us to talk about the safety. Obviously, this is a huge event. The drivers I've mentioned earlier in the day. It's an incredibly safe form of sport. They will throw down, so it can look spectacular. The drivers are on board in a carbon fibre safety cell, strapped into a 5-point harness with a Hans device. They've got breathing systems, so they can literally be submerged and continue to breathe underwater while the rescue crews get to them. So, forewarned is forearmed. I'm not wishing it on anyone, but please don't panic if we see any spectacular incidences in these first couple of laps, because, mate, this is sheep stations. This is the Australian Championship on the line after a long, hard series. They've raced all over the country. They've raced for hundreds and hundreds of laps, and the championship chase at the start of this round has come down to just 49 points between first and second. It's never been this close. So any one of 4 drivers, depending on the result today, can take home the championship trophy for the Australian Formula Powerboat Grand Prix Series. It's not only about the first top 3, I think, Murph. It's also about the best position you can get today that you can take to your sponsors and ask for money. I've just come 4th or 5th, 6th, 7th or whatever in the Australian Championships out of a field of up to 25 boats in races. That sort of puts you in good stead. So there's a lot more on the line than just the first, second and third place. Yeah, 100% it is. This is a big deal. So, I'm not trying to get everyone nervous, but I genuinely get a little bit anxious with this stuff. Having been in the cockpit of one of these boats, and the environment, it's a hostile environment. These guys are the best in the country. You're looking at the V8 supercars. We've got the Shane Van Gisbergens. We've got the Formula One drivers, champions of the world here. Several of these guys have competed on the international circuit and won races internationally. John Fowler, the AFPGP key official, he's over here just quietly pacing as well. I've got a lot of confidence in these men, but they want to win. It's going to be a big one. But, mate, the kiss of death from the commentary box. Who's your man? Who are you going to put the cherries on for this one?
Oh, look, I like them all, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, come on, get off the fence, Switzerland.
No, I'm not.
You're picking one name, and you're telling me right now, and that name is?
Simon Troy.
Simon Troy, the Iceman. It's very hard to go past it. That's the white boat with the red canopy lid, mainline, Dynalog. Blasted down the side. He's earned pole position out of this one, and he can make that boat. It's only about 7 feet wide, I think, at the trans, maybe 8. He can make it look 35 feet wide when he wants it to. I don't disagree with you. I'm going to go on a... Out of pole 1, Simon Troy, I'm going to go with you on that one. So there you go. The double commentator's kiss of death, Simon Troy. But he deserves this one. He deserves the win. He's worked super hard for it. Who could it be? It could be anyone in that top 6, 7, 8 boats. Anything could happen. Don't discount the young TBR driver from finding 5 or 6 or 7 spots. But the quiet settles in. Everyone's up out of their seats, which is exactly what we would expect for this one. Across the river, you'll see the yellow Rescue 1 boat. Reminder, that flag sequence again. 2 flags will raise. On the drop of the first flag, the first 7 boats 1 to 7, will leave the bank. They'll run straight down the course to the big yellow buoy at the Windsor end and turn hard left at over 120 mile an hour. The flag goes straight back up. 2 seconds later, boats 8 to 14 leave. They will go to the checkered buoy and then turn left and chase that leading field. So 2 waves of the best in the business. Get your phones ready, get your cameras ready. Thanks to Sports Film for live streaming this spectacle. 1 flag down any second now. We're going to see them go. They're away. Simon Troy hasn't gone anywhere. Simon Troy's been left behind. Reece Coles and Carlin Bailey are away. What's gone wrong there? The second group go. We're all away. Brandon Cropper out of the second group has had a flyer. So Brandon Cropper has come up. Let's watch them through turn number 1. And it's Reece Coles. Reece Coles make the pins first, but he's got to stay wide. Simon Troy has come back up. Where did he come from? How did he get back there? He was left for dead, and Simon Troy has had a flying recovery. But it's Reece Coles in 1. Carlin Bailey 2. Simon Troy takes a spot of Bailey. Into the turn. Bailey goes blind in the spray. Have a look at Troy now. He's gone in super hot. The mainline dialogue machine, the white boat with the red canopy. There is spray in the air everywhere. Drivers pedalling blind through the corner, John. But Reece Coles, as it settles in, it doesn't matter where you look. There's action all up and down the field. But how did Simon Troy get back to P2?
I've got no idea, mate. He was nowhere off the start. And I thought I heard a false start from down there. I'm not sure, but the officials will look after that. But right at the moment, it's all Reece Coles out in front. And Simon in the second place, charging hard. Third place, Carlin Bailey. Fourth is Will Power, and that's all he needs to do.
Well, we got a boat stop. So that's indecisive. Matt Jordan is stopped in turn number 1. The caution flags are out. Hopefully he can stay within the course, or they're going to have to red flag the race, but not right now. He's still under power, so he's popped the canopy lid. He's okay, but Simon Troy now, watch the battle at the front. Simon Troy's gone up the inside of Reece Coles.
Oh.
Simon Troy has just taken the lead. The mainline dialogue machine. The white boat with the red lead has just driven past the reigning champ into a corner. Reece Coles did not see him coming, and he took the inside line. This is a battle for the stars.
Unbelievable race. Unbelievable. Simon's got another engine bolter on the back. Great driving from Simon to get back into first place from 4th. Corey Duvall coming down the outside. Going to take on young Joel Smith in the very lumpy corner down there in turn 1.
All right, I'll take a breath. We'll try and bring you our positions right now. So out of 1 is Simon Troy. Reece Coles racing the blue boat, sitting in second. Third place is Carlin Bailey, sitting in solid. Will Parker is in 4th spot. So the Mark 1 motorsport machine are making a little bit of ground. Darren Hitchcock, chasing speed, is holding down 5th. 6th position now. Now, where's Troy Hood? Troy Hood is off the pace, so Troy Hood is out. Troy Hood is off the pace at the rear of grid. So that brings Hadley Deegan up to 6th spot in Deegan Marine. Joel Smith now working forward into 7th. That's the yellow boat, boat number 66, and the Baba. But watch him and Corey Duvall, the Lambert family race machine. The white to the outside, Joel Smith now. The yellow boat in the back straight, trying to find a way past Hadley Deegan in front of him. But he's got Corey Duvall right up on his shoulder, John.
He raced down the back straight away. Corey's making ground on Joel Smith, but whether he gets him on this next corner or not, with Hadley Deegan just in front. Mac, I think Will Parker's slowing. Was Will Parker slowing? Because Troy Hood's just
trying to pick it up right now.
Had a look up the outside, but he seems to be back on it again.
All right, we'll pick it up on the way through. That is one hell of a battle right now between Joel Smith and Corey Duvall, the yellow boat and the white boat with the black top sides. All right, let's look at the racing order right now. Simon Troy, the white boat with the red lid, the Iceman in 1. The blue machine of Reece Coles in 2. Third place is Carlin Bailey. Kevin Parker in the Wasp is lap traffic. 4th place there. Will Parker, Mach 1 Motorsport. This is Rogue Racing, so Brad Hammond, he's down 1 lap. 5th place is Darren Hitchcock in Team Speed, and there comes Hadley Deegan in 6th. Joel Smith now into 7th. Corey Duvall come from a wide pole up into 8th place. Troy Hood back on the water. There's Mitchie Campbell in the problem, so Mitchie Williams in the problem child. And the mist just hanging in the air. These boats are flying, John.
Absolutely. Reece doing a good job holding down 2nd. Carlin making a little bit of ground on Reece Coles. With Will biding his time in 4th place there, knowing that's all he has to do to win the Australian Championship.
Now things starting to settle down now, but don't forget we've got 14 minutes of racing. 14 minutes.
So a long way to go.
Fatigue starts to set in into the hands, into the heart, the sweats in your eyes, the sun, the spray, the mist, and you're dealing with lap traffic at the pointy end of the field. So this is as tough as it gets. It only takes a split second, a lack of concentration, and you're upside down in one of these things at this kind of pace. Mitch Williams now, great job in the problem child, moves to the outside. Simon Troy's off the pace. In the back straight. The mainline Dynalog machine's got a problem. Simon Troy's off the pace. Reece Coles now, the blue machine, boat number 1, comes up and takes the lead. We've got a drama in 888 racing.
Oh no, hopefully it wasn't the commentator's curse. I can't believe it. Simon and his team have had the worst luck all year. Boat's still going, but
so trying to pick up what's gone wrong. But Reece Coles now, pole 1.
Looks like he's back on it again.
Carlin Bailey into 2. Now Simon Troy's back on the pace. So what's happened there? He's just dropped 2 spots from race leader, but he's now back on the power. So he's got a drama somewhere. So your race leader, the boat number 1 is Reece Coles. Carlin Bailey into 2. In Bailey Racing into 3, Simon Troy. 4 is Will Parker in Mach 1 Motorsport. So if you're not keeping up, this blue boat coming past the tower right now is Hadley Deegan. So this is Reece Coles. That is your race leader. The all-white machine is Carlin Bailey. Boat number 88, the mainline Dynalog machine, is your 3rd place. And a boat number 102, Will Parker, is 4th right now. The clock ticking down, John. This is going to be an absolute battle for these guys to get through the full 14 race minutes.
Joel Smith not making much of an indent on the Deegan Marine machine, as Corey Duvall's trying, but really actually not making any ground on Joel Smith either.
Saying that though, I was just trying to pick up where is Corey Duvall, because Joel Smith and Corey Duvall were locked together, but now, yeah, Joel Smith's managed to make a bit of a gain on Corey in the Lambert family race machine to the back of the field. All right, in the back straight, boat number 1, the blue machine of Reece Coles, is your race leader. Now Simon Troy, have a look a little bit further back, the mainline Dynalog, he's just gone to the inside of Carlin Bailey in the top turn. We've got 4 boats into turn 2. And Simon Troy's just picked up a spot from Carlin Bailey. And he's fighting his way back. He's making time on Reece Coles, the race leader. So once again, the poles change. Reece Coles now in 1. Boat number 1, the blue machine in the back straight. Your 2nd place is Simon Troy, the white boat with the red canopy. 3rd place is the white machine of Carlin Bailey. So Simon Troy, and mate, he's making time. He is hunting down Reece Coles without doubt.
Absolutely. Young Joel Smith is hunting down Deegan Hadley. He's got on the inside on turn 2 and made up about 3 or 4 boat lengths.
So it's hard to tell where to look. You're right, Joel Smith, the yellow babber, that beautiful babber in the back chute now, starting to make ground on Hadley Deegan He will not want to see that. Hadley, the man from Tasmania, was second leading into this event in the Championship Series. He needs to make sure he keeps everyone he can behind him. But I tell you what, Joel Smith is coming on strong. So Reece Coles past the tower. Your race leader, Simon Troy, in second. The mainline Dynalog machine. There goes boat number 20, Carlin Bailey. That's your top three. 4 is Will Parker in Mach 1 Motorsport, the white boat with the green flash on the back. There goes Mitch Williams doing a beautiful job. Here comes Kevin Parker in the Wasp Racing, boat number 101. Darren Hitchcock, currently at boat number 97, the turquoise green and black machine, sitting in 5th spot outright. And Hadley Deegan has put a gap on Joel Smith. But this is starting to get very busy at the head of the field. We've got lap traffic. So lap traffic for Reece Coles and Simon Troy as they do battle with each other. The crew chiefs will be kept very busy trying to give these drivers warning to move to the outside as these boats force their way through. Absolute heartbreaking for the man out there.
The view down there leading into turn 1 will be getting difficult with that sun on the water down there, so we'll keep our eye on that.
So the pace of this lap pace right now, our 2 lead drivers, they are on qualifying lap pace. So Simon Troy and Reece Coles have just run the clock over them. They are at qualifying pace from earlier this weekend.
Absolutely.
They are leaving absolutely nothing on the table. So the clock ticks down. Just trying to get a read on how long we've got left. Three minutes to run, John. We've got 3 minutes to go. Reece Coles, the man in front. These guys are lapping at about 40 seconds a lap. So there's a few laps to go. The arms will be on fire, your heart rate through the roof. Just trying to stay calm, keep it cool. Hadley Deegan in the back, these 2 blue boats. Boat number 66, Deegan Marine Racing. He will not want to let Reece Coles go past him. However, he understands the rules. He's lap traffic. He's going to have to yield, but that's going to cost him a spot. See, he holds him tight there. Gives him a lane, but not too much. Wants to stay as tight as he can. But Reece Coles right now looking super strong.
Absolutely, the boat just looking, both boats looking faster and faster.
Troy Hood, great to see him up and circulating. There's so much action at the front of the pack. There goes Mitchell Williams in the problem child. Here's Rogue, Brad Hammond doing it beautifully. Found 5 or 6 seconds from his qualifying time. This is Darren Hitchcock, mate. Team speed, currently holding down 5th spot. Unbelievable. Brand new boat, never raced it, and looking super strong right now. How long? One minute to go. We have 1 minute to run. Reece Coles will be hearing noises in his head that aren't real. He'll be listening to every engine note. He'll be feeling things that aren't real. He's got 1 minute plus a lap, so maybe 3 laps to take the crown at this round of the Australian Championship Series.
Feeling vibrations that aren't there. They'll be feeling engine noises that aren't there. They both not handling well.
The pressure cooker. He's looking very, very strong right now. In the back straight one more time. We won't be too far away from seeing the yellow flag the last lap, but Reece Coles, barring incident, he has this one in the bag. But Simon Troy Wow.
Green flag's down, the yellow flag's coming out.
Here we go, yellow flag. Get up out of your chairs. There is 1 lap to go. Reece Coles, the reigning Australian champion. Can he get it done? He has got 2 more corners. 40 seconds between him and the checkered flag. Simon Troy into second. Carlin Bailey into third. Will Parker in fourth. Now, Will Parker's slowed considerably. I don't think it's going to be enough, but 1 corner to go. Here he comes. He brings it out wide. The checkered flag flying on the tower.
He loves to buzz the tower.
He's buzzing the tower, John. Put your hands together. Get to the bank. It's Reece Coles, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner. He will be over the moon. Simon Troy. Mainline Dialogue, the Iceman. Pro Hub Material Solutions. Second place. Third place is Carlin Bailey. Race number 20. And your fourth place goes to Mark 1 Motorsport. Wowee, what a run.
He just, Will was race smart there. He did what he had to do.
Wow.
Well, great race. Everyone drove with, well, say within themselves, but no accidents, which was great to see. Going into the corner with 5 or 6 boats in front of you, the wash is all over the place, and as you know, you need a reasonable wash to track around on.
Mate, I cannot believe that how cruel this sport is, that Simon Troy from pole 1, he had a shocking start, and then somehow fought his way within a lap, got back to third spot, worked his way forward, overtook Reece Coles, and had that one in the bag, and then for whatever reason, lost pace, but managed to find it again. He will be shattered inside that cockpit, but take nothing away from the man in the Reece Coles racing machine. This blue boat right here, right now, as he comes in. He's not even going to pick up the checkered flag. He is exhausted, ladies and gentlemen. Reece Coles. Wow, what a run. And these guys, great friends, but Reece Coles. So Reece Coles out of 1, Simon Troy out of 2. Your third place goes to Carlin Bailey with Craig Bailey Racing. Will Parker home for 4th, and by my reckoning, Darren Hitchcock chasing speed rounds out the top 5 for that one. I think Hadley Deegan might have got up there. If it wasn't Hadley Deegan, it was going to be Joel Smith. So one of those two to round out the top 6. But wow, what a run. Yeah, just a reminder to our top 5, we're going to need you at the scales for weighing. So our top 5, we need you to go straight to the scales. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200, John, because, hey, if you don't make the minimum weight, you are excluded.
Yeah, I think, well, as I said after that start, I think there was a bit of a false start by 1 or 2 of the boats there. So, well, once we know from the officials if there's any further action to be taken, we'll let you know. But I'm sure I heard a couple of boats fire before the last flag went down. So this could impact the overall. Maybe not. I don't think it was any of the first 2 boats or something. So first 3 or 4 boats. So we'll see. We'll ask our officials. We'll see.
Quite a smart man, John Devol. I know you've been around the sport for a long time, but I've just been asked to page Chris Kuznetsov, please. Can we have Chris Kuznetsov to race control? And I'm assuming you need to bring your footage, Chris. So, we're in the commentary box here. We're not official in any way, shape or form, but it did seem like there was a bit of a misjudged start down there. Either Simon Troy was very late or perhaps others were early. Lots to tell, but I can tell you what, there's a bit of activity up here in race control. What will that mean? Only time will tell, John. But, mate, what a race. Congratulations to all our competitors. Mate, standouts to me this weekend. Brad Hammond driving the Rogue. He's out there right now. He will be exhausted. This is his first big hit out. Big shout to Contrast Printing. That Seabold looks magnificent. If you're in for a boat wrap or fleet imagery, signs or business, get hold of Brad Hammond. That was a cracking run. He's up there waving right now. I think he probably needs a tow, actually.
He did an absolutely fantastic job.
Yes.
As did Troy,
so,
who keeping
well, not racing hard, but keeping out of the way of the faster boats. And I was talking to Brad's wife Jade yesterday, and he was a bit miffed that he was overtaken or lapped, and I said, well, that's happens to the best of us, and that's to be expected in your first few rounds or your first year even. These guys have been doing it a long time, but he will get there. He was pretty handy in a little Yamato for a while, and it's a long time coming here, that the getting his tunnel boat together. I think I mentioned yesterday his first run down here at Dargle, he managed to go out and T-bone a log with a brand new gearbox, which is a throwaway.
Hey, mate, another quick shout out to Matt Jordan. He's out there floating around and indecisive, which is heartbreaking. The 25-year-old from Dargle, it's his home club. Mate, he was fast and he didn't deserve that, but he's down there on the ramp right now. Had to shut the boat down. I'm not sure what went wrong, but he was there for a top 10. Unfortunately for Matty Jordan, it didn't go his way. Big shout out to Pappy, Josh, Amber, Sven and Tomo. And of course, Jordo and Janine, thank you for your support for this event this weekend. So we got one boat breaking down. So Brad Hammond, I reckon he's probably run out of fuel out there in the Rogue, mate. He's never raced that far, 14 minutes plus a lap. So yeah, there's a lot of chatter down here on the starting dock, on the boat ramp, mate, amongst drivers. So I think there's a bit of talk about the start. So we'll come back to you with that. Obviously, the commentary box is unofficial, so we can say what we want. It doesn't really mean anything. But who else did I like to look at this weekend? Problem child, Mitch Williams, mate. Well done to that guy. He's had a bit of a horror season. Things haven't gone his way, and now he's put it together. He started and finished all his races this weekend and looks super solid. So well done to Team Problem Child and all the crew. So Mitch, Jack, Simone and Doggy. So great stuff for them. Troy Hood, mate, he was fast. The all pink machine, the Hood Racing, looked good.
Absolutely. So everyone that's come over from ski racing has taken it on in the right spirit. I think they present their boats well. And are sneaking up on it. They're getting faster and faster. But Troy especially come out of the blocks really, really fast, I thought. And he kept his nose clean. When lap traffic was coming up, he moved over a little bit out to the outside to let the other guys through, which was fantastic, as did Brad. The ski racers and the new guys are a credit to this class of racing. Yeah, well, that's it. Well, that's probably suppose now we've got to start referring to them as tunnel boat drivers. Yeah. Hey, Brandon Cropper in that last one. So Brandon Cropper, Team 26, had a strong start, went early, and then disappeared off my radar. So I'm assuming that he unfortunately stopped out on course somewhere. I didn't, unless I was just caught in the spray and my enthusiasm. But they've been great this weekend. So a big shout out to Team 26. They got massive expectations of themselves, and they didn't put a foot wrong this weekend. Darren Hitchcock chasing speed. I could go on and on and on, but I won't. We've got a couple of boats to recover. We're going to take a very quick break while we do that, or I am. And mate, we've got some pretty serious big boats lined up in front of us down here. Absolutely. We've got Unlimited race coming up with Joe. The decision boat, his brother Craig in his 6-litre boat, Image, and young Cody Barry, out there in She's the Culprit. It should be a good race, and I think I saw, and I did see. You got race 11, race 11, race 12, so you got 2 heats. Heat 1, heat 2 is Stuart Drive. Supernova is shielded by the tower here. You can't see it, so. Yeah. Oh, we haven't got Odin on the ramp yet, which is a shame. We've got Odin out of 3, Supernova out of 1, Joe Jr. out of 2, and Decision out of 4.
Are we in this heat? Heat 2, pole 1. Heat 2, pole 1. This is heat 1. This is heat 1. There's only 3 in the heat. There's 2 in yours. Heat 2, pole 1. Oh, now there's 3.
This next up, a couple of heats. So we've got Heat 1 and Heat 2 of the Stuart Doyle, John. So this is the New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Championship, and these are eliminator heats. So if you don't finish, I'm not sure. I think it's a top two. I think goes through to the final. But hey, I'm a commentator, so don't take my word for it. But this is pretty serious kind of racing, and pole draw is important. Supernova out of the first one, Heat 1, the big man from up north, Bay City Marine, sponsored across the deck, Scotty Cleaver. The boat's got good speed, but Joe Jr., Decision, and Odin. So we saw a bit of a drag race in that first one, Supernova and Odin, and mate, Supernova more than capable in that straight line speed. But we did see Odin shut down in that last one, and I can't see them on the water right now. So anyway, unless they're hiding behind the tower, we hope that they are here with us. But otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a free kick for a couple of these guys not going up against Odin.
Absolutely. Maybe they'll shuffle Odin into the next heat. I'm not sure, which is I believe, quite legal to do if they're struggling. So
yep. So 4 boats in it, and 4 pretty hard-nosed drivers too. So this is going to be a bit of a ripper. John Fowler, could you please make your way back to the tower as a referee, New South Wales referee? Thank you, sir, Mr. Fowler. And Chris Kuznetsov, if you have not yet found your way up to the tower, could you please do so? That would be grand.
Thanks, Isaac. Hey, Merv, can you call the referee to the tower, please? Thank you. Thanks, Beck.
Australians or New South Wales? I think we should just go over to the tower and we can do our thing.
Aren't you an Australian referee? Oh, I've got to do some games. Nothing worse decision for the waiter. Deliberately?
Once we heard who was going, we decided not to.
He said to me, but you were going to become an Australian referee. He said, how can I sit my own exam?
I've only got 3 starters in this race. Supernova out of 1 and Joe out of 2, and Decision will be out of 3. Is that Odin is a scratching, or it might be in the next heat, not quite sure yet. But this is heat 1 of the Stuart Doyle Cup. Quite a famous trophy in powerboat racing, unlimited thing. Been around for a long, long time. Couldn't tell you exactly how long, but okay, folks, I've just been asked by Gary Newell, anybody that can weld aluminium. We've got a fuel tank that we need welded up, an aluminium fuel tank. Anyone local that could do that would be greatly appreciated by Out of Nowhere, which is on the bank side of the pit area there. Just go and see Chris or any of the crew there. If you can't find anyone, come to the PA area here and we'll get you sorted. But someone that could weld up an aluminium fuel tank locally, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Instructions being given to bring the starters down. Start boat.
Well, it's going to be that way about it. Here they get a hearing aid, Deb, they're coming.
Flag is down. Away they go. Well, they got two starters. Over leading decision there into turn one. We've lost Joe up the other end there, but decision taking the long way around the outside and coming out. Scotty Clever getting the power finally down in Supernova. At the moment as they head up the back straight. Brett Lewis. Not quite sure what's happened to Joe, but Supernova coming back hard on the inside.
Maybe we've got an issue with Supernova. Scotty Cleaver's had to pull the pin on that one. So that is decision. So that's going to go all the way of these boys. Joe Junior, mate. Listed in this heat, but not out of the water, but decision sounding strong as it runs down the back straight. Feathers the throttle nicely on the way in. Oh, a bit of a wall of spray. Kicks the cab hard. Nice launch on the exit though. Builds to speed.
If you're wondering why Brent has still got his foot into it, qualifying times will determine your pole position in the final. So that's why Brent has still got his foot well and truly into it. Hoping that he'll qualify in pole one. But get in the corner, go to the boat nicely out of turn two. He'll come down to make the checkered flag.
Attention all competitors, just a word from race control. There are too many delays at the ramp area, so all you mono drivers, you should be there right now, which you are not. And for the rest of your crews, not just you mono drivers, we will not get through our program unless you pick things up. So it's a word of caution. We need you to be on point and be well aware, and you be ready early so that we are not waiting for you. Because word from the boat ramp is they've just got no people there. So monos, we are supposed to be there right now, or we will have no choice but to take your race out of the program. Thank you. Well, mate, I realise that you're eating, so I'll have a bit of a ramble on about that heat. So, unfortunately, a single boat race at the end, but good news is for the boys' decision that puts them into a great spot for the final coming up for the New South Wales Unlimited Championships a little bit later on. Intriguing with Supernova, Scotty Cleaver, so having to shut down. So he had a hard charge into the corner. Came around on the inside, but then the boat just didn't want to get back under power. So not sure what the go was there. And the other question I've got that, I'm sure I saw them at the ramp, but Joe Jr. was in my line on that heat. But yeah, he's actually at the top of the course, so being towed back in, so did not face the starter, John. That's a bit of a big deal for those guys. So they will have wanted to put some runs on the board for that one.
Absolutely, and I think that will disqualify them out of the final of the short doll. So not facing the starter, but Scotty Cleaver did actually drive the boat back onto the trailer at idle. So it's still a rotating mass, as we say on the
it hasn't dropped all its pits out the bottom. Interestingly, it actually sounds okay, but again, it's going to come down to the technicalities. I'm unsure how many laps that he completed in that one, because you've got to complete a minimum to be considered a finisher. I think it's a minimum of 60% of race distance, so it would mean in a 3-lap race, you mean 2 laps done.
At best, I think he did 50% maybe.
Okay,
I'm not
so
sure,
we'll
but up to the officials.
Yeah, we are, as I said, the commentary box. But race number 12 is Heat 2 of the New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Championships. And on our program, we have Out of Nowhere, She's the Culprit, Lock and Load, and Image.
One of these, mate.
Yes, I know what you want to see. The Walmsley on the deck of the boat with the tow rope in hand for Joe. I said that boat sounded really good yesterday afternoon and saw it out earlier in the day. But, unfortunately, this one, the boat not wanting to make a start. But we won't be too far away. I haven't actually caught up with the Constable racing crew, but I'd imagine that because Odin hasn't joined us down here that they unfortunately have a terminal issue up there. We'll try and get an update from the boys or Rob on the status of that one, because I know it's a really popular boat with the crowd, and you never want to see that. But this is going to be an interesting one, mate. Lock and Load. Super fast, the flying 6-litre. Up against She's the Culprit, the big bad blown alcohol monster. Haven't seen it all weekend. Image is out there, and unfortunately for the boys of Out of Nowhere, as you heard, they have a cracked fuel tank that they need some help with. So if you're an alloy fabricator and you've got the skills required, please go and see the boys from Out of Nowhere, because they need someone local to, obviously the tank will be dewatered, etc. They're not going to blow you up on site here, but they need someone local because they want to race here tomorrow. So on paper, this one belongs to She's the Culprit, but anything could happen when you start talking about unlimited displacement racing. We know that Lock and Load is super fast for a 6-litre. Image. These guys know what they're doing, particularly on this track, so do not discount the boys from Image as well. But for sheer brute force, the Barry crew of She's the Culprit are going to be the ones that they have the straight line speed, providing they can get it into the water. So Cody Barry driving She's the Culprit, 30 years of age, from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. The big block in this boat built by Dean Barry. Gulf Western Oil is a major sponsor, along with CDB Roofing and Jenkins Performance as well, Dean Barry Roofing. So we'll see how the 30-year-old Cody pedals this big machine down this track. But I said, Craig Lewis behind the wheel of Image, the Image Boats. 366 All-Pro Chevy engine, thanks to Scott Inglis Race Engines. And these are the good old boys, the self-contest good old boys here this morning. Just had a shoulder reconstruction, the hips are gone, the knees are gone, but we're still here, we're still racing, and never count them out, the boys from the Gold Coast Powerboat Club. So starters take them right up to the end of the course and bring them down. So start boat speed is pretty much flat out for our start boat, about 85, 90 mile an hour. And then when they drop the flag, they can unleash a couple of thousand horsepower are going to be hitting the water when that flag goes down. All right, Tower has called in the start boat, so it's time to unleash the beasts. In heat number 2 of the Stuart Doyle New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Championships. She's the Culprit, Lock and Load and Image. So She's the Culprit running out of pole 2. Lock and Load from 3 and Image from 4. So flag still up, flag's down now, power goes down. Beautiful launch from Image out wide. She's got away, but have a look at the boat speed from She's the Culprit. He's got some big numbers in the straight line, but now he's got to pull up that big boat, get it around the corner, get it back out. Lock and Load is through clean in the spray. Made a little bit of ground on Lewis, but here comes Lewis on the outside with a big charge. They are gunnel to gunnel in the back chute. Lock and Load now, the 6-litre, finding a little bit of top end. I can hear a boat smashing the limiter on the way through. I think that is Lewis. Lock and Load goes into 100 miles an hour into that corner and gets it done. She's the Culprit though. Barry out in front. Barry, the boat's sounding strong as he rolls through. Lock and Load's gone off. Lock and Load. He's got a misfire, John.
Young Cody just nailed the first few corners. A little bit loose on that one, but still way out front. The 2 6-litres are playing up. Craig Lewis has just pulled out. And Ryan McIntosh slowing, unfortunately. But Cody Barry doing absolutely nothing wrong. He knows he needs to qualify well to really get that ball.
So Lewis back underway again, so he's got the boat restarted, or at least gets it off the apex of the corner, so that's a bit of nous. Lock and Load. Now back to full pace time, so Lee's back on it again, but she's the Culprit. Looking and sounding very, very strong right now, she's the Culprit.
Oh, absolutely. He, as they say, nailed the first couple of corners. See, he comes out this one to face the checkered flag. Oh, gets it slightly wrong, but he's got time, and the power's down now. Going to be running about 140 mile an hour as he comes along. It'll be interesting to see how his time goes against
Our heat one category,
yeah.
So we'll come down to time to set the pole position, but so again, another race of attrition. So lock and load on it, and then off it. Lewis with a shutdown. Image with a shutdown over the back there, but she's the culprit. Looked very, very nice. We saw Supernova pull out of the last one and leave it to the boys out in front. So it's going to be 1-2 for either of those two at the start.
Absolutely. So lock and load limping across the line.
Well, that is a good thing because depending on what's wrong, that will put them at least into the qualifying at this stage for the final. Because with the boats we've got out, just the finish is probably going to be enough to get it done right now. So we're either she's the culprit or decision out of 1-2. But the rest of the field is quite open right now. We'll have to wait and see what we line up for the final.
I don't know what's happened to Mayhem or we know out of nowhere has got a split fuel tank, but.
Not sure. I've got no information, just not on the starters list. So.
Tower to Lollipop 1. If there's still that public boat wants to come through, send them through now. Just tell them there is a boat on the water. Okay. Powerboat 1, once you get over the ramp, if you can just hang on this side until after the next race. Just don't pull up in front of the jet ski, please. Copy that. Tower to Rescue 1, we're going to send these tunnel boats out in a minute, so if you can back into position, please. Will do. Rescue 1 to Tower. Rescue 1 to Solomon. Copy, Rescue 1.
Right, we've just been informed that we've got a couple of our Formula 1 boats going out for a unlimited boat, should I say, going out for a bit of a warm-up and practice, including Cranky, the 5 litre. So Cracker coming out yesterday and showing a real clean set of heels. It was really looking sharp and fast, you know. I believe Matty Peck has a S3000 on Octane Racing at the moment as well, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes as well. So Matty's been around for a few years and a hard competitor, stepping up to the unlimited. Not sure that it's running on methanol or not, but I don't think so.
Tower to go.
Hello, buddy. Looks like young Brenzy's heading into Windsor for a bit of lunch and be back soon. Right, just got some more information. Should have gone straight to the top. Doggy's just informed me it is actually a race. They've just been outside of the track, so interesting watching Octane Racing out the back straight there was kicking a sponsor up. They're not a happy thing until they're running flat out, so this will just be a little bit of a test for young Matty Peck. I think the start boat has grabbed them on their way back down. Flag is down. So heading to turn one at absolute warp speed. Around Pecky goes. Doing an absolutely fantastic job out in front. Brenzy coming back on the outside. Having a little bit more mid-range than what Pecky's got. The Octane Racing machine. Round Adam goes. And you'll see the acceleration for the methanol engine as it comes down the front straightaway here. But at the moment, Adam, Cracker Racing, comfortably in front. And certainly not disgraced Matty Peck into second. Great corner by Matty. Great corner. Heading down the front straightaway to face a yellow flag. 1 lap to go.
So both these two unlimited outboards running what's called the Mercury S3000 power plant. So they are a high-performance two-stroke engine with a fully programmable ECU engine management system. Depending on how much you love the motor, you can rev these things off the Richter scale, which you can hear right now.
This Cracker Racing goes to face the checkered flag. Matty Peck slowed down. Hopefully he hasn't hurt the thing.
Actually, it doesn't sound that great.
No,
it doesn't sound that great. I was just about to... There's one thing, obviously, with these two-stroke engines, like the majority of older school two-stroke technology, is the oil or the lubricant is mixed with the fuel, and therefore it's injected through the engine. That's what provides the lubricant. They don't have a sump like a traditional 4-stroke engine. So if at 10,000, 12,000 RPM you run one of these things out of fuel, instantly the all aluminium pistons, the aluminium heads all become one. They hit about 1,000 degrees in a microsecond and the engine just locks up and shatters itself to bits. So Matty Peck may be a little bit concerned that he's running a little bit low on fuel out there, and wants to ensure that he's got enough lubricant running through that engine to bring it home. But it didn't sound that good, mate. On the other hand, Adam Breen, Cracker Racing,
I think it has stopped up there, but and look, anything that fires fuel at the crankshaft has lost me. I don't understand it. Being an inboard man.
Yeah, don't worry about oil. Yeah, no, oil's optional. No, we love it that much. We just use it once. We don't want to recycle it. We just clean oil every time. Big shout out to Martin Cook out there in one of our course boats. Hello, Cookie, the Cookie Monster out there, giving a bit of a cruise, doing the
nothing this man can't do.
Doing the duties out there to keep all of our spectator fleet at bay down there. He's flashing a bit of muscle down there, but huge time, good time to talk about our volunteers because there are hundreds of them. Yeah, no, so big time shout out to all the volunteers. There's literally hundreds of people working hard behind the scenes to put these events on, from the catering crew to the campground crew to the crew behind the bar and chopping the firewood and Pugs and Trace and just a cast of thousands, all of our on-water crews and the race committee. It's been a massive effort to get this one underway, and there's lots of very cool stories. People come from far and wide to see this one, John, and it's there's a couple of thousand here on the bank. But I want to give a shout out to one in particular, Christine Franklin, mate. Grandma to one of our involved in one of our crews, and she's driven all the way from Queensland to come down here to watch this event, and only to find out that her daughter and granddaughter didn't come today.
Oh no!
Sorry, Christine. I'm sure you're going to enjoy yourself anyway.
Absolutely, it's worth the trip. The venue's beautiful.
Yeah,
the sport's fantastic. Lots to enjoy. If you feel like a drink after that long drive from Queensland, we have a bar for you as well.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, we can wash the sadness away. All right, so that was a bit of an interesting hit out. So those F1 boats, so unlimited in every way, shape or form. It's just an outboard powered boat. You can do whatever you want to make it go fast. Very similar in the hulls to what we saw in the Formula GP, but not restricted. So right now, guys like Reece Coles, I think Simon Troy, so 4, I think, of the boats that were running in the Formula GP series are bolting big engines on right now because they're going to come out later on for the unlimited championships.
Yeah, they've got to flush fuel tanks, fuel lines, pumps, the whole lot.
Change what they need to.
Because they've gone from running fuel to methanol.
Yep.
And, they've where methanol was a bit of an unknown quantity years ago, and it still is to a certain degree.
Yep.
It costs these guys a lot of engines over the years, but the guys have, like Reece Coles and Simon Troy, have got a handle on it these days, and their reliability, and of course Cracker Racing with Doggy on the spanners as well. They've sort of half mastered it.
Yep.
So.
And the thing with methanol, obviously, in engine speak, is that it actually helps you keep the temperatures in the combustion chamber down. You get good power, but you keep the temperatures down. And obviously, with these high revving two-strokes, as I said, 10,000 plus RPM. Super light, super fast revving. They're a two-stroke. So every time the piston pushes the top of the cylinder, you've got a combustion stroke. So they generate massive amounts of heat. So methanol means that you can spin them harder and you can run a little bit less fuel and keep the temperature down, because a lean burn gives you more power, but all your lubricant's coming from that burn. So it's this balancing act. So the drivers will have pyrometers, what they call pyrometers, in the both sides of the engine, and it's measuring the exhaust gas temperature. That's so right, they're literally leaning, the computer's leaning the engine off to the point where it's right on the verge of melting, and that pyro is what's saying, hey, you're getting too hot, and then the fuel map curve, they'll change it back down again to try and get to the very edge.
Your air density changes all that too. They're working out the fuel load for the methanol. It uses essentially twice as much fuel than petrol. So if you get that wrong, as say there's a lean out and you've only got a split second, it's all over.
Yeah, it's all over. Bang! You've just got aluminium shredded all over the beautiful banks of the Hawkesbury River. Those boats, obviously they'll increase their speed by about 15 to 20 mile an hour, but it's how fast they get there. And what you're going to see, obviously, she's the culprit in this unlimited open class. There's no way that these guys can beat a big blown boat boat in a straight line boat race. However, the corners, that's where it comes down to. So you get to the corner first and you can stay in front, you got half a chance of taking the trophy.
Simply can't get a displacement around that fast, but with the inside of the tunnel, acts as a rail. They've got the boat, if you've got it trimmed perfectly around, it'll go like it's on rails. Their cornering speed's twice that, and on methanol accelerates like buggery out of a corner. So it's a game of cat and mouse.
Right, we've just been handed the final for the Stuart Doyle, which will be race number 17. Your pole positions are, well, that's interesting, mate. So it's tough because these two guys weren't head-to-head out there, but I would have actually thrown this one the other way. So this is based on race times. But out of pole number 3, Lock and Load. So got the job done, got the race finished. Hopefully they can get their little baby back on the water and get out there. In second place, mate, it's She's the Culprit. So Barry picks up P2, and therefore position number 1, mate, goes to... Decision. Sorry, mate, I caught you with half a sandwich in your mouth. Okay, so the boys of Decision.
Brent Lewis,
yeah, Mr. Lewis, well done. So that's a very, very quick. So the fastest lap time will have decided that one. But we're now picking up back to our program because it looks to me like we've got the Hyper 5 boys out in front of us.
Yeah, we're first time this weekend. We're looking at the Anderson Motorsports hydroplane, the ex-Lockie Vella 5 litre. Absolutely beautifully prepared boat. If you get a chance to go and have a look at it, I'm sure Brendan and his crew would take you over, show you over it. I think the Vella's bought it as Canadian hydroplane from Valleyfield, and they imported it a few years ago. And with their new GP plans, they've moved this on to Brendan Anderson, who's always been a keen GP fan, a keen hydroplane fan. So watch this space. It's got a hard little charger. We've also got Aussie and Team Paradise out there in the
Stuart Doyle final.
Paradise Cafe hydroplane, another ex-Vella machine as well. And Timmy Lyons in Bobber, and Dave Freeman in Cranky.
Wowee. That's a lot of thunder on the water for a 5 litre boat. So this is heat 1 of the John Rocky Allen Cup. The John Rocky Allen is open to all types of vessels, 5 litre displacement and below. So we've got a great mix out here. As you just spoke through, we've got 2 very cool hydroplanes out there. We've got a 5 litre displacement, and we've also got Bova, the KT. So you couldn't get a more a broad cross section of powerboats. Who's going to take it out? Only time is going to tell, but it's going to be a good race. Your pole draws for this one out of pole number 1 is going to be the KT, mate, Bova. So they're going to get the shortest journey around that top corner. And just having a look at those turn boys right now. It could be my imagination, but that seems to have tightened up just a little bit.
And that's not going to help Timmy Lyons at all. As I said, he was struggling a little bit with corner speed and keeping the RPM up enough to get some acceleration out of the corner. Engine makes plenty of horsepower, but a little bit low on torque, and it's just, once it's on, it gets on, but the revs have got to be up there. So that's not going to help him. He would probably prefer to be in 2 or 3, but
yeah. So running out of 2 will be the displacement of Cranky, so he'll have no problem running that tighter line. So if he can get to the corner first and set the tone for that corner, that's going to be a real interesting thing, because we'll put a lot of pressure on Bubba to back out. Out of 3 will be Paradise Cafe, and as self-confessed by the boys, not the fastest boat out there, but definitely the most consistent. Currently in the Hyper 5, actually sitting second in the series. So So the Paradise Cafe boys are, they potentially there'll be a little bit of a gap there, but then out wide, suiting them perfectly, Anderson Motorsport in the hydroplane. That's the pole he would have wanted, pole 4, out wide.
Absolutely, I think he would have selected that. It just wouldn't suit him being in the closer poles. So, quite a successful boat campaign in Canada, and Lockie Bella did quite well with it too down at Yarrawonga and a few other places as well. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've never thought about it before, but if obviously it is an advantage for the hydroplane to be on a wide pole. But so they say, well, it doesn't matter what I've drawn, I want to run to the outside. But I wonder what would happen if, as a driver in Cranky, you said, no, I want to be on the outside. Just, who knows?
I don't know.
That's how my brain works, John. I apologise in advance. I'm sorry.
Well, that's thankfully not our problem. It's the officials. So.
Yeah, that's
John's
right.
our able officer of the day, Nathan Mills. Is
No facts were harmed in the making of today's story. That's exactly right. This is going to be a good race. The commentator's curse for me. I reckon it's going to be tough to get around Anderson Motorsport out wide. They got good if they can carry the speed through the corners. Obviously, the tide's now shifted. I think we're seeing a rising tide now. So the if anything, it's obviously the water coming, not pushing the competitors past turn 1. It's actually coming against them. So it's potentially going to be easier to bring some of these hydros around that corner rather than with a bit of a following current on the way through. But if this is going to be anyone's, I tell you what, Cranky out of 2, the KT. So we know it's got that big speed, but it's really going to depend on what happens coming out of turn 1. If you're fighting from the back and the displacement's in front of you and they're setting the tone for the corners. Hey, who knows? It's going to be fun, this one.
Cranky's very, very fast, but I'm not sure it's as fast as Bother. But if he can hold Bother in, that may give him the acceleration out of the corner and sort of be able to take control of the race. But, it's like, Anderson Motorsport will be lurking on the outside somewhere there, losing a lot of time around that corner, but he should have got there fair way in front as well. So.
It's going to take a bit of courage. I was just thinking about that to turn. If you've got a KT on your inside and you're charging at a corner, and even if you've got a boat length to go, right, I'm going left, you come with me, especially if you're gunnel to gunnel or you've got no overlap in play.
That's where
we're about to find out, mate.
Come into it.
Yeah. The start boat doing a beautiful job. So white flag flying high as they roll them through. So this is the Rocky Allen 5-litre Heat 1. Few boats here to campaign for it for this weekend. Flags down, John, and we go racing. What's it look like off the start? So the KT making it to turn 1 now. Got it back right off. Oh, we've had a boat. Oh, so he's lost vision. So that's Cranky. He's completely lost vision in the spray there and had to take evasive action. So safety above chivalry in that one. But look at the drag race in the back chute now.
Bob has got the power on Anderson Motorsports. Got a good leg up on the outside. Poor old Aussie's leaping around in last place. Don't know what's happened there, but as they go into turn 2, Bother's coming around nice and tight. Anderson Motorsport keeping the speed up. Cranky's coming back very hard on the inside there.
Absolutely. Now, as I said, I think he went blind in the spray. Couldn't sight the corner, had to back out. But now he's got a clean run on the inside. But on the outside, Anderson Motorsport, some great top end speed. The KT goes around, Cranky subs it up the inside. Oh, he's absolutely been hosed off there. Has he flamed it out? No, he's kept it running. But that is going to be tough. That's twice in a row he's lost out on turn number 1. And Anderson Motorsport takes advantage of.
Timmy Lyons coming back very hard on the inside, but Brendan Anderson will take turn 2 again. A nice lead. Cranky's got a nice old hose down. Brendan's gone fairly wide there, but has kept the speed up. Bother's just trying to get that power back on, as it's just come back on again, but Brendan Anderson controlling the race from out in front, moving across a little bit.
That beautiful big arcing rooster off the inside turn fin on that hydroplane in the afternoon sun looks magnificent. And that boat really hooking up nicely now out in front. Anderson Motorsport just pouring the power on it. The canard wing at the front of the hydro just setting the attack angle of the boat, and a beautiful balance from them.
You see the speed that Bob has got when the cam finally clicks in and it takes it away, but at the moment it's all Anderson Motorsport. Hopefully
put your hands together for him. This is the big checkered flag, and that's a big run. Second place. goes to the KT of Bobber. And third place, and might be just a little bit cranky, is the crew of Cranky, but as I said, probably no choice there. Went blind in the mist and then the lead in turn one, and just had to step back and just sort of try and reassess the corner. So obviously
it's always the big chance when you're running hydroplanes. That's what's going to happen to you. You know.
Yep. But that was a beautiful drive from the Anderson Motorsport crew. It was interesting that early phase I would have said Bobber had the pace, but I said just getting the feel for the boat, getting some clean water, being able to run their own line, then they really opened up and just continued to build, and the consistency, you know, that rooster off the canard, off the turn fin was just seamless. So they were really well balanced through those turns.
You notice the canard wing on Anderson Motorsport. That was working overtime coming down the front straight. It was up and down, up and down, up and down.
Am I up or down? Too far up, too far down.
But Bobber absolutely had the more terminal speed than Brendan Anderson, that's for sure. But he couldn't get it on. Like, he came out of the corner, the thing almost stalling, and Brendan was able to get the power down, take the wider line, and pull that 5 or 6 boat lengths. Finally, the Bobber would get on the camshaft, and off it went. But it was like cat and mouse.
All right, I don't have the program for this one in front of me, but I can see the monos are out in the water again. The mad men in their flying mono machines. Check these rigs out. Look, 2 centre steer boats out there. So the Merc 250 XS proudly on display. The 300 XS on Bo Bickerton's rig, and then you've got the big Yamaha VMAX SHO. All right, so our monos are about to get out there and hit the water. I am led to believe, based on the crew sitting out here in the water, and pretty tough competitors out there. No rules. This is a force. I think this is an 18 force out there, driven by one and only Matty Campbell. Been racing for about 3 years. Hometown of Sackville North. The Dargle Valley member. He's owned this 250 Merc Optimax out there, purring away quietly. Was left a little bit behind, down on a little bit of horsepower, but drove faultlessly in the last one. We'll wait to see what happens in the next one. Got Darwin, McKenzie, and Lane on the crew. Major results. Well, he hasn't binned it yet, so looking forward to another clean run. But no, these kids I can't, or not kids, but these guys I can't talk about enough about how easy they make this look. Power Marine, Paddy Benici, the Force F19X, the big Yamaha 200 SHO. That boat's pretty fast, so I've had to guess that that's actually a 350 SHO, and he's just put decals on it from a much smaller engine, because that is a very, very quick boat from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. Been racing for over 50 years as Patrick Benici, and absolutely loves it. Whoop, didn't tell me right front. And the Force Awakens. Bro, Bickerton's here, mate. He's running his super custom F18 X4 centre steer. Give us a wave, Bo. I know you're listening because you love it when we talk about it. But this boat's a beautiful bit of kit. He's completely enclosed the forward part of the boat, built specifically for circuit racing. So he's enclosed the underside of the deck for safety. He's got a centre mount. He's balanced the boat up beautifully, and you can tell when he drives it. But big shout out to Mum and Dad and Force Boats and all his mates for being involved in his campaign, not just here this weekend, but across the course of the season. He loves to get out and pedal this thing for all he's worth. So here come the monos. Let's see what happens this time through, mate.
I just noticed that I think the start boat's an 18-foot force too. Maybe put the flag down and just join them.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think Tracy Pugsley has done a financial deal with Force. I'm not 100%. I'm just saying it out loud. I'm not saying it's real. I think she might have taken some cash in the envelope to make sure there's no one here but Force. No one here but Force. Mate, I'm rooting hard for young Matty Campbell in the no rules. This is the boat with the big decals across the bonnet. He's leading the field right now. He's running the 250 Merc Optimax, so a little bit down on cubic capacity. Bo Bickerton, 300 XS behind him, and the Yamaha, although 200 horsepower rated, got big cubic capacity, and these are ultralight boats, so big torque, spins a big propeller, which is where he gets that top end boat speed from. Yeah, but that's allowed Bo Bickerton is in pole one, so whether or not that will help Bo, that was, I think, the difference in the last race. Even though Patrick in Power Marine had a little bit more top end, he did have pole one, I think, from memory. So let's be interesting to see what happens. Yeah, not easy to wheel these big boats around. So these are 18 and 19 foot forces. Obviously, the 21 is a pretty traditional ski race boat, but to try and turn one of these boats, and if you have a look at the top end of the course right now, so the downstream end, those three turn buoys, they're only probably separated by about, 40 metres from here. So when you're going down there at full noise, these boats are probably going to pull about 90 miles an hour. 89, 85, 90 mile an hour, and then to slow it up, turn it in, and then get it going again. It's not easy. Exactly right, Murph. They'll be about 85 to 90 miles an hour, but so you've got to pull them up and go around and get the trimmer on. They'll dive on their nose, and it's not they used to call them the maniacal monos because they're here, there, and everywhere. Magnificent men in their mono machines. Yeah, they're always pretty exciting, especially three of them's cool. Put four of them out there, it gets a bit wild. Put 5 or 6 of them out there, it's absolutely reckless and good to watch. But these guys, this is important to them. They're all pretty good friends, but this is for bragging rights. Got to be honest. This is your area of expertise, is it not? You're the Dancraft man. Yeah, Mr. Dan. Yeah, 15 feet and 150 horsepower. That's me done. I don't want to go as fast as these kids. Right. Lunatics. All right, so any second now we'll get the call from race control that to bring them down under the start flag. They'd be loving racing the start boat, to be honest, as well. It's probably another force out there, I'd say. It is. Yeah. So, as I say, drop the flag and join in. Another little envelope in Tracy Pugsley's pockets. Shouldn't say that. They're no graft and corruption here at No, well, she's been kind enough to invite me up here for several years, so she's a glutton for punishment. You won't find me in the bar later on because too many people want to talk to me about all the things I said that weren't true. All right. There's a bit going on down here in the tower just with some communication, so we're waiting for the call to the start boat to bring him down.
Hi, Dory. How are you, mate? Good, mate. You winning? Back running, so. Stop wrecking it. Oh, man, if you get good equipment. Oh, man. 7. Pardon? 15. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. It's not 8, well, yeah. He didn't have his pants on before. No, it was all right. Underpants on the outside. What happened at the start? What? Oh, did I?
They're waiting for us to start.
All right, here we go. Flags down on the start boat. These things are maxed out right now. Look at them. This is perfection. This is like a demonstration of how to drive a ski race style of mono. They are just hanging there like glued to the air. Bo Bickerton on the inside. Yeah, he's going to have to back off the most to try and get it around, but a lot of pressure on the man in the middle with Patrick Benici, with 15 years race experience. Trust me, he's going to be okay. Look at Bickerton. He throws in. Oh, he's actually bogged it a little bit. He's gone in so hard, he's lost momentum. Wowee. That's going to give it to Benici to the outside. And I'll tell you what, the other guy that could benefit for this, if he came over and shut the door right now, is Matt Campbell, but he has not. He's going to run into clean water out wide, mate.
That was an absolute perfect corner. Textbook from the Power Marine boat and Patrick Benici. Absolutely perfect. And Bo, unfortunately, was in tight and got it.
Oh, he's done that one a lot better.
Yeah,
but Matty Campbell made the gentleman's rules. He should have come over and slammed the door, shut in his face and hosed him down, but he didn't. But look at this battle out in front. Bo Bickerton's got horns out now. He knows he made an error in that first one. He was held tight, though, because Benici was there. He had no choice but to back off and go tight.
Well, that's a part of racing, isn't it? I mean, you know, if you can legally obstruct your opponent.
Absolutely.
But he's had a great corner that time.
Oh, Benici gets loose.
Oh,
can't get the drive out of the corner. That's going to give it to Bickerton in the back straight. Just that split second of overtrim. And Bickerton now has got a boat length advantage. Matty Campbell settles in nicely in the no rules mono out the back. The beautiful force on song. As they wheel around the top. So you've got Bickerton now out in front. Benici's not prepared to let this one go. The yellow flag is flying high. Bickerton, the 19 custom force glinting in the afternoon sun. I'd like to see Benici just drop it now, come in tight and try and run an inside line. Because without the pressure, Bickerton's going to go a little bit wider. Aggressive movement, no. Benici tries to run the outside line wide.
Bo is not making that mistake again. That's 2 or 3 perfect corners where Patrick's got a little bit loose in the last corner down there on turn 1. And it's really, really opened the gate for Bo to walk away with about an 8-10 boat length lead over Patrick Benici. Matty Campbell doing a great job in no rules, back in 3rd spot, but at the moment another great corner by Bo Bickerton, who's come down to greet the checkered flag, all things fair and square.
Yeah, that's a hell of a run from Bickerton. You can see, look at the way this boat's just dancing, that little crosswash. Just the hands just so soft on the wheel, just keeping the boat balanced up on that planing plank. Got the job done. Great drive from Benici, though, so had it within his grasp at one point there. But gentlemen's rules in play, mate. They're giving each other plenty of racing room, which is good to see. It's easy for me to say in the commentary box. And welcome home to that man. He's done it tough in that one. He took a massive hit in that last lap in turn number 1 while we were looking at the top of the field. Yeah, the kidneys got relocated to the other side of the boat for a split second then.
There has been some incidents over the last few years with the monos down here with the boats hooking in corners, and so maybe they're all just playing fair at the moment, but wait till finals time tomorrow afternoon. Yeah. Gloves are off.
There's a little bit of difference in my $10,000 15-foot Dancraft from 1986 or 76 versus one of these brand new Force F19Xs, so I don't begrudge them that whatsoever. So that was race number 15 on our program. As we roll through, we're looking for race number 16. I think looking by the field, I think it's probably 95 mile an hour. Have you got that one there?
We got Steptoe in the 95 mile an hour class. Steptoe out of 2. Eliminator Anthony Nibbs out of 1. The Cobra out of 5. Mace out of 3. And Handful out of 4.
Yeah, good news. It's good to see the boys from Cobra back, because in that first one they had to shut the boat down and limp back home, so didn't get a read on what went wrong. But
I'm surprised, because that was a very, very strong smell of burnt oil wafting over the commentary position here. So
so hopefully it was something like it's just a split oil hose to the oil cooler or something like that just maybe hosed a bit of oil around inside the boat. But
burning on the
good to see the boys
exhaust.
fronting the starter down there. Yeah, I love 95 mile an hour racing. It's quality racing, and we saw that last time. It's tactical. Make a mistake and you're going to lose. That's just as simple as it is. But drive well and you have every chance of taking home the tinware.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll tell you, I like the look of Eliminator out of pole number 1, mate. That's going to be if they can get a nice clean run. It's a big boat, so in this class, so big boat. If they can find their top speed early, and it's not that, it's much easier on the start flag to get to speed, because you get plenty of time to come up, and then there's no one's at a disadvantage because the flag drops the same speed at the same time. It just depends on that exit out of turn number 1. Can he get into the corner and run his own line? We're about to find out, John.
Who wants to go in deeper? Fired up on his way.
He's getting a little bit nervous there then when the man in pole 1 hadn't left the dock when the rest of the field has already exited, but no problems there for Eliminator. They get away.
Good news beside us here, Murph. I can see 510 boat down here, Odin, getting lowered in. They've got, just quickly spoke to Ryan, couldn't elaborate on too much, but they do have the boat running, so let's hope they have a bit more luck today.
Mate, we really want to see that guys out in the water. They work so hard, they deserve it. So the big machine of Odin. So Mace running out of pole 3, driver Geordie on board. He's been racing forever and a day from Wiseman's Ferry. The boat Mace is named after one of his best friends, Mason Taylor, who unfortunately was a victim to suicide, in fact. So they're a big part of their program here is supporting men's mental health and looking out for each other. So it's a great tribute to Mason Taylor. Got a huge crew as well, great bunch of blokes: Taz, Blake, Tom, Matt, Ben. That goes on and on. Josh, Brendan. Won his first in his first ever race. This bloke, he's one of those guys you hate. Like, comes to a races once, wins the race. So this isn't so hard.
This is too easy.
Yeah, second in his first ever bridge to bridge, first in his first Hawkesbury 120, and he's was also first in the Dargle Vintage and Veterans. So yeah, he's had enough trophies. It's time for him to get hosed off, I reckon.
It's all too easy.
Haltech Exquisite Excavations, Grain Force, Tom Butler Trucking, MDM Civil, AFA Radio, Shorty's Performance, M&C Civil Group and S Graphics are all on board for their campaign, and a huge shout out to Dad from Geordie for his support. Start boats on the way, mate. We've got Alex Wilbo who's out behind the wheel of Cobra in the 95 class. So
he'd be our oldest competitor.
Yeah, 15-year veteran in this class.
I think he'd have to be 70 or close to it. So
he hasn't written his age down.
Very fit-looking 70.
Clever. Child's Play hull, mate, built in 1985. Originally it was built for a barefoot drag boat. That's what it was originally designed for, but sold to a family in Vic, and he bought it off them and bought it circuit racing. So he's won at Taree before, he's won at Raymond Terrace. Rotor Cut Automotive are on board, and big shout out to his family as I'll stop giving the roundups because they're on their way down here, mate. Eliminator out of 1, Step Toe from 2, 3 is Mace, 4 is Handful, and 5 is Cobra. Held for a while on the flag, they haven't gone yet. Oh, we got a missed start. The flag is still in the air. Well, so Handful's gone early, and he's not going to realise until he rounds this corner that there's no one there with him. So Darren Greentree, mate, he's just realised. So what that means for the crowd on the bank, obviously the starter in the boat, he's not driving the boat, he's sitting in the passenger side as the flag. If he's not happy with the lineup, so he thinks someone's at an advantage or a disadvantage, because the boats essentially just line up at the back of the start boat and they bring him up to speed. So obviously he's not satisfied, and his choice is to not drop the flag. So if the flag stays up, you stay with the start boat. It's not until they put that flag down you're allowed to go. So he's going to take them right the way back to the start area now, turn around and bring them back down again. And I'd hazard a guess that might be a little bit of a trip to the tower for Darren Greentree and Handful.
But two things could have happened, Murph, and that is that the flagman's jilted a bit in the boat. And if you, as experienced as what Darren is, if you see that flag move 2 inches, that's good enough as gone.
Hair trigger.
So, and off you go. Or secondly, he's just plain jumped the start and lost out. But knowing Darren, I would say that he'll come back and argue that the flag moved an inch or two, and that's enough for him to go. So whether that washes or not.
Pole 4 too, afternoon sun. Sometimes the bow of the boat in front of you is just in front of you, so you're all jostling a little bit. If you think the guy next to you's gone, well, that's good enough for me. I'm not going to leave it to chance. But Tower doesn't always love that, mate.
No, but you can also preempt if you know the flagman or you think you know the flagman, and you can jump and they'll jump and drop the flag.
Yeah, they see
so
you
get advantage.
Try and bully the guy in the boat.
You bully them into dropping the flag. I wouldn't say that Darren will do that. He's above all approach, but you never know.
And it is important from a
pole 4.
Like a season starter will mix it up. They won't just drop the flag always at the same place, because otherwise drivers don't wait for it. They'll start them early, they'll start them long. But what I was really pleased about, very rarely does one of them go. Once one goes, the others go, well, I'm not leaving it to chance, mate. I know I can see the flag, but I don't care, because if something happens, I'm not going to give you 10 boat lengths. So well done to the rest of crews. But the man from East Currajong has have a little bit of explaining. 1979, he started racing. 47 years, Darren Greentree. That's a pretty big haul. 1979, I was 7.
Oh, Greentree name is synonymous in the Hawkesbury and around New South Wales for powerboat racing.
All right, take 2, flags flying high in the boat. They're in the same lineup once again. Flags down this time. We're away, John. And here we go. Let's see what they look like. It's a good start out of pole 1. Pole 2's got a boat length. Oh, this is going to be tough. So Steptoe. Steptoe's going to go into the corner right before Eliminator. So this is going to be interesting. Steptoe's going to set the course. So Eliminator going to have to back it off. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened. He knew Steptoe was in front of him, so he had to allow room, John, and it cost him time.
It certainly did. Steptoe, again, has pulled off a fantastic corner. It kept the boat smooth and not... But you can throw a banker over 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Alex Wilbo's dropped back a little bit on the outside there, but he was actually in the lead as they come past here for the first time. But at the moment, around turn 2, it is all Steptoe.
Oh, Gunnel to Gunnel. So you've got Eliminator, Handful, and Mace, I think it is, all line abreast as they roll through. I'll try and pick it up on this time. Yeah, we have. We've got Cobra sitting just off the back of these 3, but the battle for second is on. I think that's Mace that's made a little bit of a gain on the entry to the corner. It's conditions a little bit bumpy down there as they come out to the afternoon sun. Yeah, so Mace now moves up, but there's a big charge from Handful down the outside, mate.
Absolutely, you never give up on Darren Greentree. He'll never give up. But the 15-foot boats do have their downside, and that is that they can't quite straddle a wave. They haven't got enough wetted surface to run over the top. They'll start to pig root around like these 3 are. But so far, it's fantastic. 3 boats side by side coming into the last lap.
It'd be great to have a look at the GPS on Steptoe out in front, because he is flying right now. But Eliminator now having to back off a bit. Just getting covered in spray. He can't see that turn. He's had to lift a little bit, but not so at the head of the field. It's Handful and Mace head to head. So Darren Greentree with 47 years experience, and the young driver of the Mace machine is Geordie. Won't say the young driver. This is a battle of the hardheads out here for second, mate.
Oh, absolutely. It's another smooth corner from Steptoe, as he will come down to greet the checkered flag, but still Hammer and Tong, second and third place is Mace and Darren Greentree.
Checkered flag for Steptoe, mate. That's the race win. Who's it going to be? Mace on the inside, handful on the outside. There's nothing in between this one. And it goes to Geordie in the Mace. Just holding out Greentree. Eliminator home strong. And welcome Cobra back to the finish line. So great finish from them as well. A big comeback after all that oil smoke in race number 1. So well done to the Cobra team.
Oh, absolutely. I would have thought it was terminal for sure, but
yeah, might be checking the GPS on old Steptoe, mate. That is a very fast-looking 95-mile-an-hour boat out there.
Yes, isn't it?
Again, that's
it certainly is. But yeah, they will have an APBA official on the bank, on the ramp, making sure that you can't also go back to your last high speed. You zero it, you're in trouble, you're disqualified straight away.
Yeah.
And I think the rule still exists. If you're 95.01 mile an hour, out.
You're done, yeah. Yeah, the breakout is 95. So you can register 95, but anything above 95, you are disqualified.
And if you want to sit on 94.5 mile an hour, all you'll get, all that needs to happen is you to get a spike, which means the boat's jumped off a wave and darted sideways. Next thing you're doing 99.
Yeah, exactly right.
And there's your disqualification.
Bang,
so.
yeah. Hit a wave, foot tap on throttle, a little bit of extra pressure, bang. Just try it on the way home. Set the cruise control on the car and drive home and watch it go from 101 to 102 to back to 98. It's not easy, but they've done it well. So great run. Big flag run from the crew of Steptoe. Glenn Brown, the Canberran. Beautiful little Pete Smith Everingham 366. Small block Chev in that thing. So big list of results, including first in 105 and at 95 in the Bathtub Bash at Taree. So
a great field of boats coming out now. I'm not quite sure. Let me check on my register here. What race we've got coming up. We do have all our unlimiteds in the water. Well, most of them anyway. Odin, good news there, is back on water. Lock and Load is out there with his new cowl on, engine cowl. She's the culprit and Decision, so shaping up to be a great race. I just overheard from the officials that Odin is just going down for a shakeout run, but the next boat's out, well, I think will be the Stuart Doyle final. So Stuart Doyle, Odin wouldn't qualify, so it won't be in that race, but hopefully the Constable boys have sorted the issues, and we'll find out in a minute. My goodness. Well, that was gone for all money. It looks like it's been saved. Couldn't quite see from up here, but let's hope that Ryan's okay. Well, he's back under steam again. This will be an interesting interview after. Not many times in my life I've been left speechless, but that was one of them. Let's hope Ryan's fine, which I'm sure he is. I was about to say it's lucky his mother wasn't here, but she's right underneath me.
Hey, you're in trouble, boy. Naughty boy. I think the engine's right.
Can we get a quick word with his mother, Denise? The whole family's come over. Son Pete, it's all good. Everybody's happy.
Hey everyone, we've just been handed in at the tower a set of car keys about 4 hours ago. So if you've lost your car keys, time to check your pockets. And I can say this, but no, I won't tell you what type of car keys they are, but they're black car fob. There's a bottle opener on them. It's a nice brand, and I'm going to go and I've actually just got a second set of car keys handed in right now. So if you're still here tonight, I'm going to sell these to you for about $500. We'll auction it off for maybe the Black Dog Institute, one of the support charities here. That's a good idea. I think we've also got a mobile phone handed in. Is that right, Joy? Yeah, so please check your pockets, including myself, as I tap my pockets now to make sure we haven't got your car keys or your mobile phone. Damon Thurg is checking his pockets over there. Yeah, he's dodgy. So the phone came in early this morning, and I'll show Granny how to do the emergency contact thing in a minute. But yeah, 2 sets of car keys we've now got here. One might be a hire car, and one is definitely not. So please check your pockets, and for a small fee, we can reacquaint you with your personal possessions. Big Marty Cook doing the work on the Sea Ray. It looks like David Hasselhoff in Baywatch out there. He's just powered away from the bank there, John. I'm surprised he doesn't just drop a turn in around those turn buoys and try and light it up into the back chute. He's a bit of a racer, is Martin Cook.
Well, I'm standing here looking at his wife, children and his mother, and I know his best advice would be to stay out there for a while.
Yes. He's going to get chores.
Wait till they all calm down a bit.
Hey, mate, what race are we up to?
I have no idea. You've been gone for 15 minutes and I've dropped the bundle.
Oh, good. Thanks for that.
We do have a lot of unlimited boats lined up out here.
I was just looking at that because I reckon we're getting close to
the Stuart Doyle final.
What race is this, Simon? What race is this? After the 95.
I think.
Well, race number 16, according to me, in the commentary box, is up next, ladies and gents. And this is the Stuart Doyle New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Championship final. Been a bit of a battle of attrition today, John, with the a few of the boats having a withdrawal, breaking stuff, and cracked fuel tanks. All sorts of horrible things go wrong.
Well, that's what happens when we do race them. That all these little gremlins you've never seen or heard before come out to ruin the day or the weekend for you. You might notice down here, you see the new decision of Brent Lewis's. It's got flashing blue LEDs on either side at the back, and I believe he put them on his last few boats, and when he puts his foot on the cav gear, they light up, which allows his competitors to know that he's braking, and I think it's a little bit of a diversion to distract them, maybe.
Look over here, look over here. Maybe he's not actually braking at all. Maybe he's got it wide up so when he's on the gas.
We might have to ask him before the end of the weekend.
Or he thinks he's a policeman. He's going to try and pull these guys over and just get in their grill in that way.
They are flashing LEDs and they are police blues, so yeah, possibility.
But what I do know from the paperwork we had before that I've conveniently misplaced was that he's actually positioned himself into pole 1, so fastest qualifier in that Stuart Doyle final. So that's a pretty cool thing.
That all come down to, I think, Cody got a couple of corners wrong in his race, in his heat. The boat sitting very fast and going very well, but he nailed the first couple of corners and then lost a lot of time on a few others, just not getting the boat settled under acceleration, which I've got to tell you, he's really, pretty well mastered over the last few meetings that I've seen him race. So unfortunate, there wouldn't have been much in it, but the old master, Mr. Lewis, has come in and got the better time.
Yeah. I'm not talking to Barry, actually, because I saw him take a family photo over there with, beautiful wife and beautiful kids, and to be honest, he's got enough going on good in his life. He doesn't need to win this thing as well. But
yeah, exactly.
Anyway, that's enough about me. It's more about the action on the water. Good to see Lock and Load back. They came in coughing and spluttering. Just cranking it over, get some oil pressure up before they flick the ignition on. So that's pretty much normal, I hope. There we go. No, decision firing up. Right on. We're holding our breath for a second there, but we've got all three of them. There can be but one winner, mate. The Stuart Doyle, the bragging rights for the Unlimited New South Wales Displacement Championship Trophy is about to be decided. This one's worth breaking the gear for, John. There's no doubt about it. You want this trophy at home on the mantelpiece.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So it's a very famous Unlimited race trophy. Been around for a very long time. I'd say 40 plus years, if not longer. And some great names have won it over the years multiple times, like the likes of Brian McCosker and Tony Walsh, to name a few, Barry Chesser. All the greats have won them.
It's unbelievable names. He's rolling off there. It's just like the gods of powerboat racing, and they've all chiselled their name in the trophy. It would be, I've not had that experience, but to be able to take home a trophy and look back through the archive and see these names really does mean something, particularly to a lot of our new younger competitors.
Well, it puts you into a bit of powerboat racing history. You're a part of that history after you've won it.
That's right. Yeah, there can be only one per year, and it doesn't take long to go back 50 years. But Absolutely. What a trophy, and this is it's going to be a big race. Out of one, decision's going to be very, very tough to get on top of, but the outright boat speed that we saw out of She's the Culprit, out of pole 2 maybe potentially benefits Barry, because he's running a little bit wider line, can maybe get a bit more time to blow off the speed, carry the mid-corner speed, and not be so aggressive on the early part of the corner and the exit.
Don't discount Lock and Loaded. They've only got to have a sneeze, and it doesn't. He's right up there.
Yep.
Coming past the start-finish line for the first time, there was only a boat link or two in the heat. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and that's also important too. It does depend, even if the starter was to carry the flag a little bit further along, the less time, because obviously she's the culprit, definitely building speed continually down the straight. But you know, that acceleration curve to get to their maximum speed, as you said, there's nothing in it. So a little bit of a later flag drop potentially would benefit lock and load. But hey, it is randomised, and it's up to the starter when he's ready to let him go, because as we spoke about earlier, you got to keep him guessing.
Yes, that's right. You got to. Another thing, have a look around the bar tonight and see the start boat guys having drinks brought for them left, right, and centre by the competitors, wanting their start position. Oh, look, it'd be nice if it was about 50 metres before the turn boys. It would be nice if it was 50 metres after, and you know, all coercing to try and get their preferred start place.
All right, good news. We've had one set of keys handed back. I think it was $250 donation to charity. So we've only got one set left, and it's a very fancy car. So check your pockets for your car keys and a mobile phone, ladies and gents. But here we go.
In the starters' hands.
We're in the starters' hands for the New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Championship. Wait for the flag drop. Here we go, John. We have gone live, and they're all away like missiles. Into turn number one. Look at the closing from Decision on the inside. He's gone in hot. What's the exit look like, John?
Cody's done a great turn, got the power on beautifully, but so has Brent Lewis in the same right neck and neck. Now they're back straight away. Cody's gone in hard, come around, giving Brent plenty of room. Brent's come out beautifully. Both boats have come out beautifully, but at the moment it's all Cody.
That was unbelievable. A little bit of caution. But he had to lift a little bit. Come in earlier. Barry now, he's got the lead in and he's closed that gap. He's taken the inside line. It's his right to do so. But this is not over by a long shot right now.
Cody was smart enough to come across into lane one when he had that 3 or 4 boat length lead, which chopped Brent out of that corner. He's across his wash and has given Cody pulled off another beautiful corner. He's come down to face the yellow flag. Brent's throwing absolutely everything at it at the moment. All Cody Barry.
He's throwing absolutely everything at it. Is Lewis in Decision. The boat just launching sideways mid-air. We've got 2 more corners to go. Oh, Cody Barry, that is beautiful on the exit there. The back straight, and his team are going well. The old man's down here. He's got both his fingers crossed. He's got 1 more corner to go.
He's got it loose coming up, but he's got it under control now. Has enough place. He comes down. Cody Barry will take it in 2026 Stuart Gold home. Closely followed by hard charging Brent Lewis.
What a drive. What a race, I tell you what. Look at him. He's just leaping out of the water. He's over the moon. The old man's down here, falling out of his skin. He's just grabbed the checkered flag and done the runner. Wow. Oh, sorry, not his job. I'm getting all excited. The crew's down here jumping out of their skin. Mate, that was one hell of a run.
That was the apprentice giving the master a bit of a hurry up there. Brent's done a few laps in his time, and Cody's, as I say, probably wouldn't be 18 months into his career, but driving well beyond his years, driving within himself, and great result for him. Absolutely great result.
Mate, he's under big pressure, and he didn't falter. Like that last lap, the exit out of turn number 1 on that last lap was faultless. He just poured the power on, the boat just hung there and just builded pace right the way through. So get to the back, take your hats off, give him a wave, mate. He'll be wrapped with that. Your New South Wales Unlimited champion. Unbelievable story for such a young guy to get out there and take this one home in the trophy cabinet is a big story.
Oh, absolutely. His dad, mum will be very, very proud of him, as well his wife and young family.
It seems to be about 6,000 barracks when you fly around.
Yeah, they're good.
About 400 of them this weekend.
I think
alone.
they're all good Catholics, they're good breeders.
Go on, go wild for him. Give him a round of applause as he hoists the checkered flag high. Your New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Champion for 2026, ladies and gentlemen.
Give him a round of applause, people. Well-deserved win.
But that's the only way we're going to get through the day.
Okay, ladies and gents, or more so our competitors, take note of this. I've just had instructions from the pit bitch, Debbie Greentree. If we are running a bit late with the program, we need everybody to comply. That is to be down here when you are called and be ready on the ramp. If you're not here, you miss out on your heat or your race. Every boat coming out must go out the creek and use the creek ramp. Can't use the main ramp. So help us, help you, and do as they're asking, and we'll get through the program today.
All right, so one more time for all you crews. We've been advised by the race committee that we are under extreme time pressure. This is not a drill. So you must be ahead of the curve. You must be at the ramp prior to your required race. And all competitors must retrieve via the channel ramp. So we will only be using the main ramp for launching. So crews, you launch the boat, you remove your trailer from the ramp immediately. It's not to stay there. And then you form up for your recovery in the creek. That is all crews, everybody, the hydros, the whole box and dice is to come back in through the creek, or we will not get this done. So please work with us, and we'll do the best we can. Thank you. I'm down here on the back with the driver of She's the Culprit, Cody Barry, mate. Congratulations, New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Champion, mate. How does it feel?
Oh, I got no words. I can barely talk, and just my adrenaline and excitement. I don't know what to say.
Mate, you just got better and better. The exit to turn one on that last lap was perfect. I was watching you the whole way through. Mate, you drove out of your skin. You always a chance to take it out. But, mate, you're in some quality field there. You made them look second rate. Congratulations. Mate, what does it mean to you, the Stuart Doyle? It's a big trophy.
Oh, it's just growing up as a kid watching everyone win these races, and just like to be, especially my dad winning this race, to have my name next to him. Yeah.
You got to go back, put that one on the back piece, go back through the names, and it's like a history book. You got the whole family here. Look at the smiles. It's like it's living with the Cheshire Cats, mate. Have you got any thank yous specifically?
Oh, thank you to my family, my crew, just everyone involved in the boat. Dad, Mum, my fiance, letting me just do this. Yeah, my daughter for cheering me on.
Yes, she's been pretty vocal. Even I can hear her from the corridor, and she's now got a chicken flag, mate. Hey, thank you very much for bringing that level of competitiveness to the sport here with us this weekend, mate. Congratulations. It's well deserved, and can't wait to see what you got in store for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Well done, there you go, mate. The Stuart Doyle 2026 New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Champion, Mr. Cody Barry and team She's the Culprit.
Coming down for a start now in our Hodgeplain KT race. Paradise out of 1 and Esport out of 2 and Bobber out of 3. Go into turn 1. Around they go into turn 1 for the first time. Anderson Motorsport take a nice wide curve. Taking Bobber with him on the outside. But already Brendan Anderson showing a clean set of heels. Out in front by about 6 or 7 boat lengths. Bold Aussie still having the weekend from hell, putting around the back there, but I'm sure he will get on top of it. But Brendan going nice and wide there in turn 2. Comes down out to complete lap 1. Jimmy Lyons heading in to the Sundown on turn 1. Around they go. Brendan driving absolutely beautifully and smooth out the back. Nice comfortable lead over Bobber. Jimmy Lyons not giving up. Brendan Anderson comes past the canard wing, working overtime again. Tips it into turn 1 and to start his last lap. Well, they've got a commanding lead over Timmy Lyons this race. A 2 out of 2 for Brendan Anderson in the AMS hydroplane. Oh, Timmy Lyons getting it nice and high across the finish line there. He'll take out second place. And Aussie still putting around, will take out third.
Well, we tell you what, John, the older wowzers. Woohoo! So that's a bit of an interesting one. Again, from the commentary box, the black flag flying, 2 boats doing a full flying lap. Now, I don't know, because it's a Hyper 5. Maybe they think they have a 4-lap race. Maybe it's a 5-lap race. So, but under the technicalities of the APBA, that is rationale for penalty. But it may have been a miscommunication. Well, wait and see what happens with that one, Big Jono. But a couple of those drivers obviously not picking up the checkered flag or getting the word from their crew, so did a full flying lap on the black. And like I said earlier in the morning, if you're here with us, the Formula Futures, they know the rules. Black flag, slow down, come on home. So we'll wait and see what happens with that one. But a spirited drive from Anderson Motorsport, yeah, that's about as fast and loose as you want to see a hydro get out there. Starting to line up some pretty serious outboard technology down here on the banks, ladies and gents. A lot of these crews been working super hard. You will have seen the boats earlier in the Formula GP, but a sheep in wolf's clothing, because all of these competitors have now gone back. They've spent about the last hour ripping engines off, taking the power heads off their standard GP 2.5 litre engines, and have now put their fire-breathing monsters on. Horsepower unknown. How much can you run out of it? Right up until it blows up. This is the fastest unlimited outboard racing you're going to see anywhere in Australia. And you got some of the toughest, hardest races that you're ever likely to come across out there. We've seen a couple of them with a bit of a run. Adam Breen in Cracker Racing, boat number 281. He has looked fast all weekend. The Simon Troy, the mainline Dynalog machine, he's got the big donk on now. Reece Coles has punted the big donk on as well. We've got a couple of these new young upstarts out here in the water, Brandon Cropper. I can see Troy Hood is out there ready to throw down with these boys, because anything can and will happen. Now, Bailey Racing, this is boat number 20. It's a white DAC. It's got the quite unique air scoop on the back of it. You can't miss it out there. We saw Carl in second place in the AFP GP final. They have now smashed the big engine on and handed the keys over to father Craig Bailey, or Craig Beetle Bailey, as we call him. Craig's one of the most winningest drivers in unlimited powerboat racing anywhere in Australia, and also forms part of the F1 H2O crew for Maritz Stromoy, touring the world, making these boats go fast. So he's going to be a big one to watch in this race as well. But this is going to be anyone's, and I'll tell you what, it's great to see some fresh blood out there as well. Jake Hinterhosel hanging off the back of Team 2-6. How there, Brandon Cropper. I'm actually not sure what engine spec Cropper's running, and Hood as well. So, Jack Howarth, heat number 1, race number 19. The boats that we're looking for in this one, out of pole number 1, is Deegan Marine Racing. The man from Ulverston, Hadley Deegan. The blue boat's got the big engine on, just looking for him down here in pit lane. Out of pole number 2, Troy Hood, Hood Racing. So he's got a great pole draw for this one. Now, these are drawn poles. So this is the all-pink machine, the sponsor Marine Tech emblazoned across the back of this boat. And big cast and crew here for Hood Racing, campaigning in the junior category this morning as well. Pole number 3, Brandon Cropper in Team 2-6. So this will be his first tilt of this unlimited outboard class, the Jack Howarth. Pole number 4, Smith Family Racing, that beautiful bright yellow Babba of Joel Smith. Boat number 66. And pole 5, big wide pole for Adam Breen in Cracker Racing. Wow. Boat number 281. So Cracker Racing, the white boat with the blue topsides. Troy Hood, the all pink race machine. Now I can't see Hadley Deegan out there on the water. And I hope that Hadley's either going to make this one or he's going to get himself into the next one. Now this is pretty high pressure, John. The unlimited outboard, these boats, as I said, they're air assisted. They're now travelling about 20 miles an hour faster than they were in the Formula GP series. The racing's just as tight, so a moment, a split second of indecision, and you can kite one of these boats. You can roll them, but fingers crossed we're going to see some fast and clean racing. But this is going to be an interesting one. Adam Breen out of pole 5. I'll tell you what, experience will tell you that he's going to get to the corner before probably 2 or 3 of the boats in front of him, and he's going to set the tone for that corner. That's going to put a massive amount of pressure on Joel Smith, Brandon Cropper, Troy Hood, but I can't see Hadley Deegan on the water right now, so pole 1 may be left wanting.
All things going well, he should get there. He's the only methanol chewing S3000 out there. The rest are Grand Prix motors, I believe, so he should have a fairly easy heat, even from pole 5, but time will tell. Stranger things have happened.
So literally these guys have just finished doing the nuts and bolts up on these things. I can see that Chasing Speed, Darren Hitchcock, is down there with the cowl off trying to fire this S3000 on the back of the brand new Mulgard, and it's just not ready to run. So they've got to pull it back out again, check it over. He's only got minutes before his heat now. Got the load wheel on the back, so just trying to everything you can to get this thing to fire up.
There's that man Lucky Velas down there
as well, so this is great to see.
Talking to him, so
it's made a noise.
It's good.
That might be all it takes for these things to blow a bit of oil and fuel out and clean up the bores. But Matt Jordan is down there as well, so great to see him. Indecisive backbait number 882. But wow, so I get a bit anxious of these things. Unlimited outboards, they are fast. Things happen in milliseconds out there. These guys into this turn number 1 are going to pull 5, maybe 5+ G-forces if they go in there red hot. And I can tell you, Adam Breen on the outside, he's going to set a very quick pace. It's a start flag drop.
We're coming down for a start.
Perfect conditions here. The water's fast. The wind conditions have eased right off. Here we go. We've gone live and have a look at these boats launched. Adam Breen on the outside. But I tell you what, who else is flying is Brandon Cropper out of pole 2. So Breen's going to lead him in. He's got to carry his wide pole. Brandon Cropper's gone in red hot on his inside, trying to pick up who that is. In the afternoon sun, Troy Hood's around clean, but Brandon Cropper's come out in second spot. He is flying. Trim it down, son. Boat 265, the orange and black machine. He's right on the ragged edge now. Trying to keep control of this boat. Adam Breen out in front. Look at the pace out of this beautiful DAC as he rolls it round. Cracker Plumbing and Drainage emblazoned along the side of this boat. Oh, Cook Shed, one of his sponsors. That boat is flying right now. Literally just floating. And look at the battle, Troy Hood and Joel Smith in Smith Family Racing, the pink and the yellow machines for third. But right now, Brandon Cropper. This has come down to qualifying time. It doesn't matter on your position. The fastest boats, Joel Smith, the Brew of Grid, is right on the edge of sanity right now. But look at this. There's none of this boat in the water. There's Adam Breen. Cracker Racing.
As I say, qualifying time is everything in this. Again, like the Stuart Doyle, you have to keep your speed up and go the fastest race time to give you the best pole position in the final. Brandon Cropper is just driving out of his skin.
This is unbelievable out of these two. Now, Adam Breen, I have never seen a tunnel boat like this. This has been driven to perfection. All right, he knows he's got to put down the lap time, but have a look at it right now. There is none of this boat in the water. It is literally floating. If he gets that wrong, that boat will go 100 feet in the air in a millisecond. Yellow flag, he's got one more to go. He's come off the pace. Breen has come off the pace.
It's stopped.
He's stopped. He's launched it. The engine has let him down. So Brandon Cropper now. Adam Breen. That boat was 130 mile an hour if it was a second. That is heartbreaking. Brandon Cropper, he's got one lap to run. Picks up at Adam Breen, one of the favourites for this unlimited class.
It looks like
Smith's had to shut down, Jono.
Smith's lost the cowl as well, a boat cowl. But what a sight for young Brandon Cropper. Go down there and see Adam Breen stop. This has given him a fantastic chance. He will take out Heat 1 of the Jack Howarth. And I'd say in a pretty good time as well.
Oh, mate, absolutely. This boat, he's found a lot of pace between this last race and this one. Put your hands together for him. Team 2-6 with a powerful drive. Brandon Cropper. Troy Hood. He's right on the edge of it as well. In Hood Racing, Marine Tech Services. And no canopy. So Joel Smith, he's had a big moment out there, I reckon, in turn number 1. And he's lost the canopy off the back of the Smith family racing machine. Now, hey, I don't know. Look, there's a canopy being lost in the water. Did Adam Breen make contact with that canopy? But, man, I have not seen or heard an F1 tunnel boat running that hard, that fast for a long, long time. Breeny giving it everything. And to me, it seems like he's just pushed it beyond the point of despair, and it's just shut down and let him down.
Well, he's did quite a few, two or three tests yesterday. The boat was faultless, and a couple again this morning was faultless. But as you say, they're allergic to water, and
maybe my heart breaks for Adam and the family, the Bree family, the Cracker Racing crew. They're such a great bunch of people, and Adam, he's super fast, consistent, and he just deserves more. Like, it just doesn't fall his way too many times.
Absolutely.
It hasn't gone his way, and that heat is no different now. I don't know the deed of gift. I assume you would have to finish the race for your times to be valid. They won't be able to take just a lap time. I think it'll come down to that, but I do not know. Again, in the commentary box,
I'm not quite sure.
Half a nod down there from someone that might know, but I would imagine that as a DNF, your time will not count.
Correct.
Wow. But anyway, okay, so that's the sub story. What about Brandon Cropper? Team 2-6, where does this come from?
Well, the thing before Adam went south, he looked fast. I don't know whether they've done a powerhead change or not. I don't think that they would have.
I'll have to try and find it. Have a look at him. He's breathing hard down there as young as BC, the beautiful 2-6 team. But what a drive, Brando. Well done, mate. You deserve it. Give him a round of applause. That was a very, very solid run. But yeah, maybe we'll have to find out, because he's probably got plenty of engines in the shed. He got sick of winning everything in ski racing and everything in monoboat racing, and so now he's probably lining up to try and take out something big here, John.
Absolutely, would not surprise you. But no, it was a great performance by him, and the best of the boats in the field too, but especially him.
All right, race number 19, I think we've got on the card. So this is another heat of the Jack Howarth. So the unlimited outboard category. No, that was that one just there. But of course, I'm looking at Hagley D. So race 20, heat number 2. Indecisive is back out there on the water. So that's great to see. And hopefully we get a good outcome for Matty Jordan in Team Indecisive. The 25-year-old peddler of that boat. He's drawn pole 1, so he's got a great chance to get to that turn in a good position on his outside. We haven't seen this guy in a race this weekend. Matt Peck, Octane Racing. He campaigned this series and was a very solid competitor for many years. But his personal life, unfortunately, has got in the way of all that. Things like work and life and stuff. But he's come back to throw a big engine at this thing. We saw him for a run earlier. The boat looked good too. He was out there with Breeny.
Yeah, he's got family too, which slows us all down. But hopefully he didn't hurt the thing too bad, although I haven't seen him back out here after it was towed out. So
yeah, now I've just talked him up. I'm actually trying to find him in the water and I can't see him there either. Out of pole number 3, Craig Bailey Marine, and just looking down there in the water because I reckon the seat has been evacuated, and it is none other than Craig Bailey on the in the boat right now. So the big "Let's go faster" on the back of the cow. It's a bit of a catch cry and a bit of a taunt to his fellow competitors, because if you can see that, it means he's already in front of you and he's just trying to egg you on. But yeah, Craig Bailey, he's going to be one to watch in this one. But alongside him in the water right now is Simon Troy, 888 Racing, the Pro Hub main line Dynalog group. So tough enough racing. There's a few decals on there, but I'll tell you what, Simon Troy with the big engine on.
Talking about having the right sort of crew around you, like Simon's is blessed with a college of knowledge. His boat crew down there is none other than Mark Evans, the World Southern Hemisphere, Southeast Asian Pacific F2 champion from years back, a legend, a legend in the game.
The World Southern Hemisphere,
absolutely.
Southeast Asia, New South Wales.
All jokes aside, a very talented driver. Started off driving a little 6 on the KT around St George, called Running Late, or Running Wild, I think it was called, but we nicknamed it Running Late.
Running over things.
Great competitor, but he is major influence and guiding light for Simon in the crew.
All right, Hadley Deegan, boat number 66, is back on deck. So the boys, I think, bolting on a big powerhead as well is Hadley Deegan. But I tell you what, put your hands together for him, Adam Breen, and commiserations to Breeny and Cracker Racing, mate. He was on song, and that's going to be a tough one for him to take out of that, because he wanted this trophy here this weekend, and they prepared faultlessly, but unfortunately I think he was just going too fast. He was having too much fun, mate. That thing was flying.
Oh, knowing Breensy, he'll have another bullet in the transporter, so I'll give you down there now, dusting it off, and they won't make the Jack House, but there's plenty of other races over the weekend. So
yeah, I can see Big Gav over there just casually relaxing in the afternoon sun, working on his tan, and he looks as stressed as he always does.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he looks pretty wound up about it. I'm not sure where Katie is. She's
team owner, but yeah.
Katie's probably out having a mimosa somewhere with her perfect kids and having a great old time. But they are a great family.
It's only another 3 sewer chokes and sewer chokes, and you get another engine back. So being a plumber.
Yeah,
I haven't met a poor plumber yet.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. We do a good job. I pay you cash. That's the Gavin Breen philosophy. Well, less for cash. Anyway, enough of that, because we've got some great competitors here with us in this heat, mate. Craig Bailey, Simon Troy, Hadley Deegan, and another one of these young upstarts is running out there in Matt Jordan Indecisive. So
let's hope he gets a better run. He's had a bit of a shock in the last 2 heats, and of the AFPGP, but obviously there's small issues because the boat keeps coming back out again. So let's hope he has a good run this time.
Yeah, let's hope it's a clean run. Do you think that young couple in the little tinny that just rocketed past us there? It's probably his first date. He said, "Mate, I've got a boat. Do you want to go for a ride, just a cruise down the river?" And unfortunately, he's now got 3,000 people that have just had a look at him.
Outside pole in heat 3.
So just the 3 of us in this next heat.
Yeah, so you won't have as many in heat 2. What pole are we on? What are you in? We'll try Bailey. Big pole 2.
Indecisive is 1. Octane not here. Craig, so you'll be 2.
Okay, thank you.
3 will be Ricker, he's not there either. And Leroy's going to be the next one. Can you down the beach? Do they want to come about, or will he recreate? Where to go?
So still looking for Matt Peck out here in the lineup. Haven't seen him as of yet. Joel Smith just pulled the boat out. Oh, big Lambo. So Greg Lambert's out there at 777. Got the big donk bolted on, ready for this one. That'll be good to see him go out and stretch his legs, or leg as the case may be, this weekend. All right, word from the tower. We are ready to go here. So Bailey versus Troy versus Jordan versus Deegan. This is going to be a big one. The Taswegian, can he get the job done? The crackle pop of a methanol two-stroke race engine. Got to tell you, Matt Jordan does sound a little bit hot. That doesn't sound like a standard 2.5 as he fired it up off the bank. Thanks, mate.
Well, I've just been informed by our office crew that the Bob Thurger was going down for 2 heats and a final. Now it'll just be a selection, and I think all boats in for the last race of today.
One hit, mate. So the big finale for the Bob Thurger.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable. So these you get one shot, in the words of Eminem, at the title. Yeah. Wow, that's going to be a showdown. I can't wait to see the pole draw for that one, mate. That's going to be a belter.
Absolutely.
All right, start boats on their way back down. So race number 20, Jack Howarth, heat number 2. We lost Octane Racing. We've got indecisive. Craig Bailey, TBR is out. 888 is there, and Hadley Deegan's in front of me. So they're still lining up down here, but 3-boat field, flags down. We go racing. Simon Troy looks good on the outside, mate. The Pro Hub mainline dialogue Material Solutions. As he rolls through to turn number 1 again, that's lightning fast. Holds the wide line. Now he's going to be thinking about the time. He needs to push. That's the thing with these qualifying heats. It's the clock that you're racing.
That was a great corner by Matty Campbell. Really good corner out of pole 1. Bailey gave him plenty of room in the corner, but made up quite a few spots on Craig Bailey. But at the moment, all Simon Troy out in front, as to be expected with a methanol burning S3000. The other boys, I think, are still running the 2.5.
So Simon Troy is on the ragged edge right down there. His crew are saying, mate, peg it down, peg it down. He's driving away from Craig Bailey. I can hardly believe it. The boat pace in that mainline Dynalog machine out in front is phenomenal. But what a story from Matt Jordan, indecisive. He is hanging with Craig Bailey right now. So one of the best that we've ever seen. And Matt Jordan is within like 100 metres of Bailey in the back straight on lap 2.
Yeah, an exceptional job. But I've never seen Simon fly this boat quite as high. We can see straight underneath it.
Well, mate, Simon Troy, he's not even backing off. He's just driving straight into this corner, dropping the nose down and unloading. He's been pulling 5 Gs easily as he goes through that corner. Keep your eyes peeled, because if he has any sort of trim issue, this boat is shooting for the moon. He's around beautifully. Look at the exit. The rooster builds behind the boat. That is sheer perfection behind the wheel. The laps tick on down, John. This is going to be a red hot time.
Starting his last lap. Round he goes.
Now Craig Bailey, he's currently sitting second, but as I said, he's getting left behind completely by Simon Troy out in front. But Matty Jordan, indecisive, doing a great job. Checkered flag flying now. Simon Troy, wow, that is our benchmark, and that's going to be one that's very, very tough to beat.
Well, given what Reece Coles might do in the next heat, But that's a pole one, I think, if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, well, he hasn't left that one for the judges. I can assure you that is definitely in the pole one spot right now. But super solid run, Craig Bailey. So that he's brought that boat home as well. So he's up there with the time on the board. Matty Jordan. Great drive from indecisive. He wanted a clean one. He hasn't had a lot of luck go his way this weekend, but he has been fast. That beautiful DAC hull. Jordo and Janine, mum and dad here cheering him on along with the crew. So Josh, Amber, Sven and Tomo. Of course, Pappy talking him through on the cans, but Simon Troy cracks that cell lead. He will be absolutely cooked in that boat. That was fast.
Well, Reese and Bennett won't make any sort of mistake in his heat.
I cannot wait to see those times, mate. And I'm just sitting out here in front of him right now. You know, you've got Reese Coles, Will Parker, Lambo in 777, and Hadley Deegan. They have just watched that. So they know that they are going to have to go 10 tenths to try and get that all-important inside pole run in the big final.
Oh, absolutely. And as you know, every time the poles have been alternated between Troy and Reese Coles, it depends on the pole who won the race. So.
That's it, Marty Cook. He's had enough, mate. He's got the itch again. He's going to go out and cut a quick hot lap down there.
He'd be getting very thirsty by now, old Cookie.
Yeah. Conditions right now absolutely perfect for tunnel boats. Obviously, as an air-assisted boat, you know, we saw that with the hydroplanes as well. Essentially, the driver is flying the boat to just skim the surface of the water. The less boat in the water, the faster you're going to go. And this is the only conditions that you can do that in. Like, you know, any sort of gust like that, if you run like Simon Troy just did, or Adam Breen before him, that one little gust, 5 knots from the side, whatever else, it's going to tip you over. It's going to pick the boat up and launch it to the moon.
Well, that's how clever these guys are. To balance it on the knife edge.
We're very keen to see what... he's sitting out in front of me now and he needs to get this boat fired. Hadley Deegan. I was just about to say I'm going to be very keen to see what he looks like, because obviously comes from Ulverston in Tasmania, spends most of his time with this boat campaigning unlimited outboard. So the Formula GP was basically a new thing for him and his team. And so, yeah, they're really all over this, but right now they've got dramas. Oh, beautiful.
They've got it fired. It's good.
He knew I was talking about him. Hadley Deegan is away, so yeah, a little bit of doughiness there, so you can see the big cloud of smoke. Obviously, they load wheel these engines, which means that they have a propeller that has no load on it, so they can spin them up, warm them up, get them ready to run. But they've got these big racing props underneath them, so a lot of load on the starter motor. But I hope he's backing off there, because that didn't sound super strong on the way through there. There's nothing like warming an engine up at full bottle, but that's the joy of owning a two-stroke.
Yeah, but I've often queried Corey on that. I don't quite understand. Metal has a molecular construction, and cold, it's quite brittle. Warm, it's just too...
Yeah. Write that down.
Yeah, some guys still like to paddle around the outside, get a couple of laps at 20 or 30 mile an hour to get some heat into the engine. But others don't seem to worry about it. But each to their own, I suppose, but still. Right, coming down for a start. 4 starters in this race. Watch Reese Coles from out at
Wow, here we go. They've
pole
let him
two.
go, and man, there is some speed in these boats. Reece Coles is flying. Lambert, mate, they are evenly matched. So is Hadley Deegan up there. They are all quick in a straight line. Who's going to get through these corners? Lambert, I like the line. Will Parker's up there as well, and the white boat with the green and black stripe on the back. Top line speed, but look at Lambert, 777. We haven't seen him race all day. He's got some serious leg pain issues, so he's kept himself just for the Unlimited, and he's flying right now. But Reece Coles has some pace on. Wow. Oh, that little airlift under boat 77, the Lambert family racing machine. That is right on the edge as it came into the end of the straight. Just that tiny little lift you saw there. And he is absolutely hauling. He's putting pressure on Will Parker, who's been super fast all day. And he's actually got the straight line speed on him. Hadley Deegan from the wide pole, though, he's got great pace. But look at Reece Coles. These guys are absolutely flying.
Well, let's say he really needs that pole position of Simon Troy. I think they're the only two boats now running methanol. The Lambert family racing machines are able to pull half a dozen boat lengths on Will Parker. It's sort of not an S3000, I believe, in that, but it's some sort of hotted up 2.5, I believe. So, yeah, he's having a good run and a nice drive, but Reece Coles out in front to take the yellow flag. 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go. When we're talking about these tunnel holes and the air going underneath the boat, compressing, lifting the boat, you've never seen a better example of that with Simon and Reece right now. The boat's literally just skimming the surface of the water.
Absolutely.
Mate, 777 Motorsport, Lambert family racing, he is flying, mate. He's going to be top 2 quality, top 3 quality here behind Reece and Simon. He is absolutely hauling. Whoa, Reece had to settle that hard then, so got a bit flighty, got a bit nervous.
Got a bit twitchy there at about...
Checkered flag, I think.
Checkered flag was out.
Trying to pick that up, so wowee. Put your hands together for Lambert family racing. That will be, in my mind, that's a top 3, top 4 time. Will Parker, Mach 1 Motorsport, is home as well, and Hadley Deegan. The big Taswegian. Going to be nothing in these times, John. All right, announcement for all crews, a change to the program. This is important. All crews, please pay attention. The next race will be the Rocky. We are following that with an all-in Bob Thurger final. The last race will be the final of the Howarth. Polls for the Thurger and the Howarth are to be advised, but can all teams please prepare yourself. The next race is the Rocky, followed by the Bob Thurger, and then we will run the final of the Howarth, the Bob Thurger and Howarth polls to be advised. So teams, please, with that change to the program, can you please understand what that means to the organisers and accelerate your preparations. Well, put your hands together and welcome him back to the dock, because Reece Coles, whew, can't wait to see the stopwatches on these ones. Hadley Deegan was good, but mate, out of the box. Lambert family racing, good to see the big unit. He's the tallest, biggest man in the sport, and getting the job done. And mate, that's going to be fast. For my money, he's top 3. I reckon he probably had the wood on a couple of the guys out of Heat 1. Okay. All right, so a bit of administration underway up here with some changes to the program as announced. So this is going to be it's going to be a big Bob Thurger. Now I've got a printout for race Linda. All right, so we've just been handed from Debbie, not Linda.
That's right.
No wonder she keeps walking past me. I'm not a smart man, I just talk loud. Hey, race number 27, which is going to be the Bob Thurger, the big one for these big boats, mate. And we've just been handed the poles. Now, out of pole number 6, Supernova. Big run for the big man from Bay City Marine up north in Supernova, because he's got to come from the wide pole, but that's a big boat with some big speed. So, can Scotty Cleaver get the job done from pole number 6? Out of 5, mate. Who have we got in 5?
Decision.
Yeah, so decision drawn, pole 5.
Lewis, yeah. Not a great draw for either boat, but go down to pole 3, Odin.
No, pole 4.
Oh, pole 4, sorry.
Yeah, pole 4.
Is Joe, Andrew Wormsley.
Yeah, the new boat.
The new boat. He's picked out of pole 4. Odin out of 3. And Mayhem out of 2.
And pole
she's
number
the culprit.
1, mate.
Oh. Wow, great job for
Very happy
Cody.
little Barry man, because he has just drawn pole number 1 in the Bob Thurger. Wow, can they go 2 from 2 for the two big displacement events here today with us?
Well, if he drove as well or half as well as what he did in the last race, absolutely.
Yeah, so interesting. So now we've read them out, let's think about it. Supernova, Scott Cleaver. The boat's got big speed, the big twin turbos, so we know that. It's got the straight line pace, but it's a big boat to turn. In my mind, that's actually potentially going to help Scott. He's going to be able to run the wide line in and set his own course out wide and keep his mid-corner pace, as opposed to try and monster that boat in and around a tight, pole 1, to be frank. So that's potentially, for me, that's probably an upside. Out of 5, decision, not so. I would think he turns that boat on its rails. I think he would have probably liked to have a narrower pole draw to make the most of the ability of the boat to get around a corner.
Whichever way you look at it, 5 and 6 is way out there.
Yeah, it's
that's
big wide
a long
run,
way round, you know. And unless there's a bit of a traffic jam in 1, 2, and 3, it's a little bit of a. It's certainly not ideal. So
and we haven't seen the best out of Joe. So we've had some reliability dramas through it today. So fingers crossed that they're going to get the run that they deserve out of 4. Look out, the Rocky. I get it now. Playing jokes down there in the commentary box. All right, out of 3, Odin. Bang. It's probably just about exactly where they want to be. You think with the straight line boat speed of Odin, if the Constable crew can get it there, mate, that is going to put them into turn 1 in front of the crews inside of him, and that's exactly what he's going to want, is Mr. Constable, the pilot behind Odin. 2 for Mayhem. Boat can turn. Has it got the pace to stay up? Because they're going to have Odin out of 3, mate. So they've got to try and stay on their shoulder so they don't get dictated to. And 1, she's the culprit. Tell you what, this is what these guys do every day. But if I had the choice between having she's the culprit on the inside of me and Odin on the outside of me, and brushing my hair with a potato peeler, I would probably choose a potato peeler. Even just the noise would be enough to frighten me. My little outboard doesn't. They wouldn't even be started up and I'd be flat out. So anyway, it's going to be a hell of a race, the Bob Thurger final. Good to see Tamo Thurger here with us, mate. Come down to be involved in the trophy and the family's honour. Now, last time out, in the Rocky Heat, this was an interesting thing because AMS, mate, they were unstoppable, the hydro. They were super fast and wonderful. And then, however, that was the Hyper 5. They were a different heat. But did not stop on the checkered flag, so therefore were penalised unofficially from the tower. So they did another full flying lap after the checkered flag was thrown, and so they were DQ'd from that heat. So I'm not sure if that was a Hyper 5 or if that was the Rocky, but I
it must
think
have been Hyper 5 because he's in the Rocky and he's out of pole 2. Cranky out of 1, AMS out of 2, and I think Tunnel Vision out of 3. At this stage, Bova and who else was it? Paradise Cafe are out.
litre heat 2, that's about to happen. And that's going to be the combined Thurga final. And then after that will be the Jack Howarth Outboard Tunnel final. So 3 races to go, guys.
So there you go. I've just learned something running through the program that Tracy has prepared for me, and I'm supposed to know all this sort of wonderful stuff. But I was thinking Rocky is a heat 1, heat 2, and then a final, but it's not. It's heat 1, heat 2, so it must be consolidation of points across the 2 heats that gets you to chisel your name in the trophy.
Yes, I'm not sure. There is a deed of gift for the race, and I'm not quite sure exactly, but sometimes we have to change it. With available boats.
Even on the program. So John Rocky Allen, race 1, race 2. So they're not heats; they're actually outright races. So everything else is heat 1, heat 2. So here you go. This is for points for the John Rocky Allen. That's going to be a little bit exciting, mate. But we got a little bit of break. Good time to get up, stretch your legs, grab yourself another beer, grab a burger. Have you tried one of those pulled pork rolls yet, mate?
No, I have not. I have not.
You've got to.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, anything actually. There's a little shop right next to it. I can't remember the name. I took a photo of it.
Nick Snacks.
Yeah, Nick Snacks.
She's my son's sister-in-law.
Really?
Does fantastic.
That was gratuitous promotion. I didn't know that. They make good stuff as well.
Slid straight in there. What do they call that? A segue into it.
No, so don't be shy because support the people that support us. And,
both shops, very tasty.
Oh,
very tasty snacks.
It's sort of like the food tour. I should start one of those little TV shows about the culinary guide to Dargle on a winter spectacular weekend.
But the coffee ladies are fantastic as well. They've been supporting Upper Hawkesbury and Dargle for many a year. But a few words about John Rocky Allen. I knew John quite well back in the day. Him and his wife and kids, they lived out at Moralia on Pebbly Hill Road there. Sue Allen, who still is alive and well, living up and around Lismore with the kids and grandkids. And very good friends that lived down the road was Charlie and Lynn Mayfield. And Charlie and Lynn have sponsored the race for more years than I'd like to remember. But John was a very, very hard charger in ski racing in 5 litre, a boat called Tantrum. And I would not be unfair to call him a wild man. He looked like a wild man. He sometimes acted like a wild man. But the loveliest bloke you could ever meet. He'd always help you. Unfortunately, I was involved in an accident at Taree, probably close to 40 years ago now.
Yep.
And died some 6 months later. But he's never been forgotten by his family or the Upper Hawkesbury and Dargle Valley families and stuff. And so Charlie and Lynn have put up the money for God knows how many years to keep the race alive. So really great bit of history of the Hawkesbury was Johnny Allen, and in ski racing and powerboat racing. So
can I tell you something about Lynn Mayfield that I only found out yesterday, because they're one of those families that are iconic around powerboat racing, all that sort of stuff. She makes the most amazing sausage rolls you've ever had, because I was lucky enough to be invited to a certain establishment here last night, and Lynn Mayfield had dropped off a snacks which included homemade sausage rolls, and they were phenomenal. So thank you very much for the sausage rolls.
A woman
totally unrelated. Again, I'm back to the food.
I'm with you. But she obviously Lynn owns and runs LM Racewear as well. She's made my ballistic pants, made my race suit.
Well, that's a lot of material.
That's really, a lot of material, mate.
A lot of carbon fibres had to be annihilated to make that race.
There's a lot of cotton fields we harvested to make mine. But she's been looking after the racing community for many, many years and doing it at a reasonable cost too. So treasures of our sport, Charlie and Lynn. I did see Charlie getting around earlier on. I haven't seen Lynn, but...
No, hopefully she's making more sausage rolls for me later on today.
Yeah.
Big time shout out to our crews there on water, and particularly around the pit lane. Probably the toughest gig here is pit corner. I've just seen Bryony, and she's still running. She's at 25,000 steps already, and she's still running to try and get this show on the road. So a massive shout out to all of our crews. Oh, you finally found time to take a breath. Good one.
She's
probably treating it like there's some sort of tournament. She's probably lifting concrete sacks around.
She's a fitness fanatic, so this is just part of training.
I get tired just talking to her, actually. She's so fit, it's annoying. But anyway, that's all right. I was young once too. Hey, great to see all the kids here, and it won't be too far away. The conditions are actually improving, so now that we've got some of the fastest racing we've seen all day, as that sun dips a little bit lower, much better vision into turn at number 1, which is really important as we start to throw a lot of horsepower into the water here. But I'm going to take a quick break here from the from the commentary box, and then we're going to go racing in race number 2 of the John Rocky Allen, the Bob Thurger Big Showdown. And then the last round for the unlimited outboard for the Howarth. This is going to be some big trophies decided. Don't go anywhere. And, of course, once the racing's finished, mate, we've got a whole night of entertainment here at Dargle at the magnificent facilities here. Of course, about 10 minutes after racing is completed, the pit area will be open to the general public for you to come and have a quick look at. However, there's a couple of rules that if you're going to bring people in, and that is that your children stay with you at all times. There's absolutely no smoking in the area, and you've got to be aware of moving vehicles. But we've also got the bar opening a little bit later on. There's food, there's bar, there's plenty of seating, there's going to be noise, there's going to be music, and there's going to be some crackling big fires thanks to the Dargle Valley Turf Farm. And Chris and Tracy. So make sure you hang around for as long as you can and enjoy the night with us. But just waiting for the just a couple more minutes for the sun glare. The competitors have advised they're going to just have a quick run through now, and then we're going to get this show back on the road.
Oh, let's get some very interesting news here. We've the Jack Howarth final.
Yeah, you've just been handled, but all the outboard guys have just stopped.
4 laps.
4 laps for the final. So let's build it up.
Sort of like we thought, but bit of a hiccup.
Well, you got the times there too.
Got times, yeah. Coming in 6th place in pole 6. Fantastic effort by Brandon Cropper.
No way.
6th place, he's made the final.
Unbelievable.
2 minutes and 44.8.
2:44.8 for Brandon Cropper in Team 2-6. He is qualified for a Jack Howarth Unlimited Outboard. Who have we got out of 5?
We've got 5. We've got Hadley Deegan in Deegan.
Oh, the Tasmanian.
He was 0.8 of a second faster than Brandon Cropper, so there's nothing in it.
So Hadley Deegan, the man from Ulverston, mate, he'll be smiling like a Cheshire cat because in the final you've got a chance anything can happen.
Out of 4 is Will Parker in Wasp. He was 7 seconds faster in race time.
2:37.
2:37,
wow.
which is...
That's hauling.
And no surprises for 3rd place was LFR in a time of 2:31.7. But out of pole 2 will be Simon Troy in Triple 8 Racing. 2.18 seconds. And Reece Coles... Well, it says Reece was 5 seconds faster, which I find hard to believe, but it must be true. 5 seconds faster, Reece Coles Racing out of pole 1 with a 2:13.8.
No way. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Out of pole 1, the fastest qualifier for the Jack Howarth is Reece Coles Racing, 2:13.8. Unbelievable. I would not have picked that. Simon Troy, Mainline Dynalog, Triple 8 Racing, 2:18. I would not have picked that time on the water for a race time variance. So first is Reece Coles, second is Simon Troy. Congratulations to Lambert Family Racing into 3rd. Will Parker 4th, Hadley Deegan in 5th, mate, Brandon Cropper in 6th. And you know he's put his behind him as the first reserve?
I just noticed.
Craig Bailey. Brandon Cropper
1 second faster.
Has just put Craig Bailey behind him in his first hit out of this unlimited outboard. I tell you what, he should be shouting beers tonight. All right, we've got a major issue happening down here at Race Control. We have a child that has lost a little teddy bear cuddle rug. It's brown, it's got a bare head, it's got a little snuggle rug underneath it, and it is worth more than life itself. So can everyone please have a look around, because you're going to make the dreams of a young child very, very happy for a little brown-headed cuddle rug. And get it on back to us. If your child has acquired a new one. Pole 1 in the outboard, Reece Coles Racing, 2:13.18. He's got 5 seconds on Simon Troy. Cannot believe that. Someone down there's got fat thumbs. There's no way that happened. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I was just having a crack at Arnie Joy. All right, let's have a look at the action on the water. AMS Paradise Cafe, the Bobber, Tunnel Vision and Cranky. This is the Rocky race number 2. The Hydro is going to run out. No, it's not. It's running out of 2. He's opted, he's not there. He's run it out of 2. Cranky's out. So Cranky has just done a motor on the run into it. Cranky has actually pulled up early. AMS now has got the inside run, and Bobber to the outside. He's in the spray right now. We can't see him. Jono, where's he going to appear? He's right on the transom of the big hydro in front of him.
No, I think you'll find it's Dylan Greentree in Tunnel Vision is out there in second place. Brendan Anderson will hold down first place, heading into turn 2 for the first time. Round he goes. He'll take the nice and wide. It'll take Dylan out with him as well.
Oh, that's a long way wide.
He's pulled it in tighter, but Dylan's come in around. Left him a little bit of room.
Don't race on the outside of a hydroplane. Needs to step across the wash and get to the inside. But I tell you what, that boat flying right now.
A little bit of lumpy water down here. Dylan's backed right off. I know he's had some boat issues this weekend, and so it's just no use hurting the engine. He'll go around and pick up second place for sure. But leaving it nice and easy run for Brendan Anderson out in front.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's a hell of a racer, so you wouldn't back off by choice. So I'm guessing he's something on the dash that he doesn't like the look of. But it's
a little bit worried that it's all got a little bit loose coming down that first straightaway. A lot of crosswash still left on the course.
Yeah.
It's quieting down a bit now.
Right, the lap's ticking down. He's only got a couple more to go. Remembering too, this is race number 2 of the Rocky. It's essentially a one-boat race. We've just got the boys from Bobber just looking for a finish. Oh, sorry, it's not Bobber. This is Tunnel Vision. So we didn't see Bobber face the start. I got that wrong.
Sorry, he was out. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You're not listening to me. I said that.
No, mate, I can't hear you.
You're getting too excited.
These engines.
But, Brandon will come down and take a nice, easy win, and possibly the Rocky Allen.
Well, I tell you what, I'm glad I'm not in the judges' box because I now have no idea what's going to happen in the Rocky. We have boats that finished and may have been DQ'd. We've got boats that didn't finish in race 1, that finished in race 2, boats that raced in race 2 that didn't finish in race 1.
Well, I'm very thankful that we don't have to worry about that. I have been in that position. It's not good.
I'm going to just be there on Sunday night and I'm going to listen to the presentation and I'm going to find out, like the rest of us, who has won the John Rocky Allen. For the
see there, but just lowering Odin back in the water. And after that whoopsie doodle, the wing is back on. Dylan Greentree crosses over second place in Tunnel Vision.
So that's a good pickup, mate, because the boys from Odin have been campaigning this weekend without the wing. Changes the dynamic of the boat. Obviously, the wing does two things. It pushes the boat back down in the back of the boat, so it gets that prop, helps prevent the boat launching, but it's also wind drag, so it does actually cost you speed and a little bit of handling because you've got that fulcrum effect of a wing so high with so much force. At 100 plus 140 mile an hour, there's a lot of force on that, downforce on that wing.
One thing that Odin does have is speed, so they can afford to lose a couple of mile an hour and not be
So they have worked incredibly hard to keep this boat running thus far this weekend, so fingers crossed for a good, clean run. Bay City Marine emblazoned across the deck of the big purple people eater, Supernova. Scott Cleaver, he's a big, big unit. Lucas Oil's decals on the back of the big, huge twin turbo thing. The boat previously owned a campaign by Rob Pasala and now under the ownership of Scott Cleaver. And as I said earlier, I fancy the idea of Cleaver in Supernova from Pole 6. I think it's going to suit him. He's driven a lot of these boats, a lot of fast boats in ski racing, a lot of the top end in Superclass. Cornering at that speed isn't going to be a concern for him, so I think that's going to play into favour. So don't be surprised if Cleaver doesn't get a really good exit to turn number 1.
He won't get mixed up in any of the stuff that's going on inside him. He's keep a nice clean arc.
keep the speed up and come out and hopefully get the power down.
Yeah, that's got to be the tactics for him. But hey, Mayhem's out there on the water as well, pole number 2. So they've got a good chance to run a nice clean line and get in front. It's a big task. So we've got some big boats here, and but these boys are they love to throw down and have a go at it.
Oh, absolutely. And good news too, Joe's being backed into the water. Andrew Walmsley, he got towed back in the last race, I believe, but he's back out.
Not a smart man, but how long is it taking you to get used to the idea of not calling it Joe Jr.?
Very hard. I had to look at the name while I was calling it then.
I know. So apologies.
I noticed they still keep calling it Joe Jr. on the race sheet.
Program,
so
but that's right.
It's been 10 or 15 years of him running around Joe Jr. But
yeah,
Joe was his father's boat name, a blown boat back in the day. Lovely guy, Joe Walmsley, and well, his nickname, I think, actually.
Joe was.
But these boats come out and it's dropped the junior. It's now Joe. So
it's Joe. It's grown up. It's gotten bigger. It's gotten longer. It's gotten a little bit wider as well, and it's got a brand new bottom. So, mate, it has evolved. Has Walmsley evolved with it? Time is going to tell. Let's hope they have a great run. Nathan, not Nathan Barry, Cody Barry, mate. He'll be on a high out there. He'll be feeling like king of the world right now, and he's got pole 1. So,
absolutely.
The culprit. It's interesting when you see these boats sitting in the water side by side, because, on its own, Odin looks like a monster, and then you put She's the Culprit next to it. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of energy and a lot of glass in those boats out there. So there's some big rigs in this thing.
What do you think's running through the drivers' minds now? How are they going to attack that first corner? Where am I going to be? Where can I, I've got to get a good start.
It's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because
there's a lot going through your head, It's a major race. It's a sought-after trophy that everybody wants. You can treat it just as another race, but where am I going to be? What am I going to do if Odin's half a boat length in front?
Yeah,
I'm going to charge in there and hopefully leaves me a lane, which Ryan would do. But yeah, there's a lot happening, and it all happens in an instant.
There's a boat that used to run around. I'm not sure if it's still actually running, like split decision.
Yeah.
And it is exactly that. That depending on your launch at the start, what plays out in those first couple of seconds, you're just going to have to evaluate constantly. Into turn 1, and that's easy to say. But when you're doing it at 140 miles an hour, it's a very different thing.
Well, someone might start coming across, and do you capitulate or do you hold your line and whack into them? Like I know a couple would do. So
yes, yep. They can get a little bit hot on the collar as Marty Cook just once again just.
Rescue 1, can you just move a little bit further away from those turn, boys? Don't want you to wear a unlimited displacement, please.
Martin Cook in the Magnificent Sea Ray, just recovering the unfortunately the broken down cranky. So hopefully it's not a biggie, but it didn't sound that great. She went pop and stopped.
Start boat, take them away.
All right, call is through. You would have heard that in the background. Start boat, take them away. Here we go. The Bob Thurger final. Wow, this is one that they want. There's some names on this trophy. All right, Jono, who's your money?
Well, after having such a horror weekend, it'd be great to see Ryan get up in the 510 boat. I know Ryan is a very hard-headed person. He doesn't scare easily. Yep. That little dipsy doodle he's out the front here will be way behind him now. Yep. Wouldn't phase him. He's focused on this race and focused on winning this race. So I'll put my money on Ryan Constable.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid bet, but I don't know. I know it's easy for me to put the wood on you and say where you're going and don't sit on the fence, but I am a little bit torn. Just to make it interesting, I'm going to say Barry and the culprit out of pole 1. I'm going to say that he's going to get there. Top end speed is one thing, but I think he's that inside run if he can get through the corner. But my roughie is Supernova. Don't put Scott Cleaver out of this one in the wide pole either. But
well, look, any of them can win it. The decision, Brent Lewis has got a habit of pulling a rat out of the hat, when he needs to.
It is funny, isn't it? The more I think about what you just said, you're exactly right. Yeah, he could win it, he could win it, he could win it, he could win it. That's what we want. This is going to be anyone's race. Anyone's race. 6 boats out on the water, blown alcohol, forced induction. averaging probably 1,500 to 1,800 horsepower out there. So we're about to unleash, just a casual 10 to 12,000 horsepower into the beautiful Hawkesbury River.
I've heard unofficially that Odin's got way north of 2,000.
Yeah,
so
I'm not allowed to say that. yeah.
We'll just keep that to ourselves.
They just dial up what they need, but let's just round it up to 2,000 as an average. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, let's talk 10,000 plus horsepower about to be injected into the Hawkesbury River, thanks to the blown alcohol displacement. The Bob Thurger final. This one's worth breaking gear for, mate. Doesn't matter about the red light on the dash. You're not going to let off if you're half a lap to go.
If you're worried about breaking gear, you wouldn't be out there.
You're not driving a blown alcohol displacement, that is for sure. Right, the sun's set now. Conditions absolutely perfect from a driver visibility point of view. The tide is high. The track is wide. This is going to be a hell of a race. Milling at the Windsor end of the course. It's like a school of bull sharks surrounding a whale carcass ready to go. I'm getting excited.
That's in itself is a little bit of a headspace thing as well. You just keep circling and circling, and you wouldn't believe the waves would get a metre high out there, and without looking at it, you'll cop a greenie straight over the deck if you don't keep, and that just puts you off, like you can force someone into driving into that. It's a part of the game.
You're right,
too.
there is a bit of posturing up there.
Oh,
Depends
absolutely.
on where you are here. Melton's a lot like that down in Victoria. You'd be out of harm's way, so there's
or
quite
just
a
turn in front of your competitor, right in front of them, at 30 mile an hour, and make them turn. And it's a
little bit of a mental game, but Startboat's got
it's
the
all
nod.
part of it. Just get inside their head.
Yeah. So one more time, we won't hear anything when they come down here, but out of 1 is the culprit. Out of 2, Mayhem. 3 is Odin. 4 is Joe. 5, Decision. And 6, Supernova. The Bob Thurger final. 3 of the best and fastest inboard displacement laps we're going to see.
Can we bring him down? Tower to starboat, bring him down.
All right, there is the call. The hounds have been released at the top of the course, so get up out of your chairs and get to the bank. This will be the fast and the furious, 130, 140 mile an hour by the time you hit that yellow turn, boy. 6 boats. Tell you what, the guys on Rescue 1 are pretty courageous. I wouldn't be sitting right there if I was them. Must have a photographer
I think
on
I'm
board.
on the opposite side.
I must have a photographer on board looking down the barrel of this. But here we go. Can Barry get to the turn out of 1? Will it be Odin? Can Decision do what he does best? The power's down. Oh no! We got a boat in the back. Red flag. Red flag. Red flag. So
Looks like
unfortunately, mate, we've got Scott Cleaver. I think it was. It's not.
I think it's.
No, it is a Supernova. So
I'm pretty sure it's Supernova's had a mechanical failure of
so
some
the
description
flag
up there.
Dropped and he got onto the power and something broke under the boat. It launched the boat up and then sideways spiraled around. And it looks to me like he's backed it into the bank up there. But as I said, it's a good time to talk about safety. But that's going to unfortunately put a stop to that one before it got going. So the rescue crews are on scene already up there. But I was talking about to manage the horsepower of these boats, mate. 2,000 plus horsepower. And it looks to me like something's unfortunately let go for Scotty Cleaver in the Supernova.
I was looking at the back of the boat and up underneath it as it was coming backwards towards here. So I don't know quite what's happened there, whether it's just got a gust of wind under it or a air under the propeller or something like that. But it launched itself.
All right.
As soon as we know the condition of the boat and driver, we'll let you know. But at the moment, please don't hinder any of the rescue crews or...
Do you want to go and release the car? Yeah, so that's a tough break, mate. It's a ruthless sport by alcohol boat racing, and things can and get wrong. But hey, if you've ever been to the drags, you know you're going to see that when you're trying to put 10,000 horsepower into the track. Next thing you know, you snap an axle, you've got to veer it off to the side. But bit of a spectacular looking incident up there. But obviously I'm. obviously goes without saying for spectators, if you could please make some room down there while our rescue crews do their thing. I don't have an update on the incident down there, but please make sure that you are respectful in every possible way until we get the all clear down there, particularly if you have children or whatever with you. If there's been an incident down there, we don't necessarily need to make it the feature of their weekend. So, well, not what we want to see, Johnny, but anyway, I suppose it's part of what goes on here. But big horsepower, something's gone broken underneath that boat, and unfortunately for the crew down there, it's ended his campaign early. We might take a quick break, and we'll come back to you shortly here at the Dargle Winter Spectacular.
Well, as soon as we know anything, we'll pass it on to you all. But don't quote me, but I think everything is okay. I'll confirm that as soon as we know. But. Right, good news, I think. Just overheard on our radio that Scotty Cleaver appears to be okay, and he's walking back of his own.
Walking back on his own, so he won't be okay. He'll be pretty upset that he's walking away without his boat. But yeah, great news. So for all of the supporters of Supernova and Scotty Cleaver, apparently he's left the boat with the crew and he's making his own way back. Seen that in Formula 1 a little bit when a driver ends up parked into a fence. They just get out and walk home. We might be seeing a bit of a Kimi Räikkönen straight to the pub. Yeah, so I'm not sure. He's a great bloke and he's got a good temperament, but I probably wouldn't give him a pat on the shoulder on the way back here. He's probably got a little bit of a time alone. But obviously the boat needs to be recovered and made safe. So, ladies and gents, that's going to put a little bit of a hole in our program. Bear with us. We will attempt to do everything we can to continue racing, but we don't have an answer for you right now. So we'll take a break and we'll be back with everything we know as soon as we know it. Thank you.
he sort of mastered that. I'll give him that. He's saying that you see Supernova. He's saying that walk will come up and you'll walk like this fella.
All right, sports fans, so unofficial update at this point from the Tower crew is that unlimited Thurger race will not rerun today. So as mentioned, Scotty is on his way back with the OD, so he's going to be checked out by medical. He's okay, but the boat is stuck into the bank up there, and the time taken to refloat it and lift it is going to undo that race. However, the organisers are trying to reset our safety crews, and then we will run the unlimited outboard so that you have the final spectacle of the day that you all have stayed to watch. So unfortunately for our blown alcohol boats, the Thurger will not run today. We'll try and bring you more information on that. But great, the best news we've got is that Scott Cleaver, after that big incident, is okay, and he's just in the care of our team and going through the process. But we are going to try and bring you the unlimited outboards, and your fastest pole qualifier is Mr. Reece Coles, ladies and gentlemen. Put down a cracking time, but there's some big names out there. There's some young upstarts out there, so anything can happen. But no, Damon Thurger will run today. All right, so just an update. Obviously, I know a lot of you are concerned. I've just spoken to Scott, myself, the driver of Supernova. So he's all good. He's just being checked over right now. He's a bit sore and just needs a little bit of quiet time. But he's got his family there with him. So good to see. He's one hell of a competitor, and we know that he'll be back to fight another day. But yeah, thank you to all our safety crews for the response, and thanks to all of the fans down there that were very respectful during that process. And as I said, we are doing all we can to get this final race of the day on the way. So just waiting for the final call from our OD crews as to whether we're going to muster our unlimited outboards. So we're going to do it, so let's get them ready. So unlimited outboard finalists, can you please... All right, so qualifiers for the unlimited outboards, can you please bring your boats to the ramp? Get them ready, get them in the water. We are working as hard as we can to get you out there. So please bring your boats to the ramp, get in the water. It doesn't matter if you're floating, because it will be a moment in time. Brandon Cropper, you want to say a couple of words before you get out there, son? Hey, come here, you upstart. You've just qualified in the unlimited outboard. How are you feeling right now?
Not much different to the heat.
Not much different to the heat. That's the kind of attitude I love about you. Don't get excited about anything. But, mate, he's under-talking that one. He's put some big names behind him. And, mate, what is going to go on? It's anyone's guess. Reece Coles. What a run from him to get that quali. He's the fastest man out there, and that elapsed race time was a belter. Simon Troy, though, mate, the Iceman has cometh. He's always going to throw down. The boat is super fast. I'm trying to walk around the pitch, so let's get these unlimited outboards over to Bryony, or she's going to start a spinning heel kick. Let's go, just bring him through. Don't. Hadley Deegan. Just overtake him, mate. If they're not ready, just get on down there. There's a bit of nerves out here from our unlimited crews. Big Greg Lambert, he's strapping in right now. Any words for your fans? G'day. He's a man of many words. As Hadley Deegan comes past me. He's got the race face on, Hadley. You got some pace, mate. Good luck out there. Anything for the fans?
Here he is. G'day, Murph.
Are you feeling good about this one?
Yeah, mate, really good. Oh, it's just good to be out there. I went back and started packing all my gear up, and they said you'd made the final, so I had to get organised again.
I was never in doubt, mate. The man from Ulverston in Tasmania. He's got the weight of an island on his shoulders, but he's got big shoulders. And we've got a big posse rolling through here. It's action stations. I'm trying to get a word with Reece Coles as we roll to the ramp. Reece Coles, mate, the fastest man out there. The boat looked good, but it's anyone's race.
Yeah, mate. Boat's quick, Simon's quick, so we'll just see how we go in the final. We've made a couple of changes, probably a little bit too much RPM, so we've put a bigger propeller under it to try and bring the RPM back. But all in all, we're quite happy with the first heat.
Quite happy with the first heat. He wears boat number 1 for a reason. This guy is a fierce competitor. Can he take home the unlimited outboard trophy? We are not too far away from finding out. Simon Troy, the Iceman, P2, mate. You're on your way to the pits. I don't interrupt you, but mate, it's yours to be had, mate. How you feeling?
Yeah, good, mate. And try and put the pressure on. See what happens from there.
Yeah, well, I know on the pressure. Just the boat in front of you. They've made some changes. They don't think they've got enough to put it in the bank. So here we go. This is anyone's race. It's hard not to have a smile on your dial. You can just sense the anticipation. Unfortunately, the Thurger, the energy for the blown alcohol boys was right up as well, but these outboard boys are feeling just the same. This is their big trophy. There can only be one winner of the Australasian Unlimited Outboard, and we're going to decide it here with you very, very shortly. Well, there you go. The word through from Simon Kerwood, the officer of the day, rescue cruise. This is an unlimited out race of 4 laps with 6 competitors. Mate, the air's cooling down slightly, John. That is fast as the air density increases with that colder temperatures. The boat speed picks up. Interestingly, talked to Reece Coles on the way through, so they made a prop change between the last heat and this heat, so he was concerned that the pace he was carrying, they were carrying too many revs. So obviously you've got to get this race finished, and we saw that with Adam Breen and Cracker Racing. The pace is one thing, but you've got to finish those 4 laps. So a change from Reece Coles, so a little bit of there'll be a little bit of behavioural difference, and they haven't been able to test it, so they made a cold change. Like, they know that these guys are professionals. They know what to expect, so maybe a half-inch of pitch to sort of bring the revs down a little bit and continue the boat speed. But here we go, mate. The white flag call's been made.
Whatever you take away from the top, you go at the bottom, and vice versa. So.
Well, there you go.
It's not a dock start. It's a flag drop. So
this is going to be one hell of a race. The orange and black machine, Brandon Cropper, team 26, is going to start from pole 6. The all-blue machine, boat 66, Hadley Deegan Marine Racing, the man from Tasmania, will start from 5. Will Parker, this is the white boat out the back right now with the green and black flash, the Wasp Racing Machine, Mark 1 Motorsport. He gets a run from 4. Boat 777, mate. The Lambert family racing with Greg Lambert at the wheel running out of 3. That is a big result from Greg Lambert. And
he's had a fair bit of success of recent times at Taree.
Yeah.
He was running up there and made the King of the River and a couple of other major races, in which he won a couple and placed in a lot of them. He's done really well in a very short space of time.
Yeah, and physically, he's at the moment he's carrying quite a semi-serious knee complaint. Big unit.
He's just fallen in love with the sport, and he's hook, line and sinker. So I always dreamed of a 2-boat team and got my son involved.
industry. Got two nice looking boats that are pretty well funded. The engine on that is not an S3000. You'd probably know more about it than me, but
Yeah, the
it's an
280.
injected thing, a 2.5 or something like that.
2.5, so 260.